quick memruji ko bobo yisi yoku rangisi to mere bro ebesi ide iji ko ya keje bekpa ni akibeke miro orogo ki kop uji eyi jong eyi ogobge ogrebe moto ke odasire ko more ogu ke ya ogu oboke itap nkpo kisi iblalek memre uji jong ogwe bugivre seat belt omo kan eya eyo mi buji omo tap kubo ogu ke kop omia ogure omire oko wiro ogo nening miro kwe mere pa sisi okwebe o sisi mo sa mpa esi bungalekun ifa mire uji ike kop mire mi bunye ifisi o po sisi kun esi gromlen ko mia
ngbo kike no kanaje irire ko bozi eyi iposinuzi onu oli ipurule ya meme mbrujo kukeka ere otme ebe enyuzi ya erika ekanyi
ire me ama ikeje webele gije mu me idogije ngbogoy o wa ujichi ire ujo no ni oka usni pocha ifat melek miro bo okoko epo ebe ayuji inu oka bele kisesi ijo bo sirega to mire ko wu oni ndeluji opoka imokri kan poge owo bo trubo melek mire ko kwe modu ikasogo kikuoji omokri kwe misa ukro kun ya biem o isu bokun isi biemele ikasi efa udu kun kibike min ko ebe udu kun moya iku ijamile kasi yo o kebe
omo dizo hilebichi ekeke kati foni ozicha okipen
atiko
mo kan iriro wo kulu nponru mere ino ka do mgbe bosi didi ogbo ebugi ge ikulubo obo nyuzi ya igba le blene men kre yiku mu bo wo webe mu mi di ka ko to mebe ereze webe legezi mu chireke irunen ibe tom le reze webe legezi mu chireke mo ikna inu eyezi me gi brirka otifu irire ko osi bosi nyuzi mirire ke enemi wa rozia mi ze kusni ebiki kuzichi eke kulene itwa ra kuzi usne nesi ege ki ya ikulu nduru ewe aprawe miare inu ege kule ka mu bo inu nkobo nkonru isi fu ikule gbali si ze me kule twaida irunen ibe mbuzika ezenyi irika ere keke kezebero osimle mbri ro kukede
mat mume atiko iyin kubo ogu ofofu ikan eye prole mire ko wo jidele kumbrele ujika mi mu be ko gu oke twane moji mi arogo ke kopuji itwa ine irka uji ya miro wo dion uji ko boben million ulubo uji agosi go ke gbale ke o bro mu mbrele inu kuka ka ni uji ya kani nkpo mat mu yerega ale miro wo ni o sisi mo gi si wani mi atwa o wa ulubo ya gbale kujia eyujia mo kri baleka epo kugwo mo ni mi are
ise kuna mechi ogu kan ogu ke twa enu memozia emobozi ya ke kazo iteta mo wona ni yin sokole o so wo kan ru epo yo bo polisi gbale yuzia
o si bien atiko ya si inyere uji ya ika ngotufu ene ikiben miri beni ka tufu ene ya mokre ika ngunan muni mokre resibe ki po gwa leje kubo ikibosi libisire ukere ibosi
eboblo ika na je make gosi ko ntum be ke zire nita ebe kure minyo ebe ifi brogizi ikare ya de nta ri ogoge ebi rorio oros make gosi ko ya kanu ika na je make ya kanu ika je zuma osuobulo okibini bugire ne akpata gogoyi NTA okuminyizo oriro ke bugire me vitaminde gele me gbo fu gbo mo sabe akuita ira goyi ka kuitire akuita ra gregwen eyi ka ku eboblo ine gbaro ma mi ribo ze bulubikiro awazigna Vou me falar again the moment mbeke irezenita ebekure ungwangizi obedaya Ignatius ezeki itmeko simile ikakan ekurule nyarutlele minyoni ezekize iriro yebnechi kpo minyo ogbon okumisigizi omo mulibeke esesesese no ya ni to minyo boya eyo zis beke kobobo bulebezerebe ikari nyoni gale gezekize ezeki kwọsi misimu ọrọ ezime kpọchi esimilika ka ṅụtụlele nyari kwurule minyo isimu ọrọ ọgwụ osoniba milenga bekwure ịkakwere ọgwụ bon mire ọgwụ fia ikpa mma gwurige ezekbegi gwen ọgwụ bon ọgwụ fia ikpa mire ọgwụ ume ogbebe esu adango mgbirigbo ọgwụ osogbu ọgwụ ụsọ yeso ọrọ ọgwụ bọn mkpatọ lebe chereke ko waya nige me singari ụbọ ya nga ọgwụ bọ fregwe mi no fregwe mi no mi ko frabe ngbo ma gwali mo ibiriko ko chereke teke kpochi emili biriko yobe ikaka ikurule ninyo mu nyere inyo ni ọrọ chereke owo no sabo ni no zekiti mi ko yo simili nyoni mikido inu ezebero mi nyoni nu funu ezekro kan otilele mere kuru le nyoni nje ki bro mbugo ri bracha ngbo tuteni eki we ebeli bisa menga isi mwene oro ku ngwa ngizo bida e tumunye zibe ogbogbo ni eki tuani ra muzi oriro wo mube ku zia iwa ra inu egebe miti ebebe no woka pen oka nyin ndozia usunu ji seki kulu inu okume inu ngeka ekebisi gbale kobo akpa kizichi me nduru ki deje kisi gbale ekura egi bridra egi tibita atwa chacha ga iwa ga bleni moni kumuzia moni rifnuzia si ika nwon po bo brigwale libo ko noni i right mo sisi be minyon ni ya owo ko bo ko kuzi ko wo mo kuzi ku mi na uzi ku so mi imu be ko wu oli eki twai sababe ya eyi oki kurene infuniri ro nfiat ibo framoni miriro nangairon oka rong mi kan unan oro ipu mutu chanye ti sabo woni no ire tongam leke zire be mremu mire sise bi egizemino ezime ya bien ton titi obida ya kanazi omo ogubo inumere ezikubo bo bulo zega kituli biye bo ogubo ezbi sul biye jere ya nyosi migi sare kibo bo bulo ku pa bege inu something bo zobe emi mo bo ga be ekikire na itoba sibe mo weka emperion inu problem sabo nkre ba nkre ri agubo nsina agubo sibe koro ogubo wono me bro kito bo bulo owono oro ma gwale debe rokore ekurule mi arutlele ogage mi nisemi idodo
okay mari dodo ma ton ekurule ayi nyo nyini le yijinyo ofi eyi simo ọtụtụ ga egosi ya ikurule ire no gi re bu gun jong yo ogba nteme egisa kurule ni ro ogo epayon ujo ogbe mo no ro sinene ku jere ngi go ngwa oga ni ko obale ebi koko mere uji ni gbagba kwa ebuji rere ebo bolo usinene mi kwa no kele eni tiny ni mu e age so mi pe na ta nkuru so di beke mi ro mi rem usini bobe grisa kurule iro igbagba ni iro ubo bero isi iro osi ro bo bero nfi atugwe ni pe iko ubo ipera
ọ̀rọ̀ èkó ń bọ̀ débẹ̀ pọ̀ igi si ìbọn lẹ́gìsì mi àrí ìbọn lẹ́gìsì ọwọ́ tèmi kọ́ gẹ́mẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mẹ́ udi mi gbàgbà ẹ̀kọ́ àwọn ìrẹ́kùzì rẹ̀ kẹ́nẹ̀ mi jẹ̀ pọ̀ ẹ̀nẹ̀ mi ọ̀gá gẹ̀mẹ̀ mọ́tò tó ká gẹ́nẹ̀ mi gbàgbà ẹ̀nà ìrẹ̀ nínú fìyèsì mi tó àná ìwọ́n ló bẹ́ẹ̀ zẹ̀ mi lọ ọ̀rọ̀ ìrẹ́kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kì í bẹ̀ zẹ̀bẹ̀ rọ̀ ọ̀gá gẹ̀mẹ̀ yẹn símú ìrẹ̀ mbọ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀zẹ̀bẹ̀ pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn yẹn símú ire zibe siti izo brezi mnyesimu eke mekeko kebe oboro ire sabo boni fo idoka ebo bile popa ngata munye ibeke ogubo ngrigo yo sobu ire oguka ya go kan ino le posim le obo agise purule ne enyo isimu mere inizo ire nege ogu ototo bodo meme ire owo kan ino boro simle no ti komo ko iguro ọgụrụ rebeka isi kpekpe ikpo mi tuo bọ mi nyo ikpa mi kpa mi gwen ebini niro ọrọ nyaga num le kuku mo kiri side do ndo
oniro no kumele igbo kurule ehi nubo ejana mere ebigi kulu ido local government ido state nyo gbere gọọmenti bebe esi tụ atụmele minene kusinene sumi bege yi igwa ire isisi jere bibe miuji isimu ikọpni yomu mamadele base then isimu asi igosi na-aga isimu ere ujubọ iri kan igujubọ ira amagana ya ika ga ujute obora ika ga uji fiber obora aga gemele ebe okura isi otutu jeti no ogulugu gọọmenti ama eto nje uji ge lobo to ane ikura nisimu nikaka afanti prule a uji aga ko ni tobi begi fortune ika ya gamelika ebigele ebe kumera igi jene ya bilobo olujiyan omo mo asa iba na asa nsaire ni megi ije no wo bo to afonti o ba bo goba na iko ba na ero bo tu ba mi tarisi bi ile nko nke bo fra me mi yo ika si ke ile be na ura ujisimu majra su ya ika gulugu go me obo to eji kọbụ bọnkụ ikwa na ire mi jejere bro ikobe tumu mu ba be se to afont because afont gi ikuzo ụgbọ mota me ujire eyi pi kwe ụgbọ gi isabe igbo eji pa na si sire mpo ebe kwe kwe so lugu gọọmenti ama moto achen meje jere but ebi drivers ge lebe na ebi gi kwoji simu ada bi boni ka gi no mobolo o mobolo gi si boni ome ama bolo mo bolo egi kwo ujisimu isa ma nrijoy mo wa ni be upa no gu ga bogere me po mfia e ga ya fia me po kurule iya gi genesis bege ke eje bisimu mi ro mo bo eje gi sa kurule gi mi wora ni no simu
ma do we do do ke ni do ko woto mo gerele owo to me ko me bro obi bro to me eyi ibule yiza usini ngbe kare yi obulogale otumu ikeme kwekbo mize ko usine bobulo o man maga ikalaba o ma mo kwa gele usine no ma me kalaba usine ne me ron egisim isi mbom usine ge kura iwo wuro ba mi re le libura metena oro ikare ko botumu bien mele obulogale ire kama dibe ko musini fechi eki bruzi inyokwan sabu meni nyun okwan mi kemlet ebi be kumlet bage mbe inu barore ibule ko kwebe sabu oni na ngasibi o ikre metitene ibobo dinu odo ta sisi kwen inu ya kemeka mirion ike ya sisi inyu fu no cross zeno zan mi resi irire kwa be izo osisi owo mokri kan atank control simile mi ze ko wochili ezrugo ire bi ki libuzichi mi simui mi ere mi nyon bo bi ki libi mi zo ire mi kan iro wimu ire mi kwekwe ko boy big ge bi si kwekwe ire ka be usi na mu mi wulinyin emrozi mi tro kuku ke ko right o if you know o e ge we barara oro mbendo iro o mi ze ge sabu inu ge lobo ni si mi bre kwa ta wo bo je po mu na be mi to awe kwa wo bo ngbo ebe owuwe si bi nigeria ire ikwumle kwekwo ifechi mi bele mi kan ata ntilimbo eyo kwekwo iriro zama kemekri kan montro si minute
ebe tumatiko o wa ko ba ile jenema kire jenema me kwen o wa ki ba bi kwen eyi omoni kan pa many pop wa kwa mi si ji me je ko bo ko le to po mi si mu mo ko iro ra ka sabu me yo ipa o me ga i kwa si mu i ga i ge gure e dire mandatory ya mo ka i pa si mi bo mi ibri po pasi ga
so mo fi owro na re ga se ipo wa be bla
fi owro na wa i kwa si mu i ga ri kwa iri kwa ire bu ogi ga ekpo mebiri sa bienene ibe bienene mele nkwe iri kpo ga mele ga male i breko ne bra gi lori ebe gbe titi bro gwa kida me bu nene e to 75 mu bo ngwa mu bo gi yari ni be ni yara o yara mi igro sha ni tabu disli me kwa ga yara
me yara tam
te mu bo ge ba mo ma li be ni gi nye
o se ni me brenne me livita mricha
me libe sabuji uje bi mbam me ruje bi mbam me pa o se ni uje bi zi go what na me misimu so o tu body na ire ibiemele ebigi bulu especially aga local government ya ire bi local government ya trinye ni be giri ke gi boku ngo ko ayi ko me flag me no kwa ipo iri wa mogele enene
oro singamle ebi bulu ko wote bayro ire keke ebi ki ko misimi ire de bi ki suzu bo ebe ki bremi emruzi o muzo yo gelibi uzo kokuru maybe ka ya be ko ko ire keke je bera me be kan ko ko le le ze ki misimi
mo wa ni be eyo o weri kaka penny ba mo saba mu ire yan mo ire saba ga obo ni emruji iko saba emgale mbebi po mi le ilu eyin wa eyi ba ni emruji mbre eya egi bre tv wo vesere eyi ge bi si kwa me mro kwa ebi gi nu ji me mro kwa me grita o wa be na egi le megeta bigi posi
mbe mazire ga enyufune ezamuni be na mata satbiza sasire ataba me egegi libuzisi owo ko boga ataba ran tali gure ataba na ma atbiza sasire ataba egegi ilibuzi mi kemle ebi be kwani ezamuno be ga meka e ko wa ke kita ire yawa ore ye beta mi ze ke gere gumer goto o fire lo
eyi o sabire eyi ebeta and ebe to agot o ta mi to ayo mo gre ya kana pon pa yo
oro gi teta
so mo ni to aga isi bugi ya udu ige o mo to aga isi mi ya to aga oshiba igon o to age mi ju ise jiri boro iga won o mo ni keme ikeme iba ki chik e o kemi chiri yo o ka ampuru le yin le igata iga ya na le ke ire ujire mo wore le gun mu mi simu igiku daro ni be gure mo bolo seconds go Kuse kosu go. Money mali ya kawe kana. Ini kaya kama gugulo, mo ya kama gugulo. Okay, mbagi ya ka go isala kala ko bo gom. Ilo go isala kala ko bo gom. Muine ni emebe igi gwap memene mu iga ntoko ngo. Ba chire bolo mo gri kumela muini iga be ni sibi mi wan. Peni ri ya SCF. An nkpara o wa bi lo megi sai gi ba mi simu. So peni no go wa ipo ubo meni tubo yin ogo gi sale won won mu. Ilo wo ju tele ya ka we kan agulo o aguji. Eyi etutu du ya. Eyi etutu won ni bri broken. Ibene mi ma o mi simu. Ire mu ya mi omo ibo tu iwon ge me mo na amagba. Ika suligi ni won. Me chire se bi ga ire me emra wa ju su ni mu emra wa ju gi jate na chen o mo gri chiri chen e o mu mo gi no amo chiri chen. O yu boy chiri sike. O si mu be mu igele. O ma li tu bo meji mi gi je fun mi gi je. O mo gri gi ukuro gri gi tu bo yin level mi gi bere level gi ifo agbare ntu bo o nice. Ufisi irei eyo si bai. Eya, ebigi tu boy ene me ko boy ene ki igen. Eyi ebigi tu boy ene ebigi grere. Iro pa esesemele. Eyi iro ka ro mo boy egi ro use mpasi. Iran ko purulo. Bọ̀dún pọ̀ pàmẹ́lẹ̀. Ògá kúrúlì ìjàrá ụgbọ gbegbe ụgbọ jere moto na eyi omoto azip mitabachi. Irebigi itu ụgbọ ihe bigi gege bisimu egi ya isi kwa. Igafe esi ire bigi sikwa ikwa amurukwa oduru gi baita. Egi greba ebi rescue mele emergency response. Egi ge makita. Egi gure crew saver. Ubo ikubera. Mkpagi sa kurule misimu ika sese miwa. Egeje gi iro use ire go. Eya egi gure type V. Eyi ore type 1 eyi crew saver. Egilo ejigbisa nu chenye gbeto mowa.
Office na desa enu. Ira mule ebo blegi muni beke minyo mu kezi beke kwa agbra. Ira mo sa agbra enu. Ira ko rubi kwa agbra misimu. Njo ezeke muni beke agbra ege lubo. Oki brene ito ba igile. Ira mo agbra mere yo kule goro. Egi ya agbra ero ke misimu.
Agbra yi eyi iro twai nisa igi kwa misimu iga mali jana. Bo iro twai ni kumemre uji egi gure ship ujile egi sikwa meme nije ku sinere iga arang obogri takanu kot mi to anu nan mi yen no kanya pegri gwagwa agbaga yi obore npo obogri se ja meme ufi ale poku but agbaga yi ni emene mu mele npo to ave me jeans ulubo ka mo ki tabagele advance mba yen bi be ku omi simu re nteme mba yin ire eyo bo ko uji simu ka twai kukuro lolopo twa kukuro ko twa ko bo gri gwali wa sanga mi wa ekuredi eje ki wa ekurebun e mele ekuredu e bo esa woro mu eni uji eyan mbo wa nsaba ko mele ro ni gure sporting nganga bre ya ilobo yipa ne gbogbo ga no miri ire ngba pe ro mu enriki so eyi ga won be to ame uko esa pe kuji esi esa matu
ika ije obo kire ko osa obo okaka nto ajabo tam
ma ika inu obo yimi kitumi ko ifole ke ebe gesi kwa me mi ake igle no mejo isi ire ikabe ke simbom ikabe ke kwa ujuti ina ngama taba ifo ajigaja
me na mo rokoto si inu
ma atbija
ebru izo ke so na ebe suzi uzi okuku oyi so ntiti ifo ina ngame krake mro kwa boni asi inu mama
miare ebo bule je ki mun ekwe ko otu ji miri ogbo bale ke je nga imre mu miri ogbo ke kunu npo gege obore jile eyare kwinyi lekun ngari ke besit mu mre ji ekwe gbo ke kunu npo go bokiro wule e karo ukraji ire ukraja ta ri bige ire atiko ko elegire edegelo bosi igre gbagbo kwo iname oirogoto ifomuma inwon mere ki krai grule inwon ibo wota npa ogbo ngo sabe inui igre gbagbo ni bra wa ya sin bom sisi obo ta ebe bege gesen ike ka bege gesen bom o tu ba ke to a ebe ke to a so je ta ke mo ne gbogbo ke ba le ke mi yu wo isanga igre gbogbo bi lo ke npo ge oboro
ika yi gesi mube ogbo ya nke be mere akpata mbia eyi ko kunzu mo bibile ekisi mo no gogo lo mube eyi ke yi mube mere ya kembe ndo ibere ya waregu eya ya warega
okay eyi kobo digi wulu memre ujinyo ni emru kwan isi sikwa makito a eyi makita kobo iruji yo iju yo ebron eyi diri door of faith iro memremu eyi ya kobo ko isa ino ngbogu pilot ogogi kuji moni yene intime ibe ngwa ibelo injirige flower mbo ajine ro mi simu ngwa giji ikwe megba ka fiat utinene bi egi tami kwa ibe sesi kwa memro kwan egi wurule me bre ye to magba me mo yi phone giba nwa amuto oge ngba itu ya ginu pe no ni na ele sun agbere go bokri ikero mi tu nyo ibe ngwa ke mpomo ifrawo go bele nteme ire ebi bro ngwa kiji ebi be krika ati go isi kwa me mo pa ebe ni uji yan ki bre mi se de ikwa owuduru gire nko nkurule komarega ija ni beji si emu iro gbo jona si omo mu ibege eyi ugbo emele ami kwa mele go bro ye ki si kwa mba si kwa bro ye bi no go bo yin na me nko fia iga gbere mele go sinika de waya oje mele iga ki tan jana igisa le sa panu na me mu ton no lo ra ni wori re ni duwe yin na ni ro be yin
owo ni ro ko bo na ya ya nu mu ndo ko yi owo bre ni tre wuli ni de ya ya nu mu ko bo go bulo oga ge ko bo go bon ogo wore yi ya cha ki tai ibra cha ki ogbone gi libi be ngwa le kese mbo ko ene mi wa mi zo ene ma tabiza ene mo ni ko to bi abe ma gwa le libi si ni libi ka me ya ke li nti ya e ba ko epeti ireke iko wa ko boko isi teme ebi ke libi jichi iko ko bo ebe yen libi apo ogregbe e ka libi ra me unyo ko e ka libi ra ko iko wa ko boko isi teme ama nize ko wuro ku ya goro dio ni no simile ni me do goro yi
ma ko mi ge iku mbilimbili ani kusuyo nto mele idodo yodo mege ga fran go mele ire ubo je be kisa ro mi tirugun ebi obula ga akutu me bi yan simu ogun government gidi tu bo si ogulugu government chairman igbe bi maritime union iro someone e revenue ntiti emre otacha yi milaya cha nga wori no ibegu jige me ige gbekwa eyige ilibi nicha eyige ilibi sababi gi simbom eyige ke gbe ro ro bo libi igbe wara mi libi mi pi libi ngeli gwa o mo gele we sa tumo ere unye idaka ona ni re le bi mare ga yin ebi polisi mu ikwa si mu iku e ba be ni bre etu ya isa get ebi ke koji me mo ebe tiru ba be kojere irogu nkulo tumu kiji enika unye jiri ibe ke ige libu amoro ibo roro anirogu oro atanu si o grite nsabra ebe obule bi pe ka afikwa ngwa ikwa abo si sere mi joy ikwa abo si sere ya ijo ikwa ego bro emi joy ira ya cha ikwa ngiri popo ebi kumo tumiri to awojo eto aiwa iga obo ifoto obo igugu sangane to ego fiji ebi geli be mi uji meka afanti kurule benunu egebe na good driver go to ibe ntu ka le ntu obo ga le buwa bi awuju bi gboko ebi kaka ebe bi ko owo mo ebe mel binu and mark musi ire yi wore se ni yin a ga na wajuro yin ya ire yi wore o tu ko ko mere eyi wore yin ya ma yan yin ba yan yin ko ebi be yan e sere nebe ma yan yin bo ko pon tu bo ebi ogolo meka kurule bi buji siri worere nko fia ogolo go ma jama etu bo mi to ida mi le ke mo tri yen
mo sulu mu kam
e classroom easy to mo classroom ni ra tri kan boy emi to no le government gege so benere gege magri to atu rengi to atu
ana rogo blo
di rogo blo
oboblo iko musu yo oro je to wole bro go na tu mi je ki bro ngore ngo be ne ki libuti kenjele ekikirebe iko maka osuna ne ki libi ka mi kirebe ko maka masi ron nuge iko ya pe ka ka ngai ka ki ga no pe ki su bro ngo basi iru oro ka be ko ka ku be comment oro ko we gare rogo blo wo ko su yo nye bo le ro peri ire to ma mi le ngo Ignatius ma bo nyezi iko nteme ebi ki kuzi ebi be yuzi ebi be sama abagere le ngbo beta ikere memrama ebi ki le libo kuku eyi ukriba ebe ba yi gaga ko fle ebi ki libe ukrini uzi zo ukrini oro nyezi nteme inu je be si kamu bo si gbalife
o kubo bu ononu oji obo sama wo ni mo be ko wu oke ko oji ya oke ko oju nyunyunye mele ke ko bro ke ko oji aye ko ngi kan be pa kenene ire obi ko akun ko bo ko emro oji ya egbe obo ke ko oji ya ibe e kayo ko ke ko oji e ga ke ko oji lobo o kubo wo ke ko oji sisi i kan ko esiru ni ekigwa ekisa agba okuke mi are ki ara ran sa gramo ni o tun po cha ki jen ebe ke kuoji ikobo si libuji erobo kono ini eke ikwe nko oyiko yike mirosa ugrugba ti libi mosa una otutu npochi ire sign okwe mo ni gbo ke kuoji mo ri an be imang orion okwe mo ni be ko bu ku oji mo orion imai mo gi won ni be sabo mo ni si ku oji ile uji ile isimu ile Ukraine e are eyi ugriba eye bi le libe mama i won ni be ebe ne gi mu be ke wo
i kana je me sa bi ko eye bi re keke o ma okada me uze yi moto me yi dimu flying boat otutu cha
o wa be ki ko yi ugriba eye ogwe be bai ko kada egi mu be ke pe bi suwi pa sisi kwen ire ejime ri fa be ni ri yon be ki ka we pa so bo pe eye pe ma me yen mai pa ifa mi ri ki ko ikowu o ki ko oji o pe mi yan ugriba ku ile libe gbo de bo ogulu e ya na na egwe be isi ba si ro ma ya ma gana o mo ni gbe be gle ụgbọ ịgarịga eki igwe so iru bi kwa akụ ibe ko owu mo pro mo ka ikro le pe ni leku ni ara o flo ogwu oke po o di sisi
ọgụbọ ya ya anya m kpọkpa m nke kelebe ezigbo egbo nyezi kọntị m kpọgbọrọ dị n'ifune eze ebe na-agụ
eji ibele m ijege ọgbụnye mụmụ ere ìrísí ọ̀gbìn tó ń kọ́ ìrógù ọgbọ́n ẹ̀pẹ́ níbọ̀ ipa.
Èmi sì ń ká ipa òun fún ẹ̀sìn mi ká ipa ó sì mú lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ yín fún ọ̀rí ọbẹ̀ kíkà rẹ̀ nẹ̀gẹ̀ galẹ̀.
Ngbọ́ ọdún màrí rọ̀ ọgbọ́ tí ló ń sẹ́ pọ̀ mí gbúrẹ́ ńgbọ́ ẹ̀ ní òwúrọ̀ gbígbà pẹ́ pọ̀ mọ́ ìdí ẹ̀pẹ́ ní kìkì ní mẹ́rin.
ọgbụgbọ gịrị tó na ọgụrọ chiri ekwe eme ịkwa isisi.
So mmadụ nụ nteme ihe ebi ebe obodo ihe atamụ ịka na ibodo onye dịkwa ụra uje ìjọ èyí yàn ẹ̀yà àtọ̀nú ikọ̀ kéèké òbí tèmi wà mílẹ̀ yóò lu ipa bòsá ìwòlú ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀pẹ́ gbúrò ibẹ̀ náà ní ìwò ní kọ́bọ̀ ẹ̀bí sójà sí ẹ̀rọ command ire ẹ̀yẹ tèmi yàn wíbò gọ́bọ̀ oli egisi agọbọ mẹmẹrẹ ojú yàn ya gọbọ ẹ̀yẹ bò kàtọ́ tẹ̀múkúrò ojú mọ́ region sábò tán gbọ́nìkà ìyá rere ojú ìjọ mo pọ̀ sí mi kámi nkiri wo lé kí sẹ́ gbọ́ lé à kàsí gan ìkiri ẹni bà mí sí ẹbí kìkiri ẹni bà mí sí mẹ́nuge ló rọrọ̀ òsínẹ́nẹ̀ ìbúrò kìbà kí gbákwá èkú òsínẹ́nẹ̀ tọ́mí olú ìgbókùnrin sábà máa ní ibà ọ̀gẹ́nẹ̀gẹ́ mọ̀kùnrin tara gbòjú yẹn ó gbúdọ̀ ọmọ wòlí sí mẹ́ isi ojú ẹsẹsẹsẹsẹ ìjọba ọfíìsì mbàtùmù ẹ̀yìn mẹ́yẹlẹ ìkà gọ́ ẹ̀ ní ojú líkà yẹn tẹ̀ ẹ̀mí kí pọ̀pọ̀ jàrá ní pẹ̀pà irú lílùjì ká yẹn wọ́n kiri tẹ́lẹ̀ mi ẹ̀ ní fi èyí ló yẹn sọ́dọ̀ àmọ́kiri gbára eré rògbò sí i ó ra kíkọ́ sí èyí ojú sí mú sí ká ní ojú ọ̀ká kan afọ́tì nkùrù lẹ́yìn pasika bí ipò mọ ẹ̀sá lóyè gùn tabagbàpà réròbò ní ojú mọ̀ tá pẹ̀lú kàràmẹ́lẹ̀ ẹni ẹgbẹ́ bọ̀ wọ́rọ̀ ní ma pẹ̀lú tata musa ẹ̀bọ́rọ̀ ìgbòrógbò ẹ̀kú mo rí àmà mẹ́sùn wọn ẹ̀ka kà ìgbàlá kẹ́ni ní ìpọ́tù lè jáná sí mi ká mi èjì sí ìgbẹ́kẹ̀ yìí mẹ́kiri kọ́ ẹ̀ sí ìrẹ́ yìí wẹ̀rí kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin mẹ́kiri muzila ẹ̀mí mú ẹ̀ mẹ́jẹ́ kí gbàlú wò gé
ebo bla imi no ma ke tume be ko ro ki ro je ki se queen no mi re queen ni asi e je ki se mo le emi mu lo bo e ki cha mo e pa mo bra be ke o blazi e ki ro na time no mo ko mi nu zo ko o mo ke je ki cha me re bo mo e ki ri ni e ki gwa sa bra ro ka ro ki le me re ki oro mi ka ka na ibo o mo le yit mo be nga ya e men ka ma ki mo no be de ire me de be ngbe to mo be o to me de ọgbọgbọm okwen ekwa kemgbe ntụmụ nyenye be ọka ọnụ inwere ga je ngwa nkpokpa ọgwọ nna amụ wisibi ibo kora ebe wo meke kwe pra ebo no oro karu wo mesu iro wo ke libozi so iro wo brene libozo so mo be ko tutu mari onge le ko mo ni ikero kwa mmiri rosi ọmụ mo ke biro bokana na so ikpo ogbowe ya mere osisi fara na mụ ụgwụ kpasa oruru ka ọrọze sa na emume kezi n'ireta inyefune mụtaka ebe ume krazi n'ebe mbom ụka erike kezi ya ibu iche ire sabu na efo masị reke to ebe ogwụba ọwọ nira mmemme obodo ya ọwọ nira wazi kuna ọdụtụ ebe obule bi kwakọ jijire ka bibi na agba bi kwa isi ma bụ nemele ayi ka bagire le ni jam ebile blessing ayi je ọdụtụ ogene ebe igele m na asị demba wazi kuna ọdụtụ oifinde esmeke kpenu ike ọgbụgbọ mgbe ka ọgbụgbọ man se ezebekwu eze kwen iri unu karịsị esisi fu ekpagali ọgbọ ichere ka yi ọwọ kwen n'oge na sara ịkwanye lekwu esmeke ya ka anyị ofinde wazi kuna ọdụtụ
greatest gift to the world. Luke 2 verse 10. Guest minister, Reverend Father Professor Walter Ihejirika, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Special guest of honor, Her Excellency, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Ma Odu, Deputy Governor, Rivers State. Chairman of the event, Sir Israel N. Amadi, Chairman, Rivers State Local Government Commission. Royal Father of the Day, Eze Barrister Gospawa Oneaku, the President General Obako Ikwere. Mother of the Day, Mrs. Ifoma Chukwugu, Administrator, Jefta Comprehensive Secondary School, and other special guests. Host, Paul Ate, Zonal Director, Nigerian Television Authority, Port Harcourt. The event will feature musical performances and special rendition by selected choirs. Date, Wednesday 17 December 2025. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Multipurpose Hall. Time, 3 p.m. prompt. Join us as we raise our voices unto God.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Port Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
NTA Parliament is a dedicated 24-hour channel that broadcasts the activities of the Nigerian Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and all the 36 state houses of assembly. NTA Parliament, strengthening Nigeria's democracy.
He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking a walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors.
This is the network service of the NTA.
But I go for work, cause I fall let up on your hustle. You want the bubble, carry a maca with a number. I like go for work, cause I fall let up on your hustle. This is last giddy, last giddy. Not any opportunity where they will down. This is last giddy, last giddy. You fit to ever be a millionaire,
It's long. I like it. And this is your tattoo. Very fresh.
Ah, thank you, sir.
Yes. You have a nice day.
Woke up today, had to get to my 9 to 5, cut the bus, no hassles, and it came on time. Smooth ride, the driver with the traffic light. They even fixed the bottles on the road overnight. Walking out, the police are around the corner. My hair's brown, so would they extort me? I wonder. Nope, they waved and said, have a nice day. I waved back and I kept going on my way. That was weird. I gotta admit, the things I feared are now extinct.
Leroy. Leroy.
Oh, guy, please do this thing. Like, just work my job now. It's like you deal with Jeff Bezos. I'll just
The same one where you've been having every night where you host a party at the Hilltop Mansion, right?
Hey, point of correction. My Hilltop Mansion. By the way, you wish I didn't know.
It's because it's the one where you've been happy and shouting for the past 3 days.
You know, Patrick, I've been having this feeling. I think my visionary genius is about to birth something new, like something nice this time. I don't know if you feel the vibes here.
What have you done with all the dreams that you've been having all these vibes from? Huh? Have you made any money from it? And I hope you haven't forgotten that today starts the survey job I got you.
Wait, is it today?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. After the several reminders I gave you yesterday, it took me a lot to get you this job. I have it here. All the reminders. Look. Oh.
You see? You didn't remind me. You forgot.
That's not it. Huh? Just I reminded you here 5 times.
Oh, whoa. You see this?
This one, huh? And I will kill you myself.
Top say yeah, person find work. You be threatening her.
If you want, let this go. I go give you the code. So if you want to drink, make you drink up. If you want to high, make you high the go. If not push you like, make you bounce. Oh, that I guess you like, make you beat the go. I am all you only live, make you
Hello? Bro, I'm coming. I'm almost there. I'm there already. You see me now.
Where exactly are you?
Baba, just count 1 to 2. Yes, 1 to 2. I don't do this.
You haven't left the house, right?
Which one you haven't left the house? I said I'm there. I'm coming. I'm there already. You didn't play. I guess you came to help me select the right outfit for my new job. Now look at this. How does this look at me?
Can you please put on a t-shirt and a jeans and leather?
because of respect what I get for you. Visionary genius, intelligent and genius. May God forbid. Don't you know how to look the best? Considering the job at hand.
Well, you can suit yourself.
I beg of you. I'm gonna kill this job. There's some visionary, revolutionary antics. You know what I mean?
The trip had new balance. No the doubt, check the balance. If you lose God, rebalance. All of them are guns with gallants. With the drip had rebalance.
Yeah, balance. They say they wanna check my balance. I say I get power and wanna strike like Erling Haaland.
Wow. I would have preferred this rain to fall throughout today. Better pass that kind of work when you go find for me.
Didn't you collect your money?
It's not that. I mean, I look so inauspicious while on duty.
That's good. I mean, that means no troubles.
Baba, you know this thing now. Eh? Just standing there, I can't even represent my branding. God is just looking at me, everything is just the same. I can't even sell anything working like that. Thank you, Joe.
Well, that's because you're not supposed to sell anything while you're sharing questionnaires.
Why? Why won't I say something? You know that anything I do, I always like to add my own visionary genius to it. Eh? Any investor could just miss me by a mile.
Leroy, basic intelligence has missed you by a long mile.
Oh, what's that one now? Don't consider if I work for me, then you call me insult me. I won't take it.
I beg, whatever. Look, all you have to do is just share the questionnaire. Simple. Nothing beyond that.
You know what? I think I know what to do. Maybe I should talk to the management.
No. You're not talking with anybody. No. I got you a job.
Yeah, I know, but...
No buts. Just remember. KISS. KISS. KISS.
You guys, you bad person. So that got the waste, this all this reward for. Why was it like this? I will not find one pool. I thought they listen to you are not those girls, but they do one or two. After that, you will get up. Can't start. Look at the beginning walk up. Is that table body?
KISS means keep it simple and straight.
I knew that. Oh, that was wrong with you. Why are not shouting? Because you know another kiss. You don't know kiss. Patrick. Yep, Patrick. Check out my new outfit. Check me out.
And who says you're modeling there? Huh? Besides, how much are you being paid that you can afford a new suit?
What do you mean? Look into the future. Don't you know that I have to invest in my dressing so that I can make billions of naira from this?
Investment?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I hope you paid for the electricity bill I gave you money for. I hope that doesn't mean I haven't paid yet.
I don't know. Maybe different payment sounds better.
So, I gave you money to pay for the electricity bill, and all you did was to buy a new suit in the name of an investment. Leroy, well, let me leave that for now. I'm going to work. We're going to work. We're going to be late. You need to change.
Why as in how? I don't understand. I'm dressed already now. Are these not clothes that I'm wearing?
What have you been drinking, Leroy?
Well, have you not heard of the saying that says you have to be addressed where you want to be addressed? That's what I'm doing, bro.
So you want to dress like the branch manager or the CEO?
Exactly, Patrick. Exactly. Now you're talking. That's my target. The high guy, top-notch guy.
Leroy, you started again. You started again.
Patrick, let me tell you something. You heard them say, what's that word? Desperate times require desperate measures.
And what is desperate about this situation?
I'll think about that later. But I mean, come on, I have to dress well now because my goal is to attract those high-class guys who talking about big boys and big girls that run things in this city, the MDs, the CEOs, the elites. You know what I'm talking about, bro? I'm talking about those great, all those market people. All those people that have not eaten well, all those bracket traders. I
want them to be comfortable to talk to you.
That's what I want. I want them to see me and run far from me. I don't need all those kind of people. Who like bad luck? Who like bad luck in this life? If they see me from far, let them be away. Oh yes, I don't need all those kind of people. I'm looking for people who will do me well. I don't have big men, rich men, men of timber and caliber. What I'm talking about. I mean, that's the level my visionary genius is operating at now. So please.
But the purpose of the objective will be defeated if you do so.
Let me be defeated. Desperate in times, they say, requires desperate measures.
And what is desperate about this situation?
I'll think about that later. Forget. But for now, Patrick, bear in mind that I'm trying to attract top class guys that will pay me good money. The MDs, the CEOs, the bank managers, the elites, and not those market people. So, let me get home. Aluta continua.
Let's go, please. I'm late.
So if you want to drink, make you drink up. If you want to high, make you high the go.
Oh my goodness. Good. You know, this is where these people were rushing me today. Like way out here. Everybody was just coming to my stand. Just from surveys. Guy, business will go. I told you. This is my season.
Maybe they were intimidated by your suit.
Guy, forget those losers, Jerry. I told you this one is a winner. This is me. This is money. I want to make this family proud of. You guys should buy me mods and something. It's not easy. I'm scaling up, bro. You know that song where this guy sings? Money they call me. Back up. You get used to it.
Leroy, you're going to have to square up and get real. Because some of the bosses are beginning to complain about your ways.
Oh my. Patrick, leave all those people. This is jet age, bro. Everything they fast. Baba, you don't want to even give way for revolutionary ideas. Well, this is what I'm going to do now. This is a great business opportunity. And I'm going to leverage on it too. The next thing I'm doing, I'm employing labor. Straight up. All these guys when they wear suits, all these things when they wear, they go work. This is why they take deceive yourself. All when they wear double breasted, those tuxedos, or employ them, employ classy ladies, put them, put packaging, put branding. Baba, when you see returns, you say you will believe now. It's Leroy Zacks. I'm about to make it happen, man. I'm about to make it big. Probably use this song for this. I'm about to make it big. I'm going to check me in 4 days. I give it to next week. Who would have thought? I would have become a billionaire from just finished surveys.
Leroy! Leroy! Leroy!
Yes, what is it now? You're just shouting. You sound so angry. You're not going to carry your money, go on.
No, you did. Why didn't you return back to the office today? I thought we had an agreement, but then again, you decided to disappoint me as always.
Relax. Something came up.
I'm sure it's one of your half-baked visionary genius moments.
Not that. Something more serious. By the way, I have some ideas I'm fighting.
Papa! My wonderful favorite son.
What's happening?
Always so dramatic.
Leroy, what's happening?
So, I had a blast today and...
No, that.
Huh? What did they do you? Why they point me finger? If you point that finger here, I'd bite it off. Let it happen.
What's she doing here? It's bad enough that I'm taking care of you. Now I have to take care of 2 people.
Hey. Whatever meeting we now want to. But you remember one important thing. Say na big people na mama.
Well, I wish you weren't. How did you guys even meet?
I was doing my rounds, okay? I was doing my rounds, and I saw I was just making trouble.
And you couldn't turn your eye the other way and move on.
What are you saying now, Patrick? Turn my eyes away from her. She's our mom. Besides, she called on to me and some other people that were there who respected me enough. I had to come into the institution and help.
Oh, yeah? So you had to stand in as a surety for a woman who nearly ran us bankrupt?
But she's our mother, isn't she?
She's our mother, eh? You will be in charge of all the responsibility of taking care of her. You would see.
Guys! You still don't know how to make vegetable. Eh? Eh? No fish, no pomo, nothing inside. That's if you're on diet.
I thought you said you don't enjoy our food. What are you doing here?
Okay. It's called abstract art. As the two of them, they pretend say I know their house. Instead they do it, I dey help myself.
Mom, look, you cannot stay here.
Are you now telling me, say, I go go under bridge, go to sleep there? Your mama?
But you came from somewhere. You might as well just go back there.
Okay. See, please don't throw me out, Papa. Say protect you. Even if you're going to throw me out, let me go finish his food, I beg.
I said no! Mom, you're done.
Yes, don't panic yet. In my defense, explain it, said you manifest, regardless if a man is deaf. Since the evil time, there's been at my Adam apple. So I was first in line at shrines and tabernacles. I was only fine when one.
See what's in our course now. Eh? Now don't spoil everything.
I'm missing the woman that you want to help. She won't even send us.
I go send you now. My friend where I go see, I never even see her. Now don't quickly rush, come pay me, come out.
You went that cell. I don't understand you. Are you saying I should have left you there?
Yes, now. The girl na my friend. She dey do her birthday.
So is that why you were fighting?
That will not be real fight now. Na fake one. I just cause small kata. I come the wait. They come carry us, come for there. Na police take me go there now.
Small kata. That almost put you in jail. You know, what kind of behavior is that? Is that even responsible of you?
What the thing where they try explain to now? No, they understand. Person they do birthday. She been 45 years. Eh? Person they prison. I carry myself go inside. Now my friend go come outside, come celebrate her birthday with me. I beg, man, I come up for road.
Come meet person for inside self for birthday. What kind of celebration is that?
Guy, I hope you're not planning to keep her in this house.
Come on. She's our mother.
That's not the answer. The last time she was here, she nearly ate us to death. Now that she's back, what will happen if there's no food in the house?
It's better for us to leave her here. Someone is inside, she's causing problem. Now outside you won't leave her. Telling, passing a wrong message about us, and then our image as a family. You know, it will reflect on us, whichever way you look at it. And besides, you cannot have a billionaire's mother on the street like myself. Is outside there roaming the street and causing havoc. A billionaire like me.
Which billionaire?
And then now we see the happen for this house. Eh? Who come this fridge now?
Ah, you're a wonderful mother. My wonderful mother. I'm already going through a lot taking care of you alone. Now you want to add her to this mix. That would just send me on a vacation or holiday to the psychiatric home now, don't you think?
Patrick, you don't have to be afraid, okay? You know who they are now. I want to cook up something with my visionary genius to make sure that I make things easy for us. That's one of our small.
Like the one we put plaster on that,
Alright, I'll handle it. Small thing.
Good. So you're in charge of her?
Which one be you're in charge? Eh? I don't take charge of myself. Don't me do here. The last time I buy boxer, don't borrow me 500. Or I take run myself. Now I tell me I'm in charge of her. You say make I take charge of her. What's that? You don't reach her mama now, you push her and can't give me. Isn't she your mother?
And what about the payment?
So if I pay 5,000 naira, I will make 500k at the end of the month. Right? Correct. I will send the money right away. An emergency came up.
Cola.
Please call him. My name is Larry.
Please. This watermelon never ripe out. I go manage them. Finished.
This is last giddy, last giddy. Any opportunity where they will jam me see. This is last giddy, last giddy. You fit to ever be a millionaire more. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, change I must to be famous. From America for Lagos, I don't make them all over. But this Lagos, God no go shame. From America for Lagos, I don't make them all over. You go walk guitar, you go to your officer. Now we don't hustle tire, suppose get it up. Show up, you go walk guitar, you go to your officer. Now we don't hustle tire, suppose get it up. This is last giving, last giving. Any opportunity where they will jam and see. This is last giving, last giving.
Nigeria has won, and it has evolved with time, projecting a particular trend at a time, which usually is widely accepted at a time, but only to be rejected after a while. This is called in or out of vogue. While the British parked their believe after our independence, most of the common things we shared with remained. The language, religion, culture, and very interestingly, fashion. Designers of this era targeted the expensive clothes to suit the urban lifestyle. One of such hits for the ladies was the miniskirts and gowns. It was a fashion sensation of the time, designed from really bright colors. For the men, fashion saw an uncommon change. Colors were introduced into the men's fashion. Slim-fitted trousers and print shirts were the order of the day. Lapels took wild dimension, so also did their trousers. The shoes at the time were platform, and of course the stiletto 3 inches heels for the ladies. Mrs. Shade Thomas Fan was the first woman to own a boutique in Nigeria in the 60s, having just returned from overseas studies. She had that time trying to convince Nigerians to wear anything other than European fabric. Most people picked their clothes from catalogs abroad. Mrs. Fan, however, embarked on building an identity for Nigerians by inventing and creating many innovative styles using traditional African fabrics. Her effort started what today is known as the Nigerian fashion industry. By the 1970s, the African fabric was to the fabric shortly acquaint and dye. These were used to create lovely fashion styles of the time. The trending style, especially for Southwest ladies, were the Iro and Buba. These later evolved to our today's Oleku. It was mostly worn by married women or older ladies, while the young girls remained with the gown, though this time it had come down a bit to below the knee. In the South, however, women there wore mostly maxi gowns, while Southeast women tied 2 steps wrapper, usually called the Hollandaise, for ceremonies. The men of the 70s really made their fashion statement with their bongo trouser, block heel shoes, and afro hair. The Festac style was popularized during the Obasanjo's Festac 77. The style represented freedom of the butterfly. In all the while, the men, especially the Yoruba and the Hausa, had their flowing gown known as the Babariga in Hausa and Agbada in Yoruba. In the 80s, the designers created a platform of such flowing gown for the female, and it was popularly called the bubu. This fashion cut across lots of West African countries, including Senegal and Mali. Each signed its signature or identity on the embroidery pattern and the thread. This fashion hung on for a long time. It was usually designed with the Ankara or Adire, but later the lace came in. The craze for high heels and stiletto shoes and sandals was dropped for flatter shoes and slips, especially for the men. Of note was the type of suit or coat used by the suit lovers. They were usually big, double-breasted, with large shoulder pads. Even the ladies used the shoulder pad for their simple blouses and shirts. Fashion of the 80s. Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas party, beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors.
political dynamics in River State as residents react to Governor Simlala Ifubara's defection.
This movement is one that has elicited so much excitement amongst us.
Governor Simlala Ifubara inaugurates Ahoda Omok Dualization Road Project.
We will extend the road to Omok.
Preparations on top gear as NTA hosts children to a Christmas party.
There will be gift packages, there will be fun.
Hi, good evening to you. Thanks for joining NTA Port Harcourt News at 7. I am Dibabai Siedumaweke, and Eunice Moses is a sign language translator. Transmission of the news can also be viewed on our social media platforms currently showing on your screen. Like our page on our platforms to get updates of our news and programs. And do remember that we're 24 hours transmission, so you can connect with us at any time to watch your favorite program. Be a patriotic citizen, as ignorance of the law is not an excuse for breaking it, so obey the law. Welcome to the news. River State Governor Simlala Ifubara says he is open to meaningful engagement with members of the River State House of Assembly that will help meet their demands. Governor Ifubara, who disclosed this at the inauguration of the Ahoda Omok Road Dualization Extension, said the ultimate objective is to ensure peace and development across the state. Kingston Majorcas.
The inauguration of the 25.4 kilometers dualized Ahoda Omok Extension Road Project, awarded in 2023, valued at 48.9 billion naira, puts to an end challenges motorists hitherto encounter using the routes.
The expansion and dualization of this route comes with added advantage in the aspect of visibility at night, given the added value of street light, which makes it convenient to drive along this stretch of road from Ahoda down to Omok.
They've awarded this road about 3 times. No government has satisfied it. The SIM government has done it, and it's a quality in a quality way.
The bridge development, it connects so many villages, so many communities. I think with this road, we are moving freely. In the next 30 minutes, you come from my place to Ahoda without stress.
Governor Fubara described the road intervention as electoral promise kept.
We did make a promise that if you support us, you vote for us, you vote for Mr. President too, because it was not just myself, that we will extend the road to Omok. And we're here today to tell you that that promise made has been fulfilled.
On the perceived misinformation between the legislators and the governor, he shares his willingness to address issues raised via stakeholders' mediation. The governor used the event to welcome his supporters on board the APC to drive the renewed hope agenda across the state. In Port Harcourt, Kingsley Marjorie, NTA News.
The road to 2027 political equation in River State is reshaping following defection of Governor Simlala Ifubara from PDP to APC. Supporters of Governor Ifubara described the move as a critical realignment that will not only unlock more opportunities for increased federal presence, but also define the way forward in the build-up to the next general elections. Again, Mr. Majorcas.
When Governor Fubara announced to his anxiously waiting supporters of his decision to move to the APC in appreciation of the support he received from President Bola Tinubu when the state was engulfed in political turmoil, it was greeted with wild jubilation.
Your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand.
The unison in the echoing of "On your mandate we shall stand" gives a clear picture of the willingness of the governor's supporters to work with him in this new political pathway.
Here we are with one of the supporters of the governor, Honorable Stanley Marshall Owom. Of course, we want to get his perspective on this movement from the PDP to the APC. What this portends for the state.
It showed that River State should always be affiliated with the center, and so this movement is one that has elicited so much excitement amongst us,
amongst us as the people, because we believe that Nigeria is a federation and we must play a key role. River State is very pivotal and instrumental to the development of this country.
For the governor defecting to APC yesterday is long overdue. We have expected this for a very long time, and we the supporters are happy that he made such decision, and we have also followed suit.
On the streets, a number of residents share in the new direction the governor has chosen, emphasizing the prospective gains of aligning with the government at the center.
It's going to drive some development to the state. That is our happiness. For him to work with the presidency.
Whenever a politician makes any choice, it is not in our role to question his choice. But we believe that before the...
How prepared is NTA for the children's Christmas party?
From the clip you saw, we are fully ready. We have put finishing touches on everything we need to do. We're just waiting to receive the children tomorrow. Not just children, adults too. Parents, please come with your children. We're waiting to receive you. Everything is set for the party.
Okay. Time. When are they expected to be here? When is the show expected to start?
10 a.m. The show starts 10 a.m. Come early. For schools who did not meet up with the first 10 schools to register, you still have the opportunity of coming early. We still allow the first 3 schools to register. Sorry, the first 3 schools to arrive tomorrow to have 5 minutes of choice presentation.
Okay. Talking about sale of tickets now, can people still buy the tickets at
Sure.
the gate tomorrow when they come?
Yes. At the gates, we'll have officers standing there, staff standing there to sell tickets. No matter the number of people who want tickets, we have enough.
Okay. So because it's on the D-Day, will it still be the same price or cost
Yes.
at the same cost?
Yes, still the same price. And if you're up to 50, we'll give you a discount.
Okay. Okay, so is there any other information? What are children expecting, and any other thing you want to tell us about tomorrow's party?
Yeah, they should be expecting a lot of fun. They will have so much fun. They will have opportunity to make presentations. They will have games like drinking competition, egg race, and of course when you finish running with your race, you eat your egg. We have so many different games coming up for children, for their parents as well.
Okay, so parents are going to be giving gifts too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, participants.
Okay.
All participants.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts with us on tomorrow's
Thank you very much for having
Christmas
me.
party.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I hope
you.
I see you there tomorrow.
I will, sure will be there. Thank you, ma'am. Ekankar, a spiritual organization, has visited the Nigerian Television Authority Port Harcourt Network Center to discuss a potential partnership for the 2025 African Egg Soul Adventure Seminar themed Spiritual Tools for Mastering Life's Challenges. Ijomo Ogege has the details.
Delegation led by the president, Ekankar Nigeria, Ndoka Wabo, is seeking collaboration on the seminar scheduled to take place from December 11th to 14th, 2025 at the Temple of Ek in Port Harcourt, River State. The seminar, he said, aims to provide participants with spiritual insights and practical tools for personal growth, featuring talks, workshops, and fellowship, with over 15,000 participants expected from across the world.
Want to leverage the greatest reach in terms of television in Africa to let the whole Africa and even beyond, because you have NTA International and you also stream online, so they see you everywhere all over the world. We have arranged our security architecture that will take care of everybody that is coming to the temple. The temple itself is more or less a spiritual city. Keep our eyes on our guests. And if you come into the temple, you register. It is free for those who are not members of the temple.
Amand Mbase Nzomba, Regional Spiritual Aid from Central Africa and Mauritius, who will serve as the guest speaker during the seminar, is optimistic that the seminar will open doors for healing, spiritual awakening, and deeper understanding of life.
Our purpose when we give tools how to really recognize and to be more aware of yourself as child of God So to slowly starting manifesting this God power that is hidden within us. So you get spiritual techniques, tools, and since we share, because God speaks to everybody.
They have solicited partnership with NTA with hopes of publicizing the seminar's reach and impact, promoting spiritual growth and development across region. In Port Harcourt, Ijomu Bueke, NTA News.
Just joining us, this is NTA Port Harcourt Prime News at 7. We have more reports right after the break. Stay with us.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting moments of, oh yes, NTA Port Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of the season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Get fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 30 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
Welcome to Spring Park Hotel, a place where comfort meets true class. Enjoy luxury rooms, fine dining, and a peaceful atmosphere designed just for your relaxation. With active security personnel, 24 hours power supply, and free Wi-Fi, your stay is safe, connected, and always convenient. Whether you're here for business or pleasure, Spring Park Hotel gives you that perfect blend of warmth and sophistication. Spring Park Hotel is located at Plot 8 Anglican Road, Romalogo, behind Royal House of Praise Church, Choba. For reservation, call 0802-942-3128. Follow us on Facebook at Spring Park Hotel or email springparkhotel2017@gmail.com. Spring Park Hotel, a feeling beyond words.
Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and easy to store. It should come alive with so much taste.
Sonia tomato mix in a new standard pouch. When taste calls, answer with purity. Answer with Javan. Javan table water comes in 75 cl, 50 cl, and 35 cl. Perfect sizes for every moment of your day. From bottling to sealing to stocking, every step is handled with care, so you enjoy pure, clean, healthy water in every bottle of Javan table water. Quench your taste with the purest water, perfect for any occasion. Get yourself a bottle of Javan at any store close to you, or find us at Pringles Avenue by Smadon Entertainment along Airport Road, Port Harcourt, River State. For supply, call us today on 0913-783-3941. Distributors wanted nationwide. Javan table water. Drink healthy. Stay healthy.
Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and easy to
Vitamix in a new standard pouch.
Brigadier Officer Commanding 6th Division Nigerian Army and Land Component Commander of Operation Delta Sea, Major General Manuel Erikemeka, has newly promoted senior officers to become exemplary mentors to their subordinates. Speaking at the decoration ceremony held at the Python Officers Mess Port Harcourt Barracks, Major General Emeka reminded the officers that their new ranks place them in a position of strategic authority where their actions and pronouncements reflect the image of the Army. He thanked the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shoaibu, for approving their elevation. In his goodwill messages, senior commanders, including Major General Abubakar Damubelu and Brigadier General Obunna Igwe, urged officers to maintain high standards of conduct, noting that their new responsibilities require maturity, restraint, and greater commitment to the system. Responding on behalf of the beneficiaries, Brigadier General Obinna Ike described the promotion as a call to higher service, pledging unwavering dedication to the values of the Nigerian Army. Still staying with the Army, Python Football Club has emerged winner of the GOC Invitational Football Competition held at 6th Division Nigerian Army. General Officer Commanding 6th Division Nigerian Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka says the competition is to help keep the youth positively engaged. Their playing spirit and skills as spectators watch keenly. General Officer Commanding 6th Division Nigerian Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka, believes that the football match, though a friendly one, will keep the youths alert physically and also as the division's measure to tackle crime.
Just to keep our youth busy, to keep their mind alert. Physical fitness is also there, and when you are physically fit, it also keeps your brain alert and then your mind, and then above all, it keeps you out of trouble.
The match ended in favor of Python FC 4-1 against Uboro FC from Cross River.
He goes forward there. You're the one and make one man and he gets it. Son, so he bring it there. He takes the play. It's a goal.
The winner emerged from the three competing teams based on the number of matches played and goals scored. Trophies and cash prizes were presented to the teams.
With his son, with his son of 200,000 naira.
We thank the Almighty God for the strength and the life. Well, we'll go through pains to become a champion. The champion said a one-day job, continuously, no pain, no gain. That is our motto.
And on that note, to wrap up NTA Port News at 7. But just before we go, a quick reminder that you can watch our news streaming live on our social media handles currently showing on your screen. Like our page on Facebook to get updates of our news and programs. You can also watch all our news at NTA Port on Star Times channel 103. Thank you for watching. Good night.
My people, all roads, it don't lead to go NTA Port Harcourt Gardens on Friday, the 26th of December. This month, birthday balls, you go join body with Christmas Carnival because it's a season of merriment and pure enjoyment. Papa, mama, picking friends and loved ones. Oh yeah, make on a come for the Christmas, you go day ground. Enjoy the life, you go day around. Plus, we go get a special shout out session. Come here, your people live. Now, jolly full everywhere. Friday, the 26th of December. The time now 12 noon. The venue now NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Ticket adult now 2,000 naira. Children now 1,000 naira. We still dey invite vendors or make on a come. Even partners on a to follow. For clearance, so you make on a call this number 080-370-69516, 080-330-91338 or 070-320-49337. NTA Port Harcourt Christmas birthday balls. E go shine well you. Wa make on a no miss am at all.
The family of Honorable Gabriel Nathaniel Wine, JP, of Bene Wine family, Providence Villa, Bara Compound, Power Town in Kenkana district of Kana, local government area, River State, with a deep sense of sorrow but in total submission to the will of the Almighty God, announced the sad passing of their son, husband, father, brother, nephew, and uncle, late Professor Barisuan Fortune, whose sad event occurred on Thursday, 30th October 2025 at the age of 60 days. Our arrangements, Wednesday, 10th December 2025, 11 a.m., special convocation ceremony for the deceased at the Convocation Arena, University of Port Harcourt. 12 p.m., service of songs at the Convocation Arena, University of Port Harcourt. Saturday, 13th December 2025, 6 a.m., body leaves Ashes to Ashes Mortuary, Port Harcourt, in a convoy to his hometown, Wawa. 8 a.m., body arrives his father's compound for a brief stopover. 8:45 a.m., body arrives his private residence on Lining State for 1 hour. Body leaves his private residence for the Methodist Church Nigeria, Power, for a funeral service. 10 a.m., funeral service at the Methodist Church Nigeria, Diocese of Conopine Circuit, Power, local church. Interment follows after the funeral service at his compound. He is survived by wife, children, father, brothers, sisters, and a host of relations. Signed, Lenegare, Lemwai, Wine, Chief Mourner.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of past. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the same joy to the world to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful, and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18081. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors:
Stadium Road, Elekaya, Port Harcourt, River State. Date 19 to 21st December 2025. Time 4 p.m. daily. Ministry: Dulcin Oyeko, Steve Crown, Travis Green, GUC, Wisdom K, Chinyere Udoma, Ada Ehi, Reverend Atenega, E-Ben, Joe Praise, Afi Douglas, Deborah, Prince Emmanuel, African Joy. Also ministering Pastor Dr. Paul and Dr. Mrs. Becky Paul Enenche, Reverend Professor Mosi Maduba, Apostle Zili Agre, Reverend Dr. Minebi Dagogo Jack, Pastor Hilary Ulumanze, Reverend Chris Ugo, Pastor George Izuma, and Reverend Larry Olushe. Access is free. 1 million man worship. Jesus is in our city.
Hey, beautiful people! Welcome to Nollywood Extra, your ultimate front row seat to all things movies and its stars. But first, here are the highlights. Veteran actor Lere Paimo is alive, ANTP states. Taye Arimoro reacts to AGN suspension. Mercy Aibe buries her mother with a grand ceremony. Yvonne Jagade celebrates 20 years in Nollywood. All these and more on today's episode of Nollywood Extra.
All my fans out there, I love you so much. You guys know already. I'm wishing you a beautiful Christmas ahead. And I know that we'll all get to see New Year by God's grace. I love you all.
nígbà tí a jí láàárọ̀ yìí a jí sórí ìròyìn kan tí àwọn ọ̀tá àlọ́síwájú tí wọ́n ń gbé káàkiri pé bàbá lérè pàìmọ́ pé wọ́n jáde láyé.
The Association of Nigerian Theatre Arts Practitioners has debunked reports claiming that veteran Yoruba actor and cultural icon Olalere Oshupaimo is dead. In an official statement signed by Adejowo Oluwafemi, the National Public Relations Officer, and released on Saturday, ANTP confirmed that the actor, popularly known as Babaeda Onile Ola, is alive and in good health. The statement read, "We would like to inform the public that reports circulating on Facebook about the passing of Chief Olalere Oshupaimo, MFR, are false. We have confirmed with Baba Eda Onileola's wife that he is alive and in good health. Please disregard these false reports and be aware that unscrupulous individuals are spreading them." ANTP urged the public to verify information before sharing unconfirmed reports, warning against the spread of misinformation. "We urge everyone to verify information before sharing to avoid spreading misinformation," the statement said.
Oríire náà wọ́n jẹ́ ti ní òun nítorí alẹ́. Èmi Bàhámọ́ra lẹ́yìn ọmọ ọ̀tún Pàìmọ́ MFR ọ̀gá orílẹ̀-èdè. Mo wà láyé wà láàyè o. Àwọn oníṣẹ́ ibi tó ń gbé ìròyìn ìgbékúgbé láti òru òní. Àwọn ò ní ṣépè fún wọn. Ẹ̀gbọ́n Ẹlẹ́dàá mi yóò máa ṣèdájọ́ fún wọn. Àlàáfíà ni mo wà.
You were such a coward. Why'd you leave, huh? And now your son too. What, Mama?
Actor Taye Arimoro has reacted to his indefinite suspension by the industry's top guilds, labeling their statement as inaccurate and vowing to contest the ruling legally. The controversy surrounds an alleged physical assault on the set of Pieces of Love involving producer Peggy Ovire. Arimoro claimed he was attacked after trying to leave the set when his scheduled call time elapsed. He alleged that Ovire blocked his vehicle, leading to detention and assault by her team. Arimoro is demanding 100 million naira compensation from Ovire, dismissing her account as grossly misleading. Ovire Nigeria, however, stated that Arimoro was the aggressor. Following the investigation, the joint body of the Directors Guild of Nigeria (DGN), Actors Guild of Nigeria (AGN), and the Association of Movie Producers (AMP mandated Arimoro to issue a public apology to Ovire and the director, release a corrective video stating the actual sequence of events, and complete the remaining scenes under supervised conditions. Arimoro assures that his legal team is addressing the claims, promising a comprehensive response. To be honest, the statement given doesn't capture the facts of the matter in any way, shape, or form. My management and legal team are aware of this, and I will provide a comprehensive response tomorrow. My legal team is also proceeding with the necessary action to address these unfounded claims, he wrote.
Would you look at that now, Mama? He did now.
When Nollywood star Mercy Aigbe announced the passing of her mother, Grace Abisola Owodunni, the outpouring of sympathy was immediate and overwhelming, but nothing prepared fans and colleagues for the sheer scale, glamour, and emotional depth of the burial event that followed in Lagos.
My mom is a beautiful soul. I said this because she lives through us.
A farewell that blended sorrow with lavish celebration, grief with gratitude, and tradition with star-studded spectacle. The ceremonies began with a deeply moving service of songs, but by the next day, the tone shifted from mourning to celebration. A full celebration of life, a party designed to honor a matriarch. Lagos all but stood still as guests trooped in, each arrival more glamorous than the last. The guest list read like a roll call of Nollywood royalty and Lagos social elites. Iyabo Ojo, Tony Abraham, Odunlade Odekola, Eniola Badmus, Nkechi Blessing, and many more showed up in full force.
Many people, many people, many people, many people, many people, many people say, and I love you small fish.
The presence of dignitaries like Olori Ashley, wife of the Ooni of Ife, and former lawmaker Abike Dabiri added even more prestige to the day. One of the most talked about moments came when Iyabo Ojo caused the front step by distributing JP branded bags of rice as souvenirs, a gesture that quickly went viral for its humor, charm, and over-the-top generosity. It captured the mood of the event perfectly, celebratory, communal, and unforgettable. For Mercy, the days after the burial came with a wave of gratitude. She penned an emotional message thanking everyone who stood by her family, sharing tender photos with her children and describing how their presence strengthened her through the pain. She called her mother her quiet light and gentle guide, ending with a heartfelt farewell. Fly high with the angels, Uyenogu.
Hello people, so today I'm celebrating 20 years in Nollywood. So I've been in the movie industry for 20 years.
Nollywood actress Yvonne Jegede will roll out drums to celebrate 20 years in the movie industry. The popular actress is full of gratitude, looking back at a remarkable milestone. The emotions I feel when I reflect is just fulfillment, gratitude, and love. Some of the people that got into the industry the same time with me are no longer here. So I'm grateful for the grace that has brought me this far and kept me relevant, she revealed in an interview.
Everything has just been going so well. Say a very big thank you to my PR, Victoria Nkong, and I want to say a big thank you as well to my other manager, Big Sam.
Her biggest evolution, she said, has been the fact that she now knows that she has the ability to shut up. There are so many layers to me, and with each layer I get better. The anniversary, though worth celebrating, feels like a rebirth for the actress. It's really a rebirth because the last 20 years seem to have been a period of self-discovery, especially because I started quite early. 20 years later, I have discovered a lot of potentials that I am yet to explore, and I am now ready to show that part of me to the world. Every regret comes with new vision and renewed gusto, she gushed. In celebrating the milestone, Jegede will launch two major brands, her foundation and her investment company. My mission is to ensure that actors and creatives in general learn to invest in their future. We need to stop the trend of celebrities living in fame and dying in poverty, or calling for public help whenever they have health needs or when life throws them the slightest curveball. She continued, a big part of what I do is related to the 18 children that I have adopted, and I have been responsible for their education for a long time now. It was important to respect their privacy and just watch them blossom. I am so proud of them, and I get emotional when they call me mommy. I also support single parents, and I have been supporting other causes. I think it is now time to put some structure around it so that I can reach out to more children and make bigger impact with the help of a team and partners, instead of doing it all by myself. Our vision is to help 5,000 children get education in the next 5 years, empower 100 single parents with businesses within the next 2 years. I am also embarking on sensitizing local communities about sickle cell anemia. Star of the Week. Born in Benin City and raised between performance and quiet ambition, Omoni Oboli first trod the boards as a child and made her on-screen debut in the 1990s.
Please wait. Sir, did you say I'm not scheduled to be deported today? Can you check again, please?
After early roles in titles like Bitter Encounter and Shame, she stepped away to finish school, then returned determined not to be boxed in as just an actress.
I don't do little boy.
What makes Omoni compelling is how she turned obstacles into tools. Armed with a degree from the University of Benin and a stint at the New York Film Academy to sharpen her technical skills, she refused to wait for parts that suited her voice. Instead, she began writing scripts, producing, and eventually directing.
Yeah.
It is time. Let's go and make fun. Yes.
A rare Nollywood performer who builds the roles she wants from the ground up. Her acting resume is full of touchstone performances. She earned international notice for Anchor Baby, a role that brought her Best Actress awards at festivals in Harlem and Los Angeles, a sign that her craft resonated well beyond Lagos.
This one not be like the last time, oh. Don't bring us also. We not gonna hear a beg, oh.
She also featured in landmark Nigerian films such as The Figurine, which anchored her as a dependable dramatic lead. Those early acclaimed performances gave her the credibility to push into production and direction. But Omoni's directing and producing work is where she's forged a signature. Rather than small steps, she leaped into crowd-pleasing, idea-driven films. Being Mrs. Elliot and Wives on Strike put her name on box office-friendly social comedies.
You get one motor we're supposed to come from a lorry, don't come. No, we never reach. But then they talk to my pikin just now, and I said they don't near.
This is around 7 days, 5 million naira.
Moms at War in 2018 proved that she could blend humor and heart while managing a large cast behind the camera. And Love is War in 2019 signaled a deliberate push toward more ambitious storytelling with political and social stakes. Her films tend to wear her fingerprints, smart, female-centered stories that balance commercial appeal with a conscience. Her career hasn't been without bumps. Okafor's Law hit a public legal snag over screenplay's authorship before it was eventually released. A reminder that success in Nollywood often comes with many messy debates about credit and ownership. Omoni navigated that controversy publicly and continued to produce and star in projects, which underscored her resilience and business instincts. Two things set Omoni apart from many peers. First, authorship. She writes and shapes stories that give women complexity and agency, not an accidental byproduct but an intention. Second, craft. Discipline. Her NYFA training in digital editing and her hands-on production experience means she speaks every language on set. actor, writer, director, producer, and she uses that fluency to protect the film's vision from development to release. Today, Omoni sits comfortably in a hybrid role few in Nollywood can claim. A box office name who can also run a set and shepherd a script. She continues to experiment, sequels, socially aware comedies, and projects with bigger production values, and she speaks regularly about the responsibility to build Nollywood rather than wait for rescue. That ethos, coupled with a track record of festival awards and popular hits, makes her a natural pick for Star of the Week.
Do you want to tell me where you got him from? Or do I get a DNA test done? Not one person in my lineage is obese.
You see, I can actually have my lawyer to give you everything that is left.
You seem very exhausted.
Special feature. Nollywood didn't just show up in 2025. It exploded into the year with stories that had everyone rushing to the cinema. From cultural blockbusters carrying the weight of tradition to romantic comedies dripping with Lagos sparkle, to thrillers that reminded us just how wild Nigerian storytelling can get. 2025 quickly became the year the industry flexed its evolution with zero apologies. It was a year of wins, bold risks, breakout stars, billionaire bars, and films that had Nigerians debating, laughing, crying, clapping, and sometimes shouting at the screen. In short, a cinematic feast. So, if you missed any of the magic, don't worry. Here's a thrilling rundown of the biggest Nollywood movie releases of 2025. The films that defined the year and proved once again that Nollywood is unstoppable. At number 1, Ori the Rebirth. This spiritual epic remake of the classic became 2025's roaring champion, a Yoruba language film with rich folklore, intense drama, and traditional vibes that resonated widely. Its box office return surged past the 400 million naira mark, proving heritage-rooted stories still hold a massive draw.
Ẹ máa ní láti fún mi ní cogent reason tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe òkú bí sá.
At number 2, Real Love.
All you have to do is take a girl out, show her a really good time of her life.
Released on Valentine's Day, this rom drama struck a chord with younger audiences looking for modern love stories. It rode high on social media chatter, youthful energy, and relatable relationships, enough to make it one of the top grossing films of the year.
Clearly a mad person. Just forget about it.
At number 3, Labake Olododo.
Ká má parọ́, mo rẹwà nínú aṣọ yìí. Ibo ti rí. Ìkan nínú àwọn olùkọ́ iléèwé ló fi ta mí lọ́rẹ.
An epic rooted in Yoruba culture, this female-led drama stood out for its bold storytelling, strong performances, and cultural gravity. Released in March 2025, it proved there is a huge appetite for well-crafted traditional dramas and rewarded producers with a robust box office performance.
Wọ́n kó wa lọ́jà, inú fún ẹ̀dọ̀ fún la fi ń lò.
Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, ẹ ó yọ̀ǹda èmi àtàwọn ọmọ ogun mi.
Ẹ̀ẹ̀kan ni ọmọ Akínkù.
At number 4, Owambe Thieves.
Ó fi ilẹ̀ ọ̀lẹ́rù mi rùn. Kí ni ọmọ yìí mo ṣe fún yín?
When crime, comedy, and party culture mix right, you get Owambe Thieves, a film that brought laughs, mischief, and fun to cinemas in 2025. With a strong ensemble and comedic energy, it exemplified how Nollywood still succeeds by blending familiar themes with a fresh, modern twist.
Let me come back. And you are still here.
What is this?
Jump.
At number 5, Red Circle. A crime thriller that delivered tension, suspense, and a sharp narrative. Released mid-year, it reminded audiences that Nollywood's genre range isn't limited to comedy or romance. There's space and appetite for gritty, serious storytelling too.
Were to see something new, different from what we've been seeing, because Odunlade Adekola has been, producing quite a number of epic movie of such. And for this Olori Ogun, I want to believe this is different. From the title, it means the warrior in the front can be seen at the back. So we expect to see action, drama, comedy. He's a comedy guy.
I'm expecting to see a lot of traditional play. I'm expecting to see amazing acting. I'm expecting to see good camera angles. But most importantly, I'm expecting a very good story that Odunlade is known for.
And I cannot be more prouder, He's doing his best, and he's my first Odunlade correct guy. So yeah, I'm so proud of him.
I'm expecting the best. Odunlade, when you look back to what he has produced before, there's no movie that he has produced that you will not want to see again. So I expect the best. I expect something greater than what we have seen of him. So, the best.
I'm expecting all the actions, all the lessons, all the, everything this movie has to tell us. I'm expecting it. Beautiful movie, good storyline, and of course, very perfect casting. And I trust for that to give us the best.
Because I'm ready to learn to be blessed by this movie. As Odunlade has never done a movie without knowledge, without morals, without being blessing to people.
Olori Ogun, this film is a banger, a banger. Movie tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin gan tó bá movie yẹn bóyá jáde tí wọ́n pé àwa ń wò lálẹ́ yìí báyìí tẹ́ bá jáde ó máa sit inside sórí table yìí ni trust me 100 ni.
Our tradition is very beautiful. They celebrate it more than we celebrate it here in Nigeria. If you go to outside country, that's why you see some of the like of Ashake singing in Yoruba, and they are really celebrating. All this, they know the lyrics, the Yoruba lyrics back to back. But if you come here now, they're performing their accents that they don't even know how to speak. But Yoruba Ijile, that's what's up.
Me expect pé padà máa fún mi ní character yẹn. Mi èmi rò pé báyọ̀ wọ́n wá ẹni báyọ̀ mú mi ṣeré ni. Gbogbo àti mo dé location yẹn ni mo tó mọ̀ pé wọ́n wí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n yìí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo ń fásitì mo fi ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Odunlade Adekola. Wọn ò ní ṣubú pẹ̀lú ògùn Ọlọ́run òkè láwọ̀ ojú òkè láwọ̀ òkè báyìí lẹ́mu wọ́n mọ̀ ọ́n sí pẹ̀lú ògùn Ọlọ́run.
Well, because I'm one of the cast and I know how mighty the story is, I know how big the story is, I'm not expecting something less. Yes, we were there together when they were filming, but I want to see the end result. And I know that the end result is going to be something very amazing, something
something so big. Very, very challenging, but I don't have any choice because our actors, our legends, mo bá ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ẹ̀. I was so happy. It was awesome.
I feel happy because I know that there are some people outside Nigeria who they find it so hard to experience the culture. So by watching our movie, they can get more closer to the culture, to their heritage.
No, I love the fact that Yoruba industry is really helping with the projection of the Yoruba heritage. And trust me, our producers are doing excellently well. I mean, I can't be mentioning names, but you know what I'm talking about. So it's a good one.
Yeah, this is what we've been talking about. If we don't tell our story by ourselves, who will? No one else can tell our story better than us. And that is exactly what we are seeing that is playing by a whole lot of producers embracing, telling our story the way it should be.
I feel excited because this is something we've all longed for. You understand? Yoruba has beautiful stories, and our stories are deep. And thank God now we can tell it exactly the way we want. So yes, I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, it's the best thing that will happen to this industry. I mean, what kind of crime do you want to commit that Yoruba has not done before? But when you now dwell into something that has to do with our culture and tradition, we appreciate that. So we are doing well. For as long as we're doing something that has to do with our culture and tradition, then we are doing well. I like it. I even feel happy that it's happening in my town.
I was saying earlier today that this is the future of Nollywood. You know, we can't tell our story like they tell their story, but technically we have really, really advanced. And using that technicals to tell our own story is the peak of it. And I'm so proud of us.
We are used to being together, working together, so it was fun on the set. The most beautiful thing on the set is that it was during Ramadan, and of course, most of us had to break our fast together. Even the Christians that are not fasting join us in eating together. That is to show the love and unity amongst us.
In this movie, like guys, if you see Odunlade Adekola in this movie, I'm not sure you've seen him in this kind of role. Like it was so amazing. Power Tony, like he killed it. He killed it.
Hi, my name is Eka Sala. One alasho lulu wala pata lulu beki ni oloni ju. Nani rude so aloga gugu ojo e ma ro.
Okay, guys, that's where we wrap up on this week's episode of Nollywood Extra. It's always a pleasure doing this with you. Till next week, bye for now.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with family and friends. We have fun-filled, colorful and captivating activities like spoken words, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025 Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of tours. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors.
To Hotel de Marpats, well laid out environment, peaceful and comfortable, home away from home. At Hotel de Marpats, we cherish our customer satisfaction and keenly ensure they get it. Our rooms are well furnished with beautiful interiors, warm and comfortable, giving you a respite from the day's stress. Hotel de Marpats boasts of a state-of-the-art wine bar with choice wines and assorted drinks. We have
24 hours power supply
and uninterrupted internet connectivity.
Can you ask for more? Hotel de Marpart is located at number 4 Apara Link Road off East West Road opposite Apara Secondary School, Mbolu Rumigbo, Port Harcourt. Hotel de Marpart Annex is also at number 9 Apara Link Road off East West Road opposite Apara Secondary School, Mbolu. Telephone numbers
0803 586 3836
0703 322 0552.
Hotel de Marpats. Choice heaven.
Sonia tomato mix in a new standard pouch.
Guest? Oh no, and the bathroom smells like this?
Fancy hand wash? Come to the front. Sponge older than Uncle George. Please hide behind. Last year's face wash. Time to cover your face.
You can hide all that junk, sure. But how will you hide the smell anymore?
Godrej Air Pocket? Wow!
With PowerGel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrej Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell, hello sweet fragrance.
Electricity powers our world, but safety and quality power the future. At the Nigerian Electricity Management Service Agency, NEMSA, systems to ensure they meet national and international standards. We certify electricity meters and equipment for accuracy and reliability, ensuring fair billing and efficiency. We enforce technical regulations, technical standards, and monitor compliance to prevent electrical hazards and system failures. From power generation to distribution, we regulate technical standards to keep the grid stable and efficient. NEMSA, ensuring safe, stable, and sustainable electricity for all Nigerians. NEMSA, powering safety, ensuring quality.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Straightener. It infused with nourishing oils and conditioning protein so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Straightener.
Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and easy to stir. Dishes come alive with so much taste.
Sonia tomato mix in a new standard pouch.
Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. The city is moving. New voices, heavy drip, all heart. From the streets to the stage, this is the next Afrobeat star.
What are we here for? Let's Afrobeat star. Let's get
And the talents from all over showed up to own the room. But they're not alone.
Spiritual.
All chasing the slots to face the judges. Buffy T, SARS, Andrew Vibes, E-Pride. Catch next Afrobeat star.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us on another episode of Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria. I am your guide, Gabriel Ojile. This week we will visit one of the mandate crops of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, sorghum. Sorghum is one crop that has high economic value, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is not relenting in enhancing its production and ensuring the value chain development. In this episode of the program, we are evaluating sorghum production in Nigeria, the economic importance, and the policy direction of government, as well as the effort of researchers in the development of the crop. However, before we dive into all that, we have news from the diary of the ministry to keep the latest developments in the Nigeria's agricultural sector. Keep watching.
All what we did here is mechanized. It's back to land, back to agriculture.
I can supply the milk factories for milk.
That's the new norm for employment and for wealth creation. Get your piece of the action.
Before farming, we will spread the manure.
There to take on agribusiness.
They have been working in town making sure they give us new breeds.
Seize the opportunity you have been waiting for. Watch Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria.
We'll begin the program with a news segment. In our lineup, National Association of Agric Students honor Agric Minister for inspiring youth in agriculture. Also, Agric Minister of State calls for sustainable soil management. Stay tuned for details after this break. The National Association of Agricultural Students, NAS, has honored the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Harcourt, with a Hall of Fame award in recognition of his visionary leadership, dedication, transformative contribution to agriculture and national development. This award was presented to him at the University of Abuja during the first national annual conference of the association.
I want to leave you with a challenge today.
Speaking of the occasion, the minister assured the students that the federal government is making agriculture attractive to youth through mechanization. He challenged the students to bring in ideas to transform the food system in Nigeria by turning waste to wealth, thereby reducing the cost of production and enhancing productivity.
I want to leave you with a challenge today. These are questions that require collaboration and bold thinking. I want you to take them seriously, debate them amongst yourselves, and treat them as part of your personal responsibility to the nation. Question 1. If Nigeria must feed 400 million people sustainably by the year 2050. What single innovation can you design or champion that will remove our biggest bottleneck today? Question 2. I hope you are taking the questions. How can technology enable smallholder farmers to earn at least 5 times more without increasing their cost of production? Question 3. What one agricultural value chain can your university dominate nationally or regionally, and what will it take for students to lead that transformation? I look forward to receiving your responses to these pending questions through the NAAS National, and I assure you that I will read all of them. Your answers will help guide ongoing conversations and decisions in the agricultural sector. We want to hear from you. We want to see how you think, and we want you to know that your voice matters.
Speaking on behalf of the students during the occasion, the president of the National Association of Agricultural Students, Abdulaziz Bashar, appreciated the minister and others for inspiring agricultural students through their visionary leadership, supporting the agricultural sector and youth inclusivity. The students requested for more support for agricultural students across Nigerian universities in the area of mechanization to cultivate at least 5 hectares of land within the university's land.
The future of agriculture is already in our hands. Together we will rise the great banner of NAS and prove that youth-driving agriculture can transform Nigeria. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honorable Minister, sir, we would like to replicate this our project in each of our institutions. We have substantially said we are having 75 chapters, including the newly ones that have not registered but followed this invitation, which are 80 chapters. At least 5 hectares farming into this dry season farming that will use in encouraging them for practical activities, not only classroom. We will be very, very grateful if your honorable office can look into that.
Other highlights of the occasion include the minister's visit to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja, as well as the Faculty of Agriculture Learning Site, where students are practically taught on research into seed production, among other innovations in the agricultural sector. Food and Agriculture Organization FAO of the United Nations has presented a brief to the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security and other stakeholders on the effort of FAO in supporting Nigeria to analyze agricultural data to help investors with the knowledge of investment opportunities in Nigeria's agricultural sector. Speaking during the meeting with the minister in Abuja, the team leader of the delegation from FAO, Tomaso Alisevich, stated that the organization has been working with private sectors and financial institutions to generate reliable data and access to finance, and will therefore need the support of the stakeholders in the ministry in providing some useful information for investors.
What we also understand that there are a number of challenges that we understand, but we're really looking forward to understand how the different perspectives that are in this room under the guidance of His Excellency the Minister can help us in directing our analysis, especially including, let's say maybe not especially, but maybe including with contacting certain institutions or entities. Just to name some, we are in contact with a number of financial institutions, including non-bank financial institutions, that are facilitating the access to working capital or the access to inputs for farmers. We know that this is a great bottleneck for farmers to increase their productivity, their production capacity. We are in contact with some of the agribusiness, but so national agribusinesses in the country. We're in contact with some of the funding agencies, with international financial institutions.
In his response, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, appreciated the Food and Agriculture Organization for opening the investment office of FAO in Lagos and pledged a cordial working relationship between the Nigerian government and FAO in order to strengthen agriculture in the country.
As government, we stand fully ready to support whatever next steps that you intend to, bring so that we work together. But however, I would want us to, expose this meeting to our various partners or directors so that we could and also maybe hopefully speak with, let's say, from the private sector on the need and how we can partner, so that you can see what we're talking about.
The Minister of State, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Sabi Abdullahi, has called on farmers, researchers, development partners, and soil scientists and other stakeholders in the agricultural sector to engage in sustainable soil management practices to prevent soil degradation. The minister stated this at the 2025 World Soil Day celebration held in Abuja. The Minister of State said that the soil constitutes the backbone of the agricultural sector, but it is confronted with challenges of climate change such as degradation, erosion, and pollution, and that 33% of Nigeria's soil is degraded. The minister added that the World Soil Day provides opportunity to educate farmers and strengthen partnership and collaboration to prevent soil degradation.
This event represents a significant opportunity to raise awareness and advocate for sustainable soil management practices, including crop rotation, agroforestry, conservation agriculture, reduced tillage, organic amendments, integrated nutrient management, and of course, controlled environment agriculture. Observing World Soil Day will enable us to educate the public, especially our esteemed farmers, about soil conservation and its advantages, promote sustainable agricultural practices, and support our ministry's initiative on soil health, the Nigerian Farmers Soil Health Scheme.
Also, the Vice President of the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, General Baolumuyiwa James, on behalf of the Institute, we assured stakeholders of the commitment of soil science professionals in supporting soil management and capacity building for soil scientists in Nigeria.
As the statutory professional body responsible for guiding soil science practice in Nigeria, the Nigeria Institute of Soil Science reaffirmed its commitment to promoting responsible soil management in both rural and urban environments. We will continue to champion evidence-based soil information system through Nigerian Soil Information System, quality soil testing and nutrient management to support garden, green parks, urban area, vegetation restoration and agriculture. Regulation of soil and fertilizer practices through enforcement of Soil Science Profession Act and National Fertilizer Quality Control Framework. And we will continue to build capacity of soil scientists, extension agents, young professionals, and planners on climate-smart and regenerative land use approaches.
Airlines addressed the representative of Soil Value, an organization that organized the event in Traore. We assured stakeholders of the commitment of Soil Value to improving Nigerian soil and call for more hands to build a sustainable soil system.
No single institutions can solve these challenges alone. We need scientists to innovate, policymakers to prioritize soil health, private sector actors to invest in sustainable technologies, particularly fertilizer that improves soil nutrients but not spoiling soil nutrition. Farmers to adopt improved practices, and our youth to see soil science and agribusiness as a frontier of opportunity. We especially recognize the vital role of women that continue to play in nurturing and managing our land resources. As we begin today's activities, I invite all of you to renew our commitment to action.
You are watching Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria. The federal government needs to use agriculture to diversify the economy, focusing on some crops to drive the agenda. One of these crops is sorghum. What is the level of production in Nigeria? How are technology and policies driving the production of this crop in Nigeria? What can be done differently to boost the production of this crop to meet local and export demands? Answers to these and more questions will be our focus in our management of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Keep watching.
Sorghum, also known as guinea corn or broomcorn, is a flowering plant in the grass family. Some species are grown as cereals for human consumption and pastures for animals. It is cultivated in warm climates worldwide. Sorghum was domesticated from its wild ancestor more than 5,000 years ago in the location that is today called Sudan. Sorghum is a grain that provides protein, carbohydrates, and fiber, but low in sodium and fat. Sorghum is used for beverages, bread, animal feed, natural and cost-effective fuel source. Sorghum can also be cooked as grain like rice, mill it into flour, or pop like popcorn.
The crop is used in the industries for the production of many food items. We have biscuit, we have beverages, okay? We have beverages, we have confectionaries, where this particular crop is being utilized.
Available research has shown that the world's total annual production of sorghum in 2022 stood at 66.2 million metric tons. Nigeria 11% of the world's sorghum production, followed by the United States, which accounts for 10%. In the light of this, Nigeria produced 6.7 million metric tons of sorghum in 2022, while the United States produced 6.6 million metric tons, Sudan 5.5 million metric tons, Mexico 5.3 million metric tons, Ethiopia 5 million metric tons, India 4.9 million metric tons, and other countries produced 31.2 million metric tons.
For now, we have the production level of 6.7 million metric tons, moving away from what it was from 4.5 million metric tons. And it is emphasized that with other factors put in place, it will help in the country meeting its national demand, demand of about 9.3 million metric tons.
Sorghum does well in the savanna belt of Nigeria. It is mainly grown in the northern states of Nigeria. Some of the sorghum producing states in Nigeria include Gombe, Bauchi, Yobe, Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Adamawa, Kaduna, Jigawa, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, Katsina, Niger, Taraba, Sokoto, Zamfara, among others. In spite of the fact that sorghum does well in those states, it is not without challenges. The challenges of sorghum production in Nigeria include fall armyworm infestation in the northeastern states, low yield per hectare, poor method of harvesting, high cost of inputs such as fertilizer, seeds and pesticides, funding, low level of mechanization, limited access to markets, insecurity, among other challenges. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and other stakeholders are not unaware of these challenges, and they have made some giant strides to tackle these challenges through collaboration with research institutes, Extension Service. In tackling the fall armyworm infestation in the northeastern states of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has come to the aid of sorghum farmers through the provision of insecticide, among others, as temporal measures. A committee was also set up by the ministry to conduct a survey of the farms affected by the fall armyworm and to make recommendations of how the government could intervene further through research that will bring a lasting solution.
We that when it is done, support should be given to the farmers affected through giving them improved sorghum certified seeds.
The Institute for Agricultural Research has also made some significant efforts in developing about 46 different varieties of sorghum that are high-yielding, adaptable to climate change, and to pests and diseases. To popularize the research breakthroughs and increase production, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has input distribution program that supports sorghum farmers with the improved seed developed by the Research Institute, which are high-yielding, among other features. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has sorghum as priority crop in the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, and it is aimed at deploying new technologies and innovations to support farmers in the states, comparative advantage in the production of the crop. The ministry also encourages youth to go into agriculture as well as improve the livelihood of farmers generally.
Like in the case of the NATIC, which is National Agriculture Technology and Innovative Plan. It is mainly to help in promoting the production of most crops. Yes, so as we can now get self-sufficiency in the crop production, specifically our own value chain.
All what we do there is mechanized.
It's back to land, back to agriculture.
I can supply the milk factories for milk.
That's the new norm for employment and for wealth creation. Get your piece of the action.
Before farming, we will spread the manure.
There to take on agribusiness.
They have been working in terms of making sure they give us new breeds.
Seize the opportunity you have been waiting for. Watch Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria.
The program is Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria, and we have been discussing the prospects and challenges of sorghum production and value chain development in Nigeria. In our next segment, we shall focus on the partnership that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is having with other stakeholders to mechanize production and other aspects of the value chain of a crop. Keep watching.
For Nigeria to attain self-sufficiency in food production and the development of the value chain in particular, there is need to change the narrative from manual labor of using hoes and cutlasses to the use of tractors and other machineries. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has launched Renewed Hope Mechanization Program, among others, to make tractor accessible by the smallholder farmers. To tackle the issue of mechanization and post-harvest losses, as well as improve the method of harvesting sorghum, the Institute for Agricultural Research, Zaria, has also developed multi-purpose thresher machines.
In the area of mechanization, we have developed a number of labor-saving technologies. One of the major problems of farming, or yes, let me say farming, not agriculture in general, is the labor intensiveness. Today, unlike our parents and our grandparents of today, may not necessarily have that strength to be using hoe and cutlasses. Of course, why should they use hoe and cutlasses when in other parts of the world there are many labor-saving technologies that have been developed? So for us also in the Institute, we have developed a number of labor-saving technologies, especially in the post-harvest. In the post-harvest, we have a number of threshers. These threshers, be it for cowpea, be it for groundnut, be it for maize, be it for sorghum.
In the area of value addition, the Institute for Agricultural Research, Zaria, has also developed different products from sorghum, which industrialists can take to popularize them for food security and improved livelihoods.
Let me just use the one that we have done recently. We produce flakes of different flavors. You have the salted, you have the sugar, you also have the one that you didn't add anything to it. Then these are new products that were developed. Again, also at the Institute, through that program, we have succeeded in coming up with composite flowers.
The ministry is also supporting farmers with post-harvest and value addition equipment. The effort of the Research Institute and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture can only be felt when farmers adopt the new varieties and good agronomic practices. Hence, farmers have roles to play. To ensure that farmers take advantage of the effort of the Research Institute, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is also commodity associations, and farmers are also advised to join associations to get government support.
Nigeria is highly blessed with arable land and other resources to attain food security. While the government intensifies efforts to support the value chain of agriculture towards attaining self-sufficient production, it is imperative for citizens to take advantage of the potentials in the agricultural sector to actualize the goal of food security and improved livelihood. This is the much we can take on tonight's episode. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another interesting time on transforming agriculture in Nigeria. I am Gabriel Ojile. Do have a pleasant night rest.
Do you want your school to be known for your achievements or activities?
The Rivers State government is set to commission the Egbeda Omerelu Link Road, reconstructed by His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, GSSRS, Governor of Rivers State. Time 11 a.m. prompt. Venue Egbeda Emoha Link Road, Egbeda Emoha Local Government Area. Date Thursday 11 December 2025. This is signed by Dr. Benibo Frederick Anabraba, Secretary to the State Government.
Let's come together in times of disaster, not to take, but to give. Our focus should be on helping the victims and reporting the incident. Choose empathy. Be the light in darkness.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to the Power Circuit, a program of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN. This is where we bring you the latest updates, milestones and scorecards from the Nigerian electricity supply industry, NESI. I'm your host, Amara Agugesi, and here are today's stories. Federal government's power reforms yielding results, says Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu. In the Federal Capital Territory FCT, bulk electricity wheeling capacity is set to receive a boost as TCN is set to operate brand new transmission substations. TCN convenes stakeholders meeting in Kaduna over the implementation of the Jaja transmission substation. And in Edo State, TCN delivered a 100 MVA power transformer and expands the switchyard at the 132 kilovolt Irua transmission substation. Together, let's get into this episode. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, says the federal government's strategic interventions in the power sector are already yielding significant results, culminating in a landmark synchronization of the Nigerian grid with the wider West African network and attracting over 2 billion in fresh investments. Here is the rest of the reports.
In a statement by Bolaji Tunji, the Minister's Special Advisor, Strategic Communications and Media Relations, the Minister disclosed this while delivering the keynote address at the PwC's Annual Power and Utility Roundtable 2025 in Lagos, themed Nigeria's Multi-Tier Electricity Market, Imperatives for Successful Evolution. Chief Adelabu, an alumnus of the consulting firm, framed the reforms as a fundamental shift from a monolithic national market to a dynamic multi-tier federation of markets, driven by the Electricity Act 2023. In a detailed presentation, the Minister declared that under President Tinubu's leadership, the sector has recorded major milestones. A standout milestone was the first ever successful synchronization of the Nigerian power grid with the wider West African grid. Other key results include the activation of 15 states' electricity markets, the development of a national integrated electricity policy after 24 years, and the attraction of over $2 billion in fresh investments to extend electricity access.
In the Federal Capital Territory and Abuja, Nigeria's capital, silent transformation has been going in the optimization of the electricity transmission wheeling capacity. The system expansion goal of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, led by the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Dr. Sule Ahmed Abdulaziz, is to ensure that FCT always has a bulk power wheeling capacity surpassing distribution capacity. The power circuit takes you on an inspection of some power transmission substations being constructed by TCN in the FCT with funding from the French Development Agency, AFD.
This is a brand new 330-132 33 kV transmission substation in Lugbe, Abuja. This is the fourth of such mega stations in the Federal Capital Territory for the Abuja region of TCN to transmit bulk electricity from the grid, stepping it down to over 10 million transmission substations in FCT, Nasarawa, and Niger states. Speaking at the West Main Lugbe project site, Engineer Yusuf Munir, a project engineer at TCN AFD Project Implementation Unit, said,
Here, this is Lot 4, West Main Lugbe. So this is a 2x150 MVA substation. We have 3 60 MVAs as well. So it's a 330 by 132 by 33 kV substation. It's a hybrid substation, a mixture of AIS and GIS.
The Lugbe substation has a significant capacity, towering up to 300 megawatts of power evacuation, covering Lugbe and catering to the needs of Idu Industrial Estate.
We're about 90% completion. We just have just a bit more to complete the project. It's a 300 MVA substation. We have 2 150 MVAs. The coverage area is Lugbe, and there's a forecast that there will be a new ring road here that leads all the way to Idu. So it's for not Lugbe, and because the station is big.
This is the air insulated substation, AIS, a part of the facility that transmits bulk electricity via the conventional equipment at the open switchyard. And here is the second transmission model at the same West Lugbe facility. This one is called the gas insulated substation, with most of its equipment on the ground. Control room of the 330-132 33 kV Lugbe transmission substation is already go into operation in the effort to serve Nigerians with improved bulk electricity from this facility. Away from the West Main Lugbe project site, the inspection crew visited the 132 33 kV Kuje transmission substation, which is also at 90% completion rate. According to Engineer Yusuf Munir, a project engineer at the TCN AFD Project Implementation Unit, who is in the team of TCN engineers executing the project, the substation, upon operation, will improve the bulk electricity available for transmission around the Kuje axis of the capital territory.
The power circuit continues after this break. Don't go away.
The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, transmits bulk electricity from power generating companies, GenCos, to distribution load centers of distribution companies, DISCOs, nationwide. At TCN, we transport bulk electricity at very high voltage to DISCOs, who now off-take it and distributes it directly to electricity customers nationwide. TCN does not generate electricity. We transport the quantum of power generated to distribution load centers. TCN does not distribute electricity directly to electricity consumers. Our job stops where that of the DISCOs begin. TCN, transmitting bulk electricity in the most efficient and effective manner.
In the heart of Kaduna State, an effort to increase transmission capacity is ongoing by the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN. The plan is to construct and deliver a new 132-33 kV substation in the Jaja community of the state. This project is to enhance power supply reliability and capacity in Kaduna and its environs. And so, to fast-track the process, TCN has convened a stakeholders meeting over compensation actions for project-affected persons, among other discussions.
The stakeholders meeting, which was the third so far on the Jaja project, brought together TCN officials, contractors, security agencies, the project-affected persons, and community leaders. It was to chart a peaceful course towards seamless delivery of the project, says the manager, Environment at the AFD Project Implementation Unit of TCN, Engineer Afiz Karim.
We want to know what issues you people are having. If there is any problem, if there is anything, please, we need you to speak out. We want a cordial relationship between us and you. When we say us, we're talking about TCN and the contractors. I want to make sure that there are no issues, no problem. We need your collaboration, we need your support, and we also are ready to do what is expected of us.
The Jaja Transmission Substation Project, which comprises 2 units of 150 MVA, is expected to be linked to the 330 kV Kano transmission line upon completion. The facility will help evacuate power from the grid and improve overall power delivery efficiency in Kaduna. The district head of Jaja community, Alhaji Abdullahi Muhammad, welcomed the team to the community, noting that his subjects have been cooperating with TCN on the project.
I must tell you, I think since the last meeting we held in June, and there has not been any serious issue of concern. There has not been any serious issue of concern that would require us to table it here, except some of the things that we discussed the last time. And incidentally and happily, we have been able to resolve quite a number of them.
The 330-132-33 kV Jaja substation project is being financed for TCN by the African Development Bank. The environmental safety officer from the AFDB, Mr. Damilola Adeshino, was present for the project implementation assessment session.
However, at the African Development Bank, we conduct 2 implementation support missions in the field. And you recall that in the month of March we were here. That of July we didn't conduct it was not our mission. But this time around we are doing our second round of missions. So what we do is for projects like this, we go out like twice in a year to see the progress of the project. We're not going to bring and I'm glad that the leadership of the district and that of the local communities are all here this afternoon. The last time that we came here, certain issues were solved, and I'm glad to hear now that there's a lot of progress.
So far, TCN has made significant progress on the project, with plans to compensate project-affected persons, PAPs, in the Mando community as required. Shortly after the stakeholders meeting, the district head of Jaja community, Alhaji Ablahi Muhammad, assured of support to TCN towards delivering the project.
We were most pleased to hold the third stakeholders meeting of this project that is within my domain. Alhamdulillah, since the project has started, there has never been any issue.
The stakeholders then took time to take assessment of the project office and the field within the Jaja community. They checked the implementation plans and discussed strategies for ensuring the project is being implemented accordingly. TCN has assured the public of its commitment to delivering stable and efficient electricity, urging residents to support its efforts by safeguarding critical infrastructure and reporting any suspicious activities around high-tension installations.
From the northwest, precisely Kaduna State, let's take you to Edo State, the south-south geopolitical zone, where, as usual, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, has delivered a transformer as the 132-33 kilovolts ERA transmission substation. The facility, which now has its capacity upgraded, is delivering more bulk electricity for onward supply to consumers and customers of the Distribution Company, BEDC.
This is the 132-33 kilovolts ERA transmission substation in Edo State, a large town that requires a huge quantum of electricity for businesses and households to thrive. With this at heart, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, swiftly moved in to improve the capacity of this facility that delivers bulk power before it is stepped down and supplied to consumers by the Distribution Company, BEDC. Once inside the substation, the Power Security team spoke with Engineer Obemi Eda, a principal manager in charge of the TCN Hub Work Center in Edo State. He speaks more about the facility inspection.
The Work Center covers Iyobo 330 and 132, ERA 132 and Harcourt 132. Presently, we are at ERA 132/33 kVTS this afternoon as a part of this program you are doing now.
You will be amazed, as this substation has been in the works for over 40 years and is still running strong with significant upgrades the management of TCN has executed over the years.
Presently, the capacity is 90 megawatts. We have a 60, we have a 30 in service. We have 5 feeders. 3 feeders on the 30 MVA. I mean on the 60 MVA, 2 feeders on the 30 MVA. The station was built around 78, 79, so it has been around. It has been upgraded gradually from 30 to 60, additional 60. Presently, there is 100 100 MVA that has been installed on SOAK, based on this on TCN's rehabilitation job going on all over the country. Here equally has its own going on.
And it is not just about the 100 MVA power transformer upgrade. The switchyard is being upgraded too to allow more quantum of energy flow into the substation from the national electricity grid.
If you look to my left, you will see there's a turn-in, turn-out towards Isako. Behind me, there's what we call it the one towards Benin. Part of the rehabilitation job going on in this station present, and it's ongoing. The 100 MVA is not quite far behind me over there. It's on SOAK. So the work is going on. Work is going on tremendously here. And there equally 4 additional feeder bays that was even done as part of the job. So what is an ongoing job. What is equally they are going to do next is presently the 30 kV bus bar for the 100 MVA, selling it towards the 30 and taking out the old bus bar and bringing in the new one. So it's part of the expansion job.
The locations to benefit from this transmission substation expansion are numerous, according to the TCN Ihovo Work Center supervisor.
In terms of areas being covered by ARTS, you have Eho, you have Ekuma Town, you have Ira, you have Uromi, you have Ubiaja, you have a substation of Agbo, part of Agbo, those villages by the boundaries between Edo and Delta. You have equally have it there. There's Agadebodi axis too, it covers there too. So there's equally more room for expansion, but we thank God that the TCM management are equally doing their very best to upgrade and able us to take out more power to the public. It's a very good initiative.
The management of TCN is further appealing to the members of the public to avoid the encroachment of power transmission lines and substations, so the company can deliver more projects to optimize bulk electricity transmission.
One of the challenges you have is usually human expansion and business activities, which the manager still fits to carry out this expansion to meet the demand of the public. You understand? The other thing here is you can see there's additional control room that there are things inside. Maybe we won't get inside, I'll show it to you. The additional things inside. So the work going on, everything here is just trying to meet up with what the public demand and our plan for electricity in country.
The control room has also been extended to cater for the additional mega power transformer and the expanded switchyard. This comes with state-of-the-art equipment.
We are in the control room, the extension, based on this, what you've seen outside, the 2 turn-in, turn-out, the 100 MVA transformers. These are their panels, protection and control panels. You can see both for the feeders, you have them all here. I don't know this place, they are still working here. They are still working.
Here is a highlight of the reports we brought to you. We started with the report that the federal government's power reforms yielding results, says Minister of Power, Chief Ayo Adelabu. In the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, bulk electricity wheeling capacity is set to receive a boost as TCN is set to operate brand new transmission substations. In Kaduna State, TCN has convened a stakeholders meeting over the implementation of Jaja transmission substation. Then in Edo State, TCN has delivered the 100 MVA power transformer and expanded switchyard at the 132 kV Ira transmission substation. TCN is pleased to have you with us on the power circuit, bringing you greater insights into Nigeria's power sector. You can stay connected by visiting TCN's official YouTube channel via TCN_Nigeria. And we encourage you to show your support by following and engaging with TCN across all social media platforms. On Facebook, like the page Transmission Company of Nigeria. On LinkedIn, it is the Transmission Company of Nigeria. On X, follow the company at TCN_Nigeria. On Instagram, stay updated via at TCN_Nigeria. TCN welcomes your feedback and observations. Please send your comments to affairs.public@tcn.org.ng. For more details about TCN's activities, visit the interactive website at www.tcn.org.ng. Stay informed through a dedicated news platform at www.tcnnews.ng, designed to keep you up to date with developments in the power sector. We also urge you to support TCN by staying vigilant against vandalism of power transmission lines, towers, and stations in your area. Please report any suspicious activity to TCN officials or the nearest security agency. I'm your host, Amara Agugesi. Let's have another exciting time next week.
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
Christmas is a festival of hope and love, collection of feasts, each reflecting the moments of Christ. Oh yes, NTA Harcourt Christmas Party is here again with the theme, Joy to the World, to share with you the beauty of this season. Come with fireworks, drink competition, games, Christmas carnival parade, and lots more. The arrival of Santa Claus. Date is Thursday, December 11, 2025. Time 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Venue, NTA Harcourt Gardens. Gate fee 2,000 naira per participant. First 10 schools to register and first 3 schools to arrive. Secure 5-minute slots for presentation of choice. Hurry now and grab these incentives. For bookings and inquiries, please call the following numbers: 080-3311-4030 and 081-184-18881. Cheers to the spark of fun. Sponsors.
A season to love, a season to share. It's a season to celebrate. Oh yes, Christmas is here again. The Nigerian Television Authority Port Harcourt Network Center invites you to celebrate with us as we usher in the Yuletide through our 2025 Carol of 9 Lessons with the theme Celebrating God's Greatest Gift to the World. Luke 2 verse 10, guest minister, Reverend Father Professor Walter Ihejirika, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Special guest of honor, Her Excellency, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Ma Odu, Deputy Governor, Rivers State. Chairman of the event, Sir Israel N. Amadi, Chairman, Rivers State Local Government Commission. Royal Father of the Day, Ezi Barrister Gospara Oneaku, the President General Obako Ikwere. Mother of the Day, Mrs. Ifoma Chukwogu, Administrator, Jefta Comprehensive Secondary School, and other special guests. Host, Paul Ate, Zonal Director, Nigerian Television Authority, Port Harcourt. The event will feature musical performances and special rendition by selected choirs. Date, Wednesday 17 December 2025. Venue, NTA Port Harcourt Multipurpose Hall. Time, 3 p.m. prompt. Join us as we raise our voice.
Good evening and welcome to the news. As you know, the Wednesday Bulletin is always a loaded package from NTA's top table. We shall be in different geopolitical zones to get first-hand information on the key issues affecting our national life. We'll also begin the evaluation of certain socio-economic initiatives in the outgoing year, while not losing sight of politics shaping conversations in different regions. Tonight, President Tinubu stands firm on the withdrawal of policemen on VIP detail.
I honestly believe in words. If you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP.
On agriculture, federal government prepares for 2025-2026 dry season farming with key initiatives.
We work closely.
Fubara's new friends and ex-friends, APC and PDP, react as Rivers governor jumps ship. Also tonight, our reporters X-ray the talking points in different zones as the year 2025 begins to draw its curtains.
The end of the year is just around the corner, and in Lagos State, around this time every year, a series of activities often come up, ranging from socio-cultural, infrastructural, economic, of course, entertainment. What are these activities? How do they shape things to come in the coming year? That will be our focus on this extra this week from Lagos. Stay tuned.
From Port Harcourt here, the River State capital, I would say the outgoing year 2025 has been eventful in the political scene.
I am Haruna Mohammed in Kaduna. In the course of News Extra tonight, we shall be examining the outgoing year in Northwest, the trajectory of development and the continued fight against insecurity. Also, bold steps expected by key stakeholders.
Beautiful. We also have stories from different segments, and Badia Delaya is the man on the spot for sports. As we see on this bit, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I'm Yan Raydon. This is News Extra. Welcome. All right, let's set sail tonight as President Bola Tinubu has insisted that his recent directive on the withdrawal of policemen providing personal security to people designated as very important personalities, VIPs, must be fully implemented. The president addressed this issue at the Federal Executive Council meeting this Wednesday. State House correspondent Musbal Danwahab reports.
The Federal Executive Council welcomes a new member as the new Defense Minister, General Christopher Musa, his first attendance. And then, the arrival of the president called the meeting to order. documents that reveal withdrawal of policemen attached to VIPs. President Tinubu insists that with a prevailing security situation at hand in the country, the directive must be implemented.
I honestly believe in what I said. So if you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance. The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the civil defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed.
Another demonstration by President Bola Tinubu that he follows and listens to what Nigerians are saying, their reactions to his policies and programs. There is another apparent follow-up to the existing measures towards addressing a causative factor of the security challenges manifesting in farmer headers clashes. The President directed Vice President Kashim Shettima to coordinate with state governors under the umbrella of National Economic Council, NEC, to identify villages or grazing reserves that can be developed as ranches and livestock settlements.
We must eliminate the possibility of conflict and turn the livestock reform into economically viable development. The opportunity is there. Let us stop this conflict and turn it to economic opportunity and prosperity.
On other matters, following a situation report by the Bureau of Public Procurement on a large number of contractors being owed by ministries, the President set up an 8-man ministerial committee to investigate the matter.
All of them are supposed to sit down, develop as a committee, meet as a committee, and then go to the President to tell him the solution they have found in allocating funds to pay contractors. The President expressed very, very grave displeasure about the fact that contractors are being owed money.
The Council also approved 5 memos for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments, including adoption of Nigeria's Industrial Policy 2025.
There's nothing more significant than having a guide, a framework that puts together all of these and that begins to guide, so even the investing public, even those who are interested in Nigeria's industrial growth, have a roadmap, have something, a policy document that they can depend on.
The President is very, very concerned about improving the navigational aids in Nigeria.
The Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development also got approval to enhance navigation infrastructural equipment at the Abuja and Lagos airports. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Senate has mandated its Committee on Police Affairs to investigate allegations that the presidential order directing withdrawal of police personnel from VIPs has been flouted. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports on this and other happenings at plenary this Wednesday.
The directive to withdraw police personnel from some category of VIPs and be replaced by officials of the Civil Defense Corps was issued on November 23rd by President Tinubu and emphasized this Wednesday. The withdrawal is to boost police presence and secure communities, particularly in remote locations. Senator Abdul Lingi raised a point of order during plenary, alleging that the directive was being flouted.
After they have withdrawn my only orderly, I saw 2 convoys of ministers, and they were carrying lots of security personnel, business concern, Chinese and other business concern. Yesterday, with the compliments of orderlies. Mr. President, I have also seen daughters and sons of political office holders having orderlies and having security covers. Mr. President, I have seen singers having orderlies.
The Senate therefore mandated the Police Affairs Committee to investigate.
The chairman of the Police Affairs Committee should take up this matter, conduct a proper investigation, and let us know why is the directive of Mr. President being flouted. Mr. President gave that order in order to strengthen our police force to deal with our internal security problems, and it was done in good faith.
Meanwhile, a bill that seeks the establishment of Chartered Institute of Planning to second reading.
It will unify planning methodologies across government institutions, build a skilled workforce of certified planners, and institutionalize planning as a central governance process.
Is to have an institute that will have the responsibility of training core professionals.
Like the Chartered Institute of Taxation, Institute of Bankers, Nigerian Institute of Bankers, and the rest. So a planning institute is needed to standardize who practiced in those areas.
So we are moving with technology. And if we talk about technology 20, 30 years ago, we'll never be the same today.
4 bills passed first reading. Among them is the Federal Character Commission Act Amendments Bill from the National Assembly. Lami Ali, NTA News.
In other news, President Bola Tinubu has directed the National Institute for Policies and Strategic Studies, NIPS, to open and mandate of comprehensive diagnostic study towards addressing operational gaps and governance weaknesses in the security landscape. He gave the directive at a parley with senior officers executive course 47 at the Institute in Abuja. State House correspondent Oswald Wahab reports that the members of the course 47 just concluded the national assignment on how to develop the country's blue economy.
Nigeria's maritime domain, old as the country's existence, has been severally described as a huge potential, grossly underharnessed. President Bola Tinubu's administration, right from the outset, took a step forward towards developing and tapping the national aquatic and marine assets with the establishment of a marine and blue economy. The senior officers executive course 47 members got the national mandate to guide the sector's development. And after their research, they are here with a report on the blue economy and sustainable development in Nigeria, issues, challenges and opportunities.
We have seen the areas of overlaps, we have seen the areas of conflicts across various agencies, and we believe that unless we solve governance problem, a whole lot of investment that would have come into that sector will not happen. With what we have done, we have a step-by-step guide on what we need to do to ensure that the marine and blue economy contributes what it's supposed to do.
Another result of rigorous exercise in the series from the nation's policies think tank.
We deeply appreciate
President Bola Tinubu, through his lieutenants, commended the patriotic role of the Institute to the Nigerian state, providing policy direction over the years. He enumerated various intentional efforts of the administration towards accelerating development of a blue economy for national gain.
We have made significant progress. This administration has established the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to reform systems, strengthen maritime security, the sector expansion in water transport and logistics. The insights provided by Set 47 will guide us as we refine our strategies and definitional coordination. The President has directed all relevant ministries, departments and agencies to study these recommendations with immediate effect and prepare for timely implementation.
The realities of security challenges in the country also extend to the maritime domain, with illegal fishing, oil theft, smuggling and other maritime crimes still lingering. And so, the President assigns a new mandate to the institutes.
NIPS is hereby tasked with conducting a comprehensive national security diagnostic study and developing actionable policy recommendations to guide this administration in addressing operational gaps and weaknesses across our security landscape.
There is no security problem that we have not taken the National Institute. Now, with this renewed mandate, I want to assure you that even within a very short time, we will come out with proposals that will enable us to solve these problems.
With these 96 participants done with their bid of this form of national assignments, the incoming set has its job cut out towards finding solutions to the security challenges in the country. But the Director General of the Institute believes the task is achievable going by their earlier examinations on various security problems in the country. From the State House, Musbal and Wahab, NTA News.
Many thanks, Musbal Dan Wahab. In other news now, President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the federal government's 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration and approval. National Assembly correspondent Mitari Ikben reports that the House at Tuesday's plenary summoned the governor of the Central Bank, Olayemi Cardoso, to appear before its committee on public accounts over alleged remitter charges that are yet to be remitted to government coffers.
From Mr. President. The President informed the House of Representatives that the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper approved by the Federal Executive Council will guide the preparation of the 2026 appropriation bill.
I seek the cooperation of the National Assembly for expeditious legislative action on the submission.
The resolution to invite the CBN governor followed a motion by Representative Bamidele Salam that the Apex Bank is evading explanation about non-remittance of more than 11 trillion naira accruing to government from charges in the remitter system.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has failed, refused or neglected to honor the invitations or effect the required remittances as directed by the committee.
Mr. President should pay attention to this revelation.
An attempt to amend the motion to refer the investigation to an ad hoc committee and not the Public Accounts Committee led to a rowdy session where the Speaker had to caution some lawmakers.
Honorable Marquez said, clearly stated in our rule book, and the Public Accounts Committee, this is very unparliamentary. Honorable Marquez and Amonio, if you don't stop this behavior, believe me sincerely, and Honorable Kabir Mepalat will take you to ethics.
This committee, as every other committee, if they have done this far, I don't want them all to frustrate them.
In the light of this, I'm hereby withdrawing that amendment to report this matter to the Senate Committee.
Adopting another motion, the House asked the Central Bank to grant waivers on all outstanding COVID-19 survival loans.
Continued automatic debit and aggressive recoveries are inflicting severe hardships on vulnerable Nigerians, risking the collapse of small businesses, worsening unemployment, and heightening social instability.
Meanwhile, the gale of defections continues as two lawmakers from Bayelsa State dumped the PDP for the APC.
5 bills were passed at Wednesday's plenary, including 3 seeking establishment of more specialist eye care centers in the country. From the National Assembly, Mitari Ikwen, NTA News.
Away from the National Assembly now, let's talk security matters as Nigeria's multi-agency anti-kidnapping cell operating under the Office of the National Security Advisor is reassessing its strategies and operational tactics in response to the growing threat of kidnapping across the country. Coordinator of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Major General Adamu Laka, says the review has become necessary as kidnapping networks adopt more sophisticated and dynamic methods. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa has all the details.
Kidnapping in Nigeria is said to be on the increase despite ongoing efforts to combat the challenge. Armed groups are using ransom proceeds to acquire more weapons and reinforce their criminal activities. To counter these improving threats, the Office of the National Security Advisor, with support from the UK government, set up the multi-agency anti-kidnapping future cell. 2 months after its establishment, the centre is stepping up its approach, a major component of the renewed effort towards strengthening the multi-agency anti-kidnapping cells to improve intelligence sharing, deepen operational coordination, and enhance rapid response.
Despite notable successes, certain operational gaps have been identified, particularly the need to integrate key stakeholders such as the media, telecommunication operators, and social media platforms into the kidnapping response framework. This workshop, therefore, provides a timely opportunity to deliberate on how these stakeholders can be effectively integrated into the multi-agency kidnap fusion cell architecture.
This initiative has been designed as a Nigeria-owned solution, supported by international experience but tailored to Nigeria's own unique challenges. And the objective has always been to create a multi-agency approach for tackling the threat and using a range of resources to tackle the impact of kidnapping.
Of importance to this initiative is a growing partnership with the British government, which is supporting the efforts to reposition the anti-kidnapping cell for improved national impact. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Staying with security matters, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to revamp the security architecture of the country and eliminate all forms of emerging threats. The minister stated this during a sympathy visit on the United States government and the people and families of the abductees of the St. Mary's Catholic School, Papiri, to commiserate with them over the ugly incident. Husseina Musa reports.
Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, while commiserating with the governor and people of the state over the abduction of the school children, reassured that the federal government is working assiduously towards the rescue of the remaining school children still in captivity. He stressed that the incident calls for sober reflection, noting that the issue of insecurity should not be left to a care of the government, as it needs collective efforts to tackle.
But also, its partnership with the international community of regional bodies. We can see very recently the visit of the congressional leaders from the United States and the kind of positive comments that also made about the kind of effort that is being done. The president is committed to doing that, and that is why he's digging the architecture of the security forces, ensuring that it is better positioned for them to fight this insurgency, this criminality, this banditry once and for all.
Democracy in Nigeria is sustained. We must support one another, irrespective of our divides.
The minister appealed to the populace to be supportive of the present administration as it continues to adopt measures that will enhance development in the country. Amina Hussein Musa, NTA News.
Away from Niger State, but still talking security, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has tasked newly promoted Major and Brigadier Generals of the Nigerian Army to work jointly in addressing national and regional security challenges. The minister, who gave the charge at the investiture of 28 officers, emphasizes the critical role of interagency synergy in tackling security threats. On his part, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, stresses the need to scale up efforts to tackle evolving security challenges within the country and political instability in the region.
I assure you of Mr. President's unwavering commitment to building a more operationally effective and well-resourced armed forces capable of safeguarding the sovereignty and responding decisively to emerging threats. Let me at this juncture also congratulate members of the armed forces for a job well done just on Sunday with the attempted coup in Benin. Our prompt response made sure that that coup failed, and this is what the armed forces will always be there. We must be ready 24/7 to respond to any threats on us or on our allies.
Let me be clear
that our expectations are high. We must continue to improve our operational effectiveness across all theaters of operation. Our troops on the front line will feel your leadership, while the citizens must feel our impact. Nigeria must see and trust the army as a force of stability, unity, and national prosperity.
Now time for a break. There's more news shortly. Please stay with us.
Change of meeting dates. The All Progressives Congress, the Alwada, announces the meetings of its National Caucus and National Executive Committee in accordance with Articles 12.5 and 12.3 of the APC Constitution. The National Caucus meeting will now be held on Thursday, 18 December 2025 at 6 p.m. prompt, while the National Executive Committee meeting will take place on Friday, 19th December 2025 at 3 p.m. prompt. Both meetings will be held at the Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa, Abuja. Our great party warmly welcomes the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the leadership of the National and State Assemblies, our progressive governors, national, zonal, and state party executives, and other party leaders who are members of the National Caucus and National Executive Committee to these important meetings. Pursuant to Articles 12.5 and 12.3 of the APC Constitution, attendance is strictly limited to those duly listed as members of the National Caucus and National Executive Committee as follows. This announcement and invitation is signed by Senator Surajuddin Ajibola Bashiru, National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodima's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feels like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, Guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
The Senate of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike, wishes to notify the general public that the 13th convocation ceremony of the university to hold from December 10 to 13, 2025 has been put on hold until further notice. Senate regrets the inconveniences this directive may cause graduates of the university and apologizes to the Chancellor and Chairman of Convocation, His Royal Highness Alhaji Abubakar Shehu Abubakar IV, the Emir of Gombe, as well as the 13th Convocation Lecturer and DG of IITA Ibadan, Dr. Simeon Ehui, for the inconveniences the sudden stoppage of the convocation must have cost them. A new date will be announced later. Signed, Professor Madibibisi Ofoigwe, CFS, Vice Chancellor and Chairman of the Senate.
Are you a business owner, trader, or SME in Nigeria? Did you know you can sell your goods across West Africa duty-free? That's right! No customs duties, no extra charges. Easy access to millions of new customers across the 12 ECOWAS countries. With the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, the process is free and possible, reduces import dependency, boosts entrepreneurship, and creates jobs. Don't be left out. Get informed, apply, get certified, and take your business across borders with the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme today. For more details, visit us at ECOWAS National Office, 4th floor, West Wing, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tafawa Balewa House, Abuja, Nigeria. Visit their website on www.ecowasnationalunit.ng or call 0815-514-5320 or send an email to ecowasnationalunit2@email.com.
And the National Productivity Order of Merit Award goes to...
The only tomato paste manufacturer to win the National Productivity Order of Merit Award by the federal government of Nigeria, endorsed by the Association of Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria. This is an evidence of 100% natural goodness. Eat healthy to live longer. Buy now and enjoy up to 20% discount.
The Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, cordially invites all State Commissioners of Environment, State Ministry of Environment, and Permanent Secretaries, Federal Ministries, Departments and Agencies, Captain of Industries, Development Partners, and all other relevant stakeholders in the environment sector to the 18th meeting of the National Council on Environment, NCE, with a theme tackling the triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution of sustainable development in Nigeria. Scheduled to hold on Monday 15th to Wednesday 17th December 2025. Venue, Conference Hall, State Secretariat, Katsina State. Time 9 a.m. daily. Special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal. Chief host, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Dr. Umar Rada. Announcer, Mahmoud Adam Kambari, Permanent Secretary.
Many thanks for staying with us. Exactly 3 weeks to the end of 2025, and Nigerians have begun taking stock of the outgoing year. In the Northwest, the fight against insecurity is on the front burner. Our reporter, Haruna Mohammed, joins us now, and he says there's cause for optimism. Haruna, let's hear you.
Been an eventful year 2025 in the Northwest Nigeria, and not always for the right reason, but the year is ending on a positive note. With the familiar name General Christopher Musa returning to finish an onslaught he led as the Chief of Defense Staff. Now returning to galvanize the political impetus needed to force the retreat of unlawful ones out of the Nigeria's territories. I am with the security expert, Dr. Awal Abdullahi, to share his thoughts on the Northwest Nigeria.
Christmas is just nearby, but I can guarantee you that in 2025, in terms of security in the Northwest, has been very, very eventful, has been very, very interesting. There are the good, the bad, and the ugly in terms of security. You look at the achievement of our armed forces. In fact, under General C.G. Musa as the Chief of Defense, and also you can as well look at the challenges that had come in within that period. But there must be stick and carrot approach when it comes to the issue of security. So he needed the cooperation, he needed the understanding, he needed the information, credible, tangible, and timely information to be able to work. He said it during the screening. I will work with every information that come my way, and I will work with it swiftly. And like you know, we have worked together while C.G. Musa was the Chief of Defense Staff, and now he has come in as the Minister of Defense and the as the Minister of State for Defense. There's going to be synergy, there's going to be cooperation, there's going to be understanding, there's going to be stick and carrot approach. The administrative aspect of it and the professional aspect of it will put together. The political angle to it, and of course the military angle to it, will equally be put together to ensure that the Nigerian security architecture and of course Nigerians in general sleep with their 2 eyes closed.
So you will agree with me, if the key stakeholders, state governments, community heads, security agencies and the citizenry work with unity of purpose, the Northwest can be a positive template for Nigeria going forward.
Well said, Haruna. I agree with you, and of course, hoping that 2026 will be far better for the Northwest. Many thanks for that input. As part of our 2025 talking points, let's now join Larry Riley in Lagos. Larry, I expect an excellent review from the Center of Excellence about 2025.
Taking the box from the one that I can remember. The one that I can remember now that will affect 2026, Lagos is the tech hub of Africa. Young Nigerians in Lagos are into tech, and there have been a series of conferences, there's been a series of workshops to encourage these young Nigerians to go into tech fully, and it's been booming. We have startup parks, startup businesses, and in infrastructure, the legacy projects, the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, not very far from here, and I'm heard from reliable source that the first section of this highway is going to be open to the public right from December onwards to the next year. Met with a public analyst by the name of BC Akialabi earlier today, who also heard our own observations to what I've just said. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, there are a number of significant developments that shape the coming year in Lagos State, for example. I'm going to talk first about what the federal government have done to help the citizens of Lagos State, put Lagos State in a better state for tourism. For example, the coastal road that they're just doing from Lagos to Calabar, that is huge. And also, the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment have been very active in Lagos in the last couple of weeks. For example, in November, they played a pivotal part in the Lagos Trade Fair, which saw key investors coming from all over the world. And also, let's talk about Dirty December. Dirty December is another event, key event in December that brings in a lot of inflow of foreign exchange to Nigeria through Lagos State. And you know what? People are already on ground. I met with a friend of mine from Canada. She's Chinese Canadian. She's in Nigeria already. She even said she's following me to all the important events around the Southwest. We are even going as far as Ibadan, because people are now interested in Nigeria.
It's going to be massive. I don't know where to start. I don't know where to stop. But because of our time hearing.
Many thanks, Larry. When it comes to Dirty December, no state, beats Lagos. But when it comes to traffic, I'm hoping to see a miracle next year, by the way, Larry. Now, it's been a year of political intrigues in River State, a face-off between two arms of government and a state of emergency to the extension. Kingsley Amadure is standing by in Port Harcourt with a recap of a season of drama in Rivers. Kingsley.
The 5 has been so eventful in Rivers State. Of course, we have a number of political developments that culminated in the state of emergency declared by the President March 18, 2025. All through the 6 months period, the people of Rivers State endured and expected a return to democratic governance. And in the face of what happened then and the return to democratic rule, normalcy have of course returned, and people have begun to experience return to democratic governance. And key concern to the people of Rivers State is for the government to be able to deliver the dividends of democracy. Now that the tension is appear to be over, and now people have returned to normalcy, economic life thriving, and the government in terms of the legislators and the executive are back to their duties. Expectations are that in the coming year 2026, there should be another approach to addressing political issues. No doubt, the struggle for political power comes with its own challenges. Here in Port Harcourt, of course, while we expect that there should be changes in the manner and approach to issues when it comes to political decisions and political discourse, we would like also to get perspective to some of the residents in Port Harcourt here to shed more light on what they should expect differently in 2026. Of course, I have Mr. Sonny Akpan. Mr. Akpan, of course, you have witnessed what happened in Rivers State in 2025. Yes, and what should be the lessons to be drawn from that experience?
Okay, sir. What should be a lesson to the indigenous of Rivers State, indigenous of Rivers State, and the entire people that are living in Rivers State is that people should learn from the past experience. Because I can tell about I've been in Rivers State for long since Odili 3 years, Amechi 8 years, I've been in River State, which I can show the differences between Odili, Amechi, and this present first one. Please, I just want to beg the entire indigents of River State and non-indigents to make sure that peace reign in River State. Please, I want to beg 2026 to be a year of peace, a year of unity, a year of unity, a year of love in River State, so we could be able to put the face of this unity.
We quite appreciate your thoughts, sir. Of course, we've heard from one of the residents in Port Harcourt, his perspective on the political development in the state. And moving forward, of course, earlier on the day today, the governor has also made it clear that he is willing to make peace with the key actors in the polity. And that should also set the template for engagement as we proceed to the new year ahead in 2026.
Many thanks, Kingsley. Very interesting to watch. Of course, we're looking forward to peace, security, and prosperity for every part of the nation, especially as the governor of River State has defected to the APC. And following defection of Governor Siminalayi Fubara from PDP to APC, the road to 2027 political equation in River State is recalibrating. Supporters of Governor Fubara described the move as a critical realignment that would only unlock more opportunities for increased federal presence, but also define the way forward in the build-up to the next general elections. Let's hear King Marjorie again about this.
When Governor Fubara announced to his anxiously waiting supporters of his decision to move to the APC in appreciation of the support he received from President Bola Tinubu when the state was engulfed in political turmoil, it was greeted with wide jubilation.
Your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand.
The unison in the echoing of "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand" gives a clear picture of the willingness of the governor's supporters to work with him in this new political pathway.
Here we are with one of the supporters of the governor, Honorable Stanley Marshall Owom. Of course, we want to get his perspective on this movement from the PDP to the APC. What this portends for the state.
It showed that River State should always be affiliated with the center. And so this movement is one that has elicited so much excitement amongst us.
We have expected this for a very long time, and we the supporters are happy that he made such decision.
On the streets, a number of residents share in the new direction the governor has chosen, emphasizing the prospective gains of aligning with the government at the center.
It's going to drag some of the government to the state. That is our happiness.
For others, moving to the APC would also reshape the political dynamics in the party at the state level. In Port Harcourt, Kingsley Amajiri, NTA News.
While the supporters of Fubara are excited about his defection, Kabiru Turaki led People's Democratic Party acted to the defection of River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to the governing All Progressives Congress. Now, the party's fractional National Publicity Secretary, Ini Emelbong, in a statement issued in Abuja, described the move as a self-inflicted injury and a combination of choices the governor willingly embraced. It added that Fubara's political troubles and eventual departure were products of his own decisions and cannot turn around and accuse the PDP or any person or group of failing to protect him. The PDP wished him well in his new path. And staying with People's Democratic Party, which is experiencing a significant wave of defections, with several governors leaving the party to join other parties, especially the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, under President Bola Tinubu's presidency. Governor Debola Adeleke of Osun State and his real estate counterparts, as you just watched, Siminalayi Fubara, other test reports that this could significantly impact the opposition's chances in the 2027 general elections.
10 elected PDP governors emerged in Nigeria's 2023 elections. Amadu Fintiri, Adamawa State, re-elected. Umar Eno, Akwa Ibom State. Bala Mohammed, Bauchi State, re-elected. Peter Mba, Enugu State. Sheyi Makinde, Oyo State, re-elected. Mofuan Caleb Manasseh, Plateau State. Siminalaye Fubara, River State. Agbu Kefas, Taraba State. Dawda Lawal, Zamfara State. Ubarawori Sharif, Delta State. Governor Doye Diri of Bayelsa State was later re-elected for a second term in an off-cycle election. 7 of them in a swift have defected from their party, the PDP, pledging allegiance to the government and Accord. They include Governor Sharif Oborowere of Delta State. He defected to the APC, citing a desire to better serve his state and align with the party's vision for development. Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State. Mba also defected to the APC, stating that the move was driven by his desire to support Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Governor Doye Diri of Bayelsa State. Diri joined the APC, claiming the decision was in the best interest of Bayelsa State. Governor Umar Eno of Akwa Ibom State. Eno has expressed support for Tinubu's re-election bid and the need to belong to the party at the center. Governor Siminalayi Fubara of River State. Fubara noted that he decided to leave the PDP to support President Bola Tinubu of the APC, saying that he would have become a former governor without Tinubu's support. Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State. Adeleke cited the irreconcilable difference in the PDP as his major reason for defecting to Accord. The PDP is not only losing its governors, but also a good number of its National Assembly, as well as State Assemblies members who have defected in droves. What is the fate of the PDP going forward?
If you ask me whether I am concerned, I am more than concerned. But leadership is a burden. As a leader of the group that are of equal status, it is not in my position to really determine the decision, action or inaction of my colleagues. But certainly a lot of work or works are being done behind the scene.
Today, PDP's troubles are multiple, divided into 2 factions at the national level, with one loyal to Governors Bala Mohammed and Sheyi Makinde faction, led by Tanibu Kabiru Turaki, and the other to the FCT Minister Nyeke faction, led by Abdurrahman Mohammed and Senator Samuel Anyanwu. Is PDP having the best of times? Only time can tell. Timothy Yusuf, News.
Indeed, the time is already telling. Timothy, many thanks for that package. We're still talking politics, but away from the PDP. Now, President Bola Tinubu has met with leaders and governorship aspirants of the All Progressives Congress in Osun State and appealed for unity and consensus building at the summary on December 13. At the meeting in the state where Osun State governorship aspirants, national chairman of the APC, Professor Nentawe Iwada, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, Chairman of Progressive Governors, Hope Uzodinma, and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. President Tinubu, who praised all the aspirants for their contributions to the APC in Osun State, urged them to close ranks and support the consensus candidate the party present. He also advised them to avoid the internal bickering and disunity that caused the party to lose last election in the state to the People's Democratic Party. On the importance of party supremacy, President Tinubu charged the aspirants to allow it to prevail in choosing the flag bearer, noting that only the party can benefit from it when it wins elections. At the end of the meeting, a joint statement was issued in which the aspirants and the leaders committed to support the candidate who would emerge at the primary. In the news, December 10th, world over, is celebrated as International Human Rights Day. The International Human Rights Commission took to the streets of Abuja to sensitize Nigerians on the importance of the day. Omenka Amarachuku leads the reports.
December 10th is a significant as it's a surprise day.
Commemorating the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948, recognizing its importance, the National Human Rights Commission is using the day as a reminder of equality, freedom, and dignity for individuals.
Our work is not rooted in contest, but in unity, not in anger, but with resolve to uphold human rights, not as spectators, but as active participants in shaping a Nigeria where every right is protected, every voice matters, and no one is left behind in the promotion and protection of human rights.
Together we have the power to confront these injustices by protecting the institutions that make human rights a life reality.
The day also featured reflections on progress made and challenges ahead in promoting human rights in Nigeria. In Abuja, Omenka Amarachuku, NTA News.
Let's talk education now. In recognition of the long-standing issues in the education sector, the government has unveiled 3 key policies and their implementation guidelines towards education reform in the country. Zenret Digmun.
Marjorie Education Policy, National Teacher Policy, and Policy Against Use of Drugs and Harmful Substances in Schools, with their implementation guidelines, though not new, but revamped to integrate new dynamics. With these, the Federal Ministry of Education and its partners believe the foundational issues in the system will be tackled.
The policy documents being launched today directly respond to the high-impact deliverables assigned to the education sector and reflect strong alignment with national priorities and the strategic outcomes envisioned for our country.
We have enough policy already at the Federal Ministry of Education. The new policies that we're launching now are either improvement of previous policies or in areas that we've never had policies. But policy is just 10% of the entire spectrum of what we do. It is the implementation.
We promise you on behalf of every commissioner here that will do our best to have it well implemented. We are strategic about that, we are decisive and deliberate.
They also advise state governments to step up implementation and support for all-round results. In Abuja, Zenred Dingmun, NTA News.
Let's turn our attention toward the news now. The spirit of the season, NTA Nigeria Limited, a leading communication network provider, is giving back to the society with presentation of gift items to the residents of Mina in the Niger State capital. Dauda Mohammed reports that beneficiaries were full of appreciation and prayers for the communication giant.
It is that time of the year when organizations across the country appreciate their teeming customers with freebies for their unending patronage. This time around, NTA Nigeria is giving back to all members of the society, irrespective of the network they belong to. The Abdulkadir Ikure Ultramodern Market Mina play goes to MTN Yuletide Surprise. All what is needed for participants is to pick from the draw and win whatever is on the card. Lucky winners at home with items like rice, noodles, gari, cooking oil, amongst others.
Yeah, they are good customers. They're supposed to be patronized by everybody.
I really appreciate if government where MTN share for us.
Thank you. I love you, MTN. I got vegetable oil from MTN, and I'm so happy that I got it.
Continue today, MTN. I really appreciate.
Do this on a normal, but it has not happened in Mina since I came into Mina. So MTN is doing this in Mina just to give back to Nigerians. This time we are not giving back just to subscribers alone, we are giving back to Nigerians as a whole. So if you check when we are doing the whole thing, you will discover that we are giving everybody that comes here, we are giving to those people. We are not even minding that maybe you are using other network or not. So MTN is giving back to Nigeria to say thank you.
Others were also presented with free SIM cards in the spirit of the Yuletide season. Dauda Mohammed, NTA News.
It's indeed a season of giving, and showing love. Many thanks, MTN. To enhance effective tax administration in Nigeria, experts in the accounting profession have been charged to uphold the highest standard of professionalism and integrity. The President and Chairman of Council Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANAN, Talatu Zubeirat Kashimi, emphasized this at the 6th session of mandatory continuing professional development program in Osogbo, Osun State Capital. Kayode Oladosu has the details.
While Nigeria's tax regime is undergoing significant reforms aimed at simplifying the system, reducing tax burdens, and increasing revenue, the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANA, is preferring ways to achieve an effective tax administration in Nigeria. This is why the 6th session Mandatory Continued Profession Development, MCPD, tagged Taxation and Regulatory Compliance, is focusing primarily on how to maximize and implement the new tax reforms to the benefit of both government and the people.
The professionals, I also say, as you say, they must live to expectations. We should key in immediately it is implemented. Already we are giving them training.
We want our members to be up to date, to know the real new tax law.
Pointing out the significance of accounting in driving clarity of figures and integrity, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, in a message to the event, encouraged the session of MCPD witnessed the induction of new members and their admission into the association. With anticipation of another sessions of MCPD in 2026, the association promised to uphold financial integrity, ethical leadership, and innovative financial management. In Osogbo, Kayode Oladosu, NTA News.
Let's pause briefly. News Extra continues in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
القاعدون من المؤمنين غير أولي الضرر والمجاهدون في سبيل الله بأموالهم وأنفسهم.
The local organizing committee invited the public to attend the opening ceremony of the National Quranic Recitation Competition and the 40th anniversary of the competition, scheduled to 20th of December 2025, under the Musabaka Foundation for Quranic Recitation in Nigeria, Center for Islamic Studies, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, to be hosted by Borno State Government. Special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief host, His Excellency Engineer Professor Babagana Marzulum, NNI, FNSE, CON, GCON. Chairman of the occasion, His Excellency the CON. Order of the day, Royal High will be delivered by the Vice Chancellor of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, Professor Bashir Garba, MFR. Other personalities to grace your businessmen. Date for the opening ceremony, Friday, 12 December 2025. Mohammed Indini International Conference Center, University of Maiduguri. Time 9 a.m. Come and attend this significant spiritual event of the National Quranic Competition, which Borno is hosting for the second time in about 40 years. Announcer, Honorable Bukar Tijani, Secretary to the Borno State Government and Chairman, Local Organizing Committee.
Nice money. Mama we carry better swag. You dey wine. Be like say plenty. You credit overload for that your size. Credit now water. You say no now. No master. My little lioness. When they retire senior lions. I dey make one better dress where you go wear for these holidays. When I land, then I go finish you with plenty kissing. Who you dey kiss dey finish on my credit there? Who be this? Mr. Man. Mama. Why they disturb us now? You almost give me heart attack. Feel like say you never hear about Don't Talk Master. We get later. Let's video call her.
Free on Glow Talk Master. Talk for 6 minutes and get 6 minutes free. Plus 15 megabytes of data free. Simply dial *606 hash. 2,000 naira for new customers. 1,000 naira for voice. 1,000 naira for data.
Protect every day with Hypo. Dirty and stains, no video. We got the remedy, original palasa. Hypo, go Hypo. Protect your home every day with Hypo.
No green. Protect every day with Hypo.
Hi everyone. Have you heard of ED Buy Christmas Bonanza? I guess you haven't. This Awufu Brekete is starting from November 15th to December 31st. EasyBuy is offering reduced interest rates, discount on screen insurance, amazing gift items, food stuff, and many more. EasyBuy, buy now, pay later.
When the world is spinning out, takes your feet off the ground.
For over 50 years, we continue to serve Nigeria with quality innovations. Now, let home feel like home with our range of inverter appliances that saves up to 70% on energy cost, giving you one less thing to worry about. Higher Thermocool, always there for you.
Christmas is your season to create a home where memories stay alive. At LifeMade Furniture, you can have more. More choices, more magic. From timeless classics to posh custom designs, your dream Christmas look can be yours. The satisfying part, it's fast. With in-stock items ready to deliver before Christmas. Fast delivery. Your dream holiday makeover happens in record time. Every piece is designed with the finest materials and craftsmanship. It's good furniture, blowing through the seasons. This Christmas, you also save. With exclusive discounts, stacking offers, and Black Friday surprises. You spend less, but bring home value and reasons to celebrate.
From 1st November to 31st December, let LifeMade Furniture transform your home into the heart of Christmas magic. Visit our showrooms or call 081 2000 6000 today. Terms and conditions apply. LifeMade, your life made forever.
My mama don't lie, yo. For the West with the money, killer plus everything combined, oh. Everything combined, oh. Oh, boy, just the arrival. She tell me, say, nah, they're working, so yeah, oh, she did use fry, oh. Yeah. Now, why did I love it this sweet like this? Chicken, they crisp like this. Friday,
Introducing the new Devon King's Soya Vegetable Oil. Available in stores near you.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Straightener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Straightener.
Many thanks for remaining with us. Guinness Nigeria PLC is commemorating 75 years of brewing excellence and national impact, a milestone that underscores its rich heritage, steady growth, and enduring track record across the nation. The celebration's colorful gala night Lagos drew top government officials and industry leaders who commended the company for its role in driving economic growth and social development.
Guinness Nigeria PLC rolled out its drums in Lagos to celebrate 75 years of operations, a milestone that reflects its evolution from a single brewery into one of the country's most recognized producers of various drinks. Company executives and speakers highlighted the company's long list of corporate social responsibility initiatives, saying it has been 75 years of touching lives.
A lot of innovation for us, most importantly. We're trying to be as close as we can to our consumers, and that's really where the focus is right now. Understand what the consumer wants and make sure we deliver on that.
Guinness has had a tremendous impact on the social-cultural aspect of Nigeria. What we do today is to deliver goodness to people, from top-quality products produced in sustainable ways to a well-run and governed company.
Representatives of the President and the Governor of Lagos State commended Guinness Nigeria for creating jobs, supporting communities, and driving innovation.
That Guinness remains one of the earliest and strongest symbols of international investor confidence in our country, Nigeria. Our dedication to building a world-class Nigerian workforce speaks volumes.
The anniversary was not only a celebration of achievements, but also a moment for Guinness to reaffirm its commitment to Nigeria's future. In Lagos, Awal Yusuf Jibo, NTA News.
In a major step toward overhauling Nigeria's revenue system, the Joint Tax Board has unveiled a new identity to now be known as the Joint Revenue Board. Maria Zachary has more on this.
The Joint Revenue Board has re-emerged, rebranded, redefined, and refocused, carrying a louder message for a change in Nigeria. Joint Task Board has given birth to the Joint Revenue Board right here in this hall. In history in making, the very first meeting of the JRB is happening now with the Executive Secretary and the members of the board. This rebranding signals a broader mandate of boosting revenue collection, tightening compliance, and driving the federal government's push to modernize the nation's tax administration.
Managing transition demands stability, clarity of purpose, and strong leadership. Driving transformation requires innovation, flexibility, and readiness to adopt more efficient, technology-driven, and taxpayer-focused systems.
That tax tax will be wider. We are creating a system that is solely driven by technology. The human interface will reduce, leakages will be blocked, and there will be more revenue for government to provide services for the citizenry.
The move comes at a time when Nigeria's economy is leaning more heavily on non-oil activities. For instance, in the third quarter of 2025, the non-oil sector contributed 96.56% to the country's GDP, an indicator that government reforms could further unlock growth in this critical segment. Maria Aduzakari, NTA News.
Still on tax matters, evasion of tax by eligible taxpayers has been identified as one of the major reasons behind the increased rate of banditry and other criminal activities. This came to the fore at the joint security briefing in Pale between Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and security agencies in Lagos. Bolaji Akim tells us more.
Globally, payment of tax is considered obligatory for every taxable individual and organization. Investigation, however, has revealed that while some pay less than what is expected, others practically evade payment taxes. This parley between Federal Inland Revenue Service and security agencies to rub minds and be on the same page in revenue drive.
For government to be able to revamp our security architecture, revenue has to be generated. Incidentally, where those revenue could be generated are areas that are attention areas.
ICPC and EFCC, to mention a few, that are actually collaborating together to make sure illicit funds or people that don't want to remit their tax obligations cooperate with government.
While admitting that tax evasion is a criminal offense that must be treated with all seriousness, representatives of security agencies present agreed on the need to work together without sentiment.
When we are investigating cases that involve tax evasion, money laundering, we work hand in hand with the NFIU. They have a lot of data.
Enforcement against inflated contracts that reduce tax revenue. The ICPC can prosecute it under the section 22.3 of the ICPC Act.
The gathering emphasized on the need to meet periodically and assess their performance. In Lagos, Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
Homegrown solutions to Nigeria's unwanted statistics of malaria infection is now in sight, with the groundbreaking of the nation's first dual-active, long-lasting insecticide net manufacturing plant with a capacity to produce 10 million products annually. Joel Popola reports that the initiative, midwifed by the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking Health Value Chain, as a tripartite involvement of foreign and indigenous companies determined to safeguard the health of Nigerians.
For more than 2 decades, there have been several action plans to combat the scourge of malaria, but reliance on importation of insecticide-treated nets has been a major setback. This groundbreaking ceremony of Nigeria's first long-lasting insecticide net manufacturing plant is a major boost in the fight against malaria, and the National Coordinator Presidential Initiative for Unlocking Health Value Chain, Abdul Mukhtar, and other key players in the project believe Nigeria's current malaria burden, which accounts for 25% of the global figure according to the World Health Organization, will be reduced to the barest minimum.
This for us is a way of localizing not only for Nigeria but for the rest of the Africa continent. Vestergaard is the world's largest producer of bed nets. They are transferring their technology, their know-how. They're coming together under a joint venture agreement that we are part of as PVAC.
So with this venture, Vestergaard and Harvestfield under SNGLs will be able to produce 10 million dual active ingredient nets, which means that we will be able to provide at least 1/3 of the yearly demand for LLINs in Nigeria.
Development partners believe it is a win-win situation for all those involved.
And having this new technology coming to Nigeria and having it produced in Nigeria is absolutely fabulous, and I look forward to much more of these nets being distributed.
With the rollout expected to begin in April next year, PVAC says assurance of patronage is guaranteed in tandem with Nigeria's first policy. In Lagos, Joel Okuola, NTA News.
Let's pause again. Please remain tuned.
Someone said washing plates is only for girls and lesbians.
What do you think, my star?
I told them it's not. Even Harry helps.
In this family, we share everything.
Wow, it's like magic.
Magic we can all share. With Morning Fresh, cleaning feels easier and faster.
With Morning Fresh's 10 times multi-action power, show love and care because dishes aren't just one person's job.
It's like every other year, my wife wants to paint, and her own kind of budget just makes me want to faint. 50 buckets of paint. It makes sense. I'm only dropping cheddar if it's using Santex.
Santex? Yes, Santex. The amazing durability is more than mere text. Rich quality paint within your budget. So make the smart choice. Paint with Santex. Can't go wrong with a smart choice. Santex paint. Smart choice.
Paint your dreams on the walls of your reality. Choose Santex paints for its rich quality, vibrant colors, and long-lasting coats. Available at authorized Santex paint stores across Nigeria. Santex paint, the smart choice.
Mommy, I get the school fees. It's too much.
Now, money points.
Money points, thank you.
No worries, I've got make am. Go buy go.
Victor, you use money points?
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money point made for your progress.
Power light. Light enough for movement. Real enough for taste. Power oil. My choice for my family. They always come back for seconds. I know why. Power oil. My choice for my family.
Alright, taste.
smile. It's useful to perk the and making friends easier. And you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. The confidence of 3 toothpaste in 1. Pepsodent Triple Protection 123.
But why? No, see, say this big full bag of rice no get the new big full holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the full holographic seal tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10x better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs. You can now see that Harpic is better than
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
What makes a true leader in the game? Is it being the first to start? For over a decade, one name has always led in front. That name is Bet Niger. Bet Builder, Bet Freeze, Winner, Bet Boom. Not just features, but unbeatable odds on over 300,000 live matches. You're playing to win. Just another reason why Bet Niger is truly Nigeria's #1.
Thank you for remaining with us. Nigeria's manufacturing and industrial sectors continue to struggle under the weight of high energy costs, inconsistent power supply, and persistent infrastructural gaps. These challenges have slowed productivity, weakened job creation, and reduced the nation's global competitiveness. In a bid to find lasting solutions, the Minister of Industry convened a high-level roundtable meeting designed as a solution-driven platform to harmonize perspectives, unblock bottlenecks, and chart clear, actionable pathways to strengthen Nigeria's energy industry.
We are setting a timeline with each activities we are deliberating upon, so that as we can light the June industrial cluster the next few months.
We have supportive, strong infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, both from the transmission service provider and from the Nigerian Independent System operators and market operators to ensure that a seamless transportation of energy from the point of generation to the point of use. Then at that point, we can now have the distribution companies taking up the local distribution to the households, to the offices, to the industries.
The greatest that this roundtable is has achieved so far is the need for collaboration between what Power does in terms of Power Ministry under its national grid agenda and the demands and requirements for industry. So once that is targeted, we can begin to address the issues one by one, cluster after cluster, and see what benefits that we can get for country.
Let's look elsewhere now, as the leadership of the Nigeria Union of Pensioners is urging the state governors to implement the 32,000 naira approved minimum wage to its members across the country. National President of the Union, Godwin Abumisi, stated this at the National Executive Council meeting in Abuja. Muhammad Rabiu Ali reports.
Here are the senior citizens under the umbrella of the Nigeria Union of Pensioners, addressing issues affecting the union, achievements, and the way forward.
There must be sanity in any organization. So also,
you know, the president have talked about the way how our finance is being managed.
And whoever the constitution affects, should abide by it.
President Abumisi acknowledges all issues raised, promising to address them in line with international best practices.
Those I found, I have transferred them out of the National Secretariat. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been graciously kind to the pensioners.
At the end of the meeting, the new constitution of the Union was adopted. Mohammed Rabiu Ali, NTA News.
Another break is due, but there's more news, so please stay with us.
With a Nivea Dry Deo, you can keep moving forward in life with confidence. Nivea Dry Deo. Derma 72-hour active protection. With 0% alcohol to prevent irritation. Stay dry and fresh all day long. Skin is for moving forward. Nivea is for skin. Your favorite Nivea Dry Deo, now in smaller pack size.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
Can you laugh? Calm down.
Calm down? What if I ruin everything? Auntie Amina is coming. Just pass the beef from Dawa Cute. No, Hassan. With Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Can you laugh? Got this.
Tanu Mama, Tanu Baba.
Why do you look phony? With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories. This is a true taste of home. Culture. Mr. Chef, taste home, taste culture.
Chef of life.
Moms. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden terra oil, pour your love.
Now let's talk sports on News Extra tonight, as the ECOWAS Parliament has concluded its 25th anniversary celebrations with a friendly football match at the Mediterranean Recreation Center in Abuja. Speaker Aljami Munatu Ibrahima performed the ceremonial kickoff, leading a day of sporting activities. Team Green dominated the event, winning both the men's and women's football matches as the volleyball game. The match served as a symbolic reminder of the unity and cohesion the Parliament has promoted for the past 25 years.
From the Green Team, we got the victory with 2-0 against Red Team. I'm happy, and we have been given various awards, and we also carry the Elephant Cup. God, long live ECOWAS, long live Nigeria.
Meanwhile, it was an action-packed match day 3 in the Nigeria Women's Football League Premiership, with goals and big away victories across major centers on Wednesday. In Umuahia, Nasarawa Amazons defeated Audianem Queens 2-0, while in Aba, Abia Angels delighted their home fans with a comfortable 2-0 win over Ocean Babes. And Team Monsters ladies continued their impressive run, beating Confluence Queens 2-0, and in Ibadan, Reverse Angels claimed a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Paysetters Queens, while in Ekiti Queens lost at home to visiting Edo Queens. Finally, let's update you when it comes to the UEFA Champions League, as Ajax picked their first win of the UEFA Champions League campaign as they came from behind twice to defeat Karabakh 4-2 in Azerbaijan earlier this evening, with Villarreal losing at home to Copenhagen. Of course, 7 other matches are currently ongoing, with Manchester City currently leading away to Real Madrid. Leverkusen and Newcastle currently play 1-0, with Arsenal 2-0 up at Club Brugge. Other it's show Benfica lead Napoli 2-0 at the moment, with Borussia Dortmund 2-1 against Bodo Glimt. That was it on Sports Tonight. Let's now return to Yeri.
All right, many thanks, Ubadi, for the sports update. Now the death has been announced of the Waziri of Iberia, Senator Issa Abonyi, at the age of 98. A statement by Alhaji Shaibu Obaro says the late lawyer, politician, philanthropist, scholar, and committee leader had in his lifetime contributed tremendously to Iberia land and the nation at large through his numerous positions and service to the nation. A praise call to grant him Adana Fidaus. He survived by many children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And that's our package on News Extra tonight. And thanks for investing your time with us from the entire production crew. You have a good night.
NTA Knowledge. We will showcase your school's graduation, excursion, inter-house sports, community service, school's registration of new intakes, and more. For enquiries and advert placement, please dial 0805 906 0657, 0803 553 5720, 0803 337 4201. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
We believe, say, it is possible to live with each other in peace with our environment.
To begin to destroy the gift of animals, the gift of life when God give us food. Na bad thing, no.
Now these plants wey we dey talk and the animals dey keep us alive in one way or the other.
E no make sense make we use our hand scatter all this planting make e finish.
Let us collaborate hands together to protect our health and our own environment.
When you see people, they just dey kill animals anyhow, make we go report them to the people wey dey take care of forest, wey we dey call forest guys.
Make the animal dey there dey, make we too dey campaign.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while explaining everything about technology as it concerns you. It is Tech Mode. Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
There's nothing better than the roar of your fans. In Nigeria, there's a roar that will not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
This is the network service of the NTA.
What is wrong with you? Where have you been? Look, I will mess with you. What do you have here? I'll mess you up. Follow me. Follow me. Sit. Another. Where you going to sit here? Get lost, bitch.
When did you come back last night? You've not answered my question.
I told you I'm on a mission. And my schedule will be ready for the next 2 months.
Couple of months. So I should keep myself entertained. So you're ready to pick up our marriage where you left it?
Let's not do this. Please, understand?
Understand what? That I'm married to a man who doesn't see me?
That you are married to a man who is working for the betterment of society.
Who? Betterment of the society. Huh? Defender of everything great and small. You leave your own to save the world. Or is it that you don't want to start a family with me?
Don't say that. I want to hold our child in my arms.
You don't act like it. It won't happen if you're not around.
It will happen. Look, I promise to push some things off my decks and plan a vacation for us.
Really? So when?
Soon, I'll start working on clearing up my decks. Eh?
Please, for me. I want everything to be like it was when we started dating.
You know I love you with all my heart, huh?
I love you too.
Just my gift. Be good, okay?
Okay.
I'll see you when I get back.
All right. Take care of yourself.
You too, darling.
I'm Tessie. I see on the internet, so I decided to apply.
You're welcome. Just sit down and give me a minute.
Auntie, sorry, is this place near?
Did you get the notice for an old application?
No, I was just asking.
Just sit down. Let me get your madam.
Okay, thank you.
Tessie, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Hello, madam. Okay. see. Nice. So, you work as an editor? Yes, ma. How long? 2 years, ma. Okay, you can start immediately. Sorry? Now, yes. Do you have a problem with that? No, ma. I'll start, ma. Great. So, make yourself at home, yeah? Sorry, ma. I have a friend who wants to work. Okay, what's your name? Come on. Tell us for it. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you.
Detective Savage. Here we are again.
Yeah. The first treats you like that. Puts you here and there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to be on the team. I just wish I was on the field.
Never mind. We're working on a plan.
So this is intel.
Yes. You saw the salad, right?
Yes, yes. So what's in it for me?
Well, you get to be head hairdresser. But sometimes you play the owner. Anytime Lawani is around, you're off.
And as far as we are concerned, operation has already begun.
What a plan. So, do I get a gun?
Well, maybe later.
Okay. Where's the rest of the team?
I got a call, Kay is out on the lead. But they know you're coming.
I think I need a gun. A big one, maybe.
No, it's still money.
No, I know. It's just that there's also on the road. I thought I'm late.
Yes, you are late.
So, what are we going to do today now? Done.
Huh? Our money don't count now.
You. This is fine.
I find person one job. I beg, make work start. Mr. Savage. But not be me and you start work. How you won't take they ask me that question?
You know that let's say the was not right because anytime when you go, they will enter inside office together.
Hi, welcome.
Yes. Do you want to do your
I'm just here to chill. What? You don't allow people to chill here? I can still come back to make my hair some other day, you know.
It's okay. No problem. You can stay.
Thank you.
But, madam, so I know the outside now. I thought it was because there was sun outside that you came inside to come and chill.
No, I'm just waiting for a friend.
Okay.
I'm Sheila.
Tessie.
That's a nice name.
Thank you.
Okay, see. I don't know you my friend. I'm actually being to my boyfriend. This is actually the first week. And I don't know, what you think? Do I look okay? My hair, my face, everything.
Hey, I look fine. Just arrange the ends.
Okay. Can you help me with that? I'll pay you.
Okay.
I like you, Tessie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
That's really bad. Well, I used to be like this some time ago. And now, I'm crossing the border of being single forever. You know, being in love is like a really nice thing. It's a great thing. It's like enjoying a bowl of vanilla ice cream.
Or like drinking milk.
consignment. Can we meet at the usual place? Yeah. And if you mess this up this time, I swear you will never use your hand to sign another check. Alright, one. Baby.
Hi dear. Like my friend here? The last girl he was with, she committed suicide. In fact, the police are still on his case. So, do you want to go home with both of us? What did they tell you about drawing attention to yourself?
Boss, it was just a banter.
This is your chance. Don't mess this up. Boss, and you have 5 days.
Five days? Is this serious? Must be out of his mind.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
A self-disciplined life makes the job of good ethics more attainable. Self-discipline has always been one of those elusive things that your parents, coaches, and teachers have tried to instill in you for as long as you can remember. Sometimes you heard it, and sometimes you didn't. To help you build self-discipline in the workplace, consider these 10 tips. Tip 1. Just do it. Cautiously decide that you really want to be someone who practices self-discipline in your attitude and ethics. Let your desire to achieve self-discipline motivate you to make good choices. Say to yourself, I'm going to play by the rules. Make a personal commitment to develop and bulletproof your purpose really want it. As long as you require outside intervention to stay ethical, you won't develop self-discipline. Tip 2. Learn the rules. Clarify what you will and will not do. Educate yourself so that you will not make ignorant mistakes. Rules, policies, regulations, and standard operating procedures can be overwhelming, but you must resolve that you will never make an ethical decision without knowing what the rules are. Become comfortable with asking your supervisor, legal counsel, or ethics officer for help. They will appreciate that you took the time to ask before jumping into an ethically uncertain situation. Tip 3. Be accountable. Accept responsibility for your behavior. don't blame others for your unfortunate actions and decisions. How many times have you seen a cover-up only worsen an ethical crisis? The extent of your personal damage control should be, I'm sorry, I take full responsibility for my actions, and I will make it right. That is what most people want to hear. Take consistency of character, which is a rare and valuable commodity in the workplace. Tip 4. Practice. Self-discipline is something you can teach yourself. No matter how carefully you plan to live an honest and disciplined life, you won't get out of the starting gate without actually doing something. Self-discipline is not a spectator sport. It requires numerous cycles of practice, failure, and success. Look at the personal obstacles that you have overcome in the past and realize that doing the right thing requires you to step out and stand up. Tip 5. Eliminate harmful habits. If you tend to stretch the truth, cut it out. If you use company equipment, supplies, or facilities for personal use, stop it. If you interpret company policies to meet your needs, don't do it anymore. This list of ethically bad workplace habits goes on and on. We all have some angles, scams, or some unethical behavior that pushes the envelope. Whatever they may be, put an end to these harmful habits immediately. Tip 6. Set and complete goals. There is nothing more satisfying and rewarding than achieving a hard goal. Examples of ethical goals can be telling yourself, when I feel tempted to stretch the truth, I will be factual. When this person puts me in an ethically uncomfortable position, I will stand up for the truth. The act of completing a goal will empower you and give you the courage to do it again and again. Tip 7. Do what you say you will do. Finish what you start, stay on task. There may be no greater measure of your character than evidence that you are a man or woman of your word. Dependability is an invaluable asset in the workplace. It shows ethical honesty. Tip 8. Ignore peer pressure. It's easy to be ethical without the negative influences of others. You can't escape the ethical conflicts with your peers at work. Every job, no matter how working with others. Even the most homogeneous environment will have some level of moral and ethical diversity. Peer pressure can be the most difficult challenge to your personal ethical values. You must learn to stick to your principles and take the knocks as they come. Tip 9. Do activities that enhance your self-discipline, like exercising, sports, or practicing a musical instrument. The fact is, attaining self-discipline in one area of your life will translate to other areas of life as well. Achieving self-discipline in one area reprograms your mind to know what it feels like to say no to the easy way out. Tip 10. Don't give up. Moral and ethical values are not skin deep. You simply cannot walk away from them when times get tough. Many things in life are negotiable, but your principles are not. The personal rewards of building a strong ethical character are well worth the journey. Benefits go far beyond your business at work. They will transcend to all areas of your life.
This is the network service of NTA.
Life is a stage, and each new day gives us another opportunity to perform a little better than yesterday. So no matter where you are or what you're pursuing, remember this: your dreams are valid, your voice matters, and your journey is uniquely powerful. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome on board your favorite event diary blog, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. I am Ehiko Oichu, the daughter of Agada, and my mother Onimo. And this is Sociologue, your sure way to socialize. Stay with us, and we will be right back. In the program today is a story that takes us into a moment of thanksgiving, impact, and remarkable achievements. Apostle Goodheart Ekoeme marks a significant milestone: 40 years in ministry.
It was a day of heartfelt gratitude, reflection, and celebration as family, friends, ministry partners, and dignitaries gathered to honor Apostle Goodheart Obi Ekwueme, the founder of Revival House of Glory International Church, on the remarkable milestone of 40 years in ministry.
His dealings with God and speaks to the extent of his fellowship and relationship with God, which I think would bless the generations come, his generation and the generation after.
The atmosphere was charged with worship, thanksgiving, marking 4 decades of unwavering service, spiritual leadership, and dedication to the body of Christ. Speakers at the event showered encomium on the celebrant, describing him as a visionary leader, teacher of the word, and a man whose passion has inspired generations.
Your gender, you found joy going into the prison, you found joy going to lay hands on the sick in the hospital.
Represents what ministry should be about. In a time where people have men failing because of what we see in Christendom, we still have people who truly represent, who truly embody who Christ is and who are good examples of the kingdom of God.
The next 40 years are very colorful.
Of Bishop David Buie, a respected figure in the Christian faith, who prayed for the family for the years ahead.
Grace. Father, let this be the portion of your servant. Greater grace. Greater grace.
He's a man of wisdom. You can see in his life, in his sermons, and also from the notes as well that he writes. As you read his text, wisdom literally enters into you. It's a blessing. So I'll advise you, there's so many texts here, about 40 plus options for you to choose from. Any single one you choose will truly be a blessing to you. So yeah.
The highlight of the celebration was the unveiling of 10 new books authored by Apostle Goodheart. This fresh release now brings his growing catalogue to 46 books, adding to the 36 new titles already enriching the Christian literary space.
40 years journey in Christ and in active ministry, to be alive, healthy, well and strong.
to still be able to dream again, to see what God has in the future, very fulfilled. And whilst I'm grateful for the 40 years, I just know there's much more ahead, and I'm dreaming further beyond today. These recent 10 books released today, they're my really best. They're my best of best. Because they contain deeper dealings in my heart with God in the past few years, captured in book form. So I can't say which is the best. I love all of them, but these last 10 titles, look out for them. They are hot.
With 40 years already written in the annals of purpose and growing library of transformation books to his name, Apostle Goodheart Ekweme stand as an embodiment of grace, vision, and devotion.
What a significant milestone indeed. 4 good decades of unwavering service and the unveiling of new books that will shape minds and strengthen faith. Away from that anniversary celebration, let's dive into a world of cultural atmosphere. Up next is the Usen Efik traditional celebration.
Efik Day is a grand festival of colors that celebrates the rich heritage and identity of the Efik people from Cross River State. Though it is rooted in Efik culture, the celebration takes place in Nigeria's capital, Abuja, to bring together the Efik community living here and to promote cultural harmony among the different ethnic groups in the country. Main highlight is the parade of traditional masquerades, led by prestigious Epe Leopard masquerade, that once served as the pre-colonial judicial and police system of the Efik people. The graceful Epobi dancers and energetic Nyok dancers also perform throughout the day. Attendees wear colorful Efik traditional attire and enjoy the cuisine.
Culture and tradition of the people. That's actually what defines us. That's what makes us who we are. Right? I mean, it's relating it particularly to our present prevailing circumstances. You know, if there is a unity, you know, of culture and tradition amongst all our people, then you can compare the unity of our country.
Dignitaries and good sons and daughters of the Efik nation address the gathering with one clear message: unity and peace amongst all Nigerians.
I always say this: Nigeria is one of the most diverse nations on God's earth. We have different tribes, ethnic groups, languages, religions, and the thing is that diversity is supposed to be our beauty. That diversity is supposed to be our strength, and we need to come together more to celebrate our diversity, not by hiding it. We celebrate it, but then know that that is what makes us unique. That is what makes us Nigeria, and that is what the founding fathers of this country had in view when they thought of Nigeria.
They are very nice. They're very hospitable. They are very warm, welcoming. For me, I'm in Abuja. I don't get to see a lot of my people, so this is the only time I get to see childhood friends, people I grew up with and all that. So it brings everyone together from far and wide. So we're very happy to it's off. Many people it's getting I've had some tradition to and that's what I'm really looking about.
The fantastic festival in its 8th year, and you can just see how many people are here, how much they're enjoying themselves. We've had a very, very warm and friendly welcome, and I've learned a lot today about traditions of the Efik people. And of course, there's a historical connection between the Efik people and Great Britain, because for many centuries we've had this trading relationship. I'm very aware that the Efik people have contributed a lot to the great nation of Nigeria, so it's a real pleasure to come and take part in your celebrations today.
Our culture, first of all, is what unites us, the Efik. You know, it's one thing that preaches peace, love, and unity. You know, so it helps us to live together. It helps us to build the love within ourselves. Our meals, which you know, the afang, you know, the edikaiko. So those are the things. Those are the identity of the Efik people. You know, and we are proud of what God has given to us as a people.
The festival leaves everyone with a stronger sense of togetherness and pride in Nigerians' rich diversity. Hussein Efik 2025 in Abuja has once again shown that culture can unite us all.
Beautiful display of colors and culture, and of course their unity. They showcase the richness of the Efik heritage and the pride of its people. If you're just joining us, this is Socialog, a program that will bring to you events as they unfold. And up next is the Sterling Bank Clean Water Initiative. Don't go anywhere.
Water is essential to life. We determine the safety of the water we use through a rigorous testing and treatment process. Despite this, the accessibility to clean water is limited, especially in the rural and some urban areas of the country.
Together, let us open the door to a future where every Nigerian household has access to safe, clean water and sanitation facilities. Thank you.
Sterling Bank and Water.org are bridging the gap as they officially launch the Sterling Water Sanitation and Hygiene Business Loan for clean water for Nigerian communities that shape the future of water access. The event was held at the Whitbaker Hotel in Ikoyi, Lagos, where officials of both organizations were present.
Today, through this partnership, we're introducing a bold and practical solution captioned Sterling Bank Water Credit Program. This innovative approach leverages credit to empower households and businesses to invest in water and sanitation solutions. Nigerians can now take control of their future, installing taps, toilets, and safe water systems in their homes.
Honorable Okpayemi Shorunke, Deputy Director, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, representing the Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Tokunbo Wahab, gave the opening speech.
The scale of the challenge demands greater collaboration, and that is where initiatives like this Sterling Water Credit and Wash Products becomes a game changer. By providing affordable financing for water and sanitation infrastructure, the product empowers families and businesses to invest in dignity, health, and a brighter future. To the people of Lagos State, this launch is a message of hope. Financial inclusion can transform challenges of hope into opportunities. To Sterling Bank, we applaud your leadership in aligning business with purpose. Let us collaborate to achieve a universal access to clean water and sanitation in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals.
The event also had panel discussions which analyzed practical and positive steps towards a future where every resilient community can access clean, portable, and safe water in Nigeria.
Before I encountered metering of electricity in Lagos, I've already started paying for metering of water in Karo several years ago. This was around 2010, 2011. So it was a choice for the community. Either you try to drill a borehole endlessly to get water that is dirty brown, or you join the clean water that the World Bank is providing to the local government and pay for it. Guess what? Everybody joined.
This is a national thing. As a bank, we are spread across the country. So we use that network to reach out to as many people as possible, but it's national. The problem is national, it's not just about Lagos alone.
I discovered from Etiosa, where our local government is presently, we don't have a good portable water. So if we can partner with this kind of program and have good drinkable water for the community, I think it's a good one for the local government.
Every measure of progress needs support for a healthier and safe future. This initiative is laudable, as Sterling Water Credit proposition is designed to empower households to build healthier lives.
That is indeed a sure commitment that will touch lives and strengthen communities. We are closing the program today with a captivating stage play that brought arts, culture, and powerful messages to life on stage. Let's see this.
From Mr. Salon to Unke Niger, and closing the year with Chronicles of Rushawa. C3 Media Theatre House has served the city of Abuja a remarkable year of stories. Chronicles of Rushawa CS. Theme of stories.
My name is Etienne Ben Okabwe. I play Aqua in the Chronicles of Ransowa CS. I wrote the song that I made, that I sang on stage as well. I make music as well. This is my first production with C3. Honestly, it's been so crazy. Like, the energy has been crazy. The people are really dope to work with.
Being Peter does not make me a mother.
Sharing relatable stories and stories behind people's situations, social or psychological, and quite complex.
She's currently in a coma at Ransowa.
Understanding how it felt like to be incarcerated, how it felt like to have beat your wife and she end up dying and all that. So internalizing all that to be able to, depict that character the way it was. Although I don't like the situation or I want to dissociate myself from the situation, I just had to internalize everything, and it was a journey.
Stories of regret, frustration.
Let us be guided. And leading to this unpalatable situation that they have found themselves.
Looking at correctional services or facilities don't necessarily mean the physical one we know. Now we look at it like a vast aspect of it, that metaphorically we all like just going to tag ourselves into a correctional facility and we're telling our stories differently, and how it resonates with us, the song helps us bring that out. So that also informed the kind of songs we chose for the play.
I feel like with theatre you should discuss social issues if you can. The platform is available for you to do that, so there shouldn't be any area that you would shy away from, because in real life, when life happens, there's no shying away from anything. So we might as well just say everything as it is. So that's why we try not to avoid any topic, anything that we feel like it will make an impact, will make a difference, will touch lives, will, do some work. So we discuss, we put it on the stage.
I did not know I was hosting my enemies.
This last piece was phenomenal.
and it pulled out your heart in different ways, and it made you realize that everyone has a story. And if we live life looking at everyone as this person has a story that's molded them to be who they are right now, you will live life, as she said, with less judgment and more love, with more understanding, and I think just a better society.
With a mix of emotions, drama, introspection, and plot twists, the play reminds us never to judge, to be tolerant of others, bearing in mind that we all have things we are struggling with and to be liberated from.
And even cases that require a small fine.
There is a door that is open for us, all of us, and that's the door of social contributions. There are opportunities in different correctional centers for us to walk in there and change the orientation of those who are there. They are part of the society. We cannot do without them, because someday they will come back and join us.
In situations like this, can just show empathy. That word empathy is very important. If you're not able to put yourself in the shoes, even just for a moment, to think about how another person is feeling in a situation, then I think that's where we lose out as humanity.
I hope you find this brother, because I sure cannot.
No doubt, C3 Media Theatre House has ended the series of stories on a reflective note, making every audience well guided and thoughtful into the new year.
Remarkable stage play that not only entertained but also delivered profound messages through its performance. Beautiful people, that is how much we can take on today's episode. But keep it a date with us, same time next week. Remember, keep pushing, keep creating, and keep shining. Stay safe and God bless.
Do you want your school to be known for your achievements or activities? Then look no further. At NTA Knowledge Channel 359, we will showcase your school's graduation, excursion, inter-house sports, community service, school's registration of new intakes, and more. For enquiries and advert placement, please dial 0805 906 0657, 0803 553 5720, 0803 337 4201. NTA Knowledge, learn to broaden horizons.
Whatever enterprise you're doing, find very creative ways of reducing your cost. It might require reducing the quantity without reducing the quality. Do not start a small business with loans. Start with your own money. Diversification is important, but it's important to the point where you must also learn the ropes, learn the intricacies and the secrets around those businesses, especially for bonds and stock and things like that, what they do that generates income for you is not in your control. there are dynamics that control the market. There are people, you are basically taking your money and buying into a business and saying, I have confidence that these people will do well over a period and they'll pay me dividend after a certain time, or I can sell to make money. So you need to also look at their books, look at what is their history, what have they done, what is the strength of the management of the place, how consistent have they remained, what has over the time helped them to grow the business. Same thing for even properties. You look at the markets. You don't suddenly take money and okay, everybody is buying properties in Abuja because you live in Abuja. There are parts of Abuja where you go and put in money today, you buy a plot of land that I can assure you that in the next 1 year, you may likely not have development get to those places. So you make inquiries and understand, okay, what's happening in that area? What is the market saying? If you're investing for today to reap tomorrow, now there are certain investments you shouldn't put your money in.
Any investment that gives you high return is also associated with high risk. So we for people that are doing property also has high risk, okay? And we also know property doesn't have liquidity as much as investing in shares, okay? By that I mean, if you buy a property today and maybe tomorrow you are pressed for cash and you want to sell, you may not get immediate buyer. Inflation rate is running at 33.2%. So, a typical investor is also looking at what kind of investment of it's above inflation. Because if the return is below inflation rate, that means the return is giving you a real negative rate of return. So the return has to be above you to have some value addition. And today, unfortunately, there are very few investments that are in that class because of the high rate of inflation. Okay, even the government treasury bills so when you're investing not just to one asset class, but diversify in such a way that even when there is inflation, you have some other asset classes that are paying you, compensating you for that. A good example is commodity. Okay, so commodity investment is one investment that as inflation is rising, is also returns are also rising.
Lives are in your hands, right?
good question. What is it now? The Bible says that by their fruit you will know them. You went to meet them and you were pleased with them. Forget about what the wife is wearing, even if she's naked.
Okay. Okay. Can you dress like that?
What kind of question is that? How can you ask me such a question? I've never dressed like that in my life. Then I'm not blind or crazy.
Yes, please. I have nothing more to say.
All I am just saying is that these people appear nice and good. And they're good fruit. And they're probably Christians.
My dear wife, anybody can be nice. An idol worshiper. But see, the truth is that, see, the fruit the Bible is talking about is the fruit of the Spirit, which is prepared by the power of the Holy Spirit that lives in us.
Preach on, Pastor.
See, if that lady is actually nice, and she's being controlled by the fruit of the Holy Spirit, she will know that self-denial is sacrifice an expression of love. Even though we claim to have liberty to do whatever we like, but we should think of others who are weak in faith, just like God said. My dear, see, Christianity is not all about ourselves. It's also about others.
If we agree with you, I was only joking. You might not even be Christian.
Whatever.
Oh, thanks for the lecture. Please, can we talk about something else?
My dear, nothing else to talk about. We are closing the lecture. My dear, don't you think we should introduce Jesus to our window there?
Do you know I've been thinking in that direction for a while? But these people are Christians. I saw them going to church last Sunday. And they always say that good works and being nice can't substitute salvation.
That is what the Bible says, not me. The Bible says all our righteousness are like filthy rags before Him. We are saved by the Lord Jesus Christ. Is our righteousness.
It's okay then. Maybe we should consider tomorrow evening.
That's okay.
Alright, good night.
Good night, baby. We felt led to come and share the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ with you. Yes, the Savior of mankind. See, Jesus came to die for us and to deliver us from the hand of the devil. Now, this Jesus we're talking about is the Savior of the whole world, especially those that will surrender their hearts to Him as personal Lord and Savior. Wait a minute, my brother. Are you here to preach to us?
So we're here to preach the gospel of Jesus.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
We are Christians.
Yeah,
Are you house of God?
born again.
That's nice to hear.
Yes. We thank God for that. But all the same, can we still go ahead to tell you the message God laid on our heart? No problem. Go for it. Because you see, everybody's going to be in it. Everybody's going to be. Yeah. In the book of John chapter 3 verse 16, the Bible says, for God so loved the world, that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in Him should not perish, but have everlasting life. This is love. God loves us first, that He gave the most precious thing, His only Son. Meanwhile, so many of us who claim to love the Lord are not ready to release anything to Him. We deny him when we are faced with temptation and persecution. Many who profess to have given their heart to Jesus still indulge in sin and unrighteousness. They give their heart to pleasure and lawlessness of this world. Sir, now, to such people, the Lord Jesus will say, I do not know you. Even though they claim to be born again. Why? I want you to read a scripture. Matthew chapter 7, verse 22 and 23. I want you to please listen.
Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works. And then will I profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you that walk in iniquity.
If we claim to be born again, just like my sister said, then we need to regularly check to see if our ways please God. Because Jesus Christ is a jealous God. He wants our totality. I pray that the Lord will help us. Thank you so much for that powerful message, my brothers. Wow. Like my darling has said, we are born again. Yes. In fact, I ought to have introduced our church to you because I pastor a church. Yes, my wife here is a pastor's wife and a teacher of the word. You are a pastor? Yes. I'm a pastor's wife. Exactly. I hope you are blessed with our short meeting. Of course. Sure. In Jesus' name. Amen. Father, we thank you. Thank you, Jesus. We say this is only that woman is a Christian and a pastor's wife. What is this one? I mean, praise the place of the Holy Spirit. That's what is in book now. What are you saying? Is that what the Bible teaches us? That we should go into sin because we want to save sinners. I know Christianity is calling us.
No. These people believe that that is the best way to attract the world to Jesus. God is a spirit, they say, and so he doesn't look at our physical appearance.
But we know that the word of God says that our body is the temple of the living God.
Yes.
And that a godly woman should dress modestly to reveal the inner beauty. Can we not say because we want people to feel our church and women should dress like adults?
And you preach to them as if they are onlooker. You don't even know their pastors.
Anyway, I believe that is the way God wants it.
Yes.
And for me, that message should be food for thought to them. Just imagine, look at the way men will be dressed. In fact, when I was preaching to them, I cannot even look at her face as I was preaching. And if the husband does not see anything bad in the way that woman is dressing, now tell me, what do you think will become of the church members who are ladies who look up to this woman as their mentor?
Wearing rags. Rags. God himself will take care.
Any prayers? We need to pray for them.
Pray for them.
My push is here. Even though I'm not invited.
going for Bible study. Today is our Bible study service, and I'm the teacher by the grace of God. God has given me that gift of teaching. Alright, alright, please. I need to be a very myself. No problem.
water inside the basket. You can't retain any water, don't you know that? Moreover, this amounts to fruitless effort. Don't you know that?
No, sir. I'm not wasting it. I'm only applying wisdom.
Wisdom?
Yes, sir.
Wisdom? How?
By simply pouring this water into the basket, the water is able to flow on its own to water the garden. So I don't need to stress myself going to water each plant individually.
Maureen, can't you see the water is flowing in the same direction? You cannot go round the garden. You see, because it is flowing in the same direction. Some of these plants will need the water. Come and see by yourself. Follow me, come and see. Enough water, and if not water, they can dry up. Can't you see that?
But the water is still flowing anyhow. Someday it will get there.
We're using the wisdom of men to run spiritual race. Don't you know what the Bible says in the book of Jeremiah chapter 2 verse 13? It says, "For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living water, and they have built out for themselves cisterns, broken cisterns that can hold no water." My dear, I can see you have been working hard. Well done. Yes, she's working very hard. But all the water she has laid for to fetch is being poured inside the basket. Now listen to me, both of you. You cease to become blessing when you forsake the fountain of living water. And you are sent to your own way, being guided by the wisdom of this world. Now, let me advise you. Listen, let me advise you. Go back to yourself and stop all this wasted and fruitless effort. Okay? Basket? No. And I said, it took the fruitless effort. I reject that in Jesus' name. Come on. What is the meaning of this dream? Have mercy upon us. Show us where we have missed it. Open our eyes to the meaning of this dream, Lord. Oh, have mercy on us. In the name of Jesus. Show us mercy, Jesus. Father, in the name of Jesus. I reject every fruitless effort before our affection. Father, open our eyes to see.
Good afternoon, sir.
My sister, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
God bless.
Amen. We really thank God for your life, sir. I pray God will continue to increase the anointing upon your life, sir.
Amen. So how's my brother?
It's very fine. Your sermon on Sunday was something else. It was river. My husband and my children could not stop talking about it. You need to see how the heaven came down during the sermon on Sunday. More anointing upon your life.
Are you sure you were in church on Sunday?
Oh, yes, I was there. Though I came very late, but I still met your sermon.
Thank God. Mr. Veronica, your husband and your children were not in church. Because Brother Edwards, the next leader, reported your husband to me that he has not been in church for more than 2 weeks now. So what is going on?
Did I say last Sunday? Yes. No. I mean last upper week Sunday, sir. Because I came late last Sunday. In the upper week Sunday. Upper week Sunday. God bless, sir.
Sister Veronica.
Yes, sir.
Why are you lying? Why are you covering unrighteousness? Why are you deceiving? For God? Actually, your husband has not been in church for more than 2 weeks now, and you are lying. Who are you trying to impress?
I'm sorry, sir.
You're sorry?
Pastor, honestly, I'm tired of my husband. I don't know what came over him recently. He was still coming to church. He said he prefers going to clubhouse rather than coming to work. I don't understand.
You don't understand. Sister Veronica, you don't understand. Okay. I will explain to you. I can't imagine how you could open your eyes and watch things degenerate to this level in your home. Are you not living in the same house with this man? Are you not sleeping on the same bed? Yet you never sense that things are going wrong with this lady. Because you have gone to sleep spiritually. You have become dense in the spirit. Sister Mary, you have to go before the Lord. Because you are the one builder.
Sir, I can't imagine
not call the mechanic because the mechanic has his own area of specialization. If you don't sort yourself out before God, who is the real home builder? You cannot open your eyes to where the problem is.
Nothing is wrong with me, Pastor. Nothing is wrong with me, Pastor. There is nothing wrong with me. It's still the one that has some problem.
Nothing is wrong with you? Okay. I will tell you the truth. Apart from the drama you just displayed here, lying and covering up, as I'm looking at you, you have problem.
Pastor, have I offended you in any way? Even if I've offended you in any way, I still don't think I deserve this embarrassment from this side.
I'm sorry to have offended you, Mr. Barona. But look at your appearance, right? Look at yourself. You're the women's leader for heaven's sake. Does this your appearance verify God?
With due respect, sir, I think you should look inwards and start from your way before making such comments. Excuse me. Maxwell. Maxwell. Maxwell, what is wrong with you? What have I done? What is that lady do to you to deserve this embarrassment? Why did you insult her so much?
Is it too much for me to correct my church member? My woman leader for that matter?
Maxwell, you know well the role that this woman is taking in the church, especially among the women. God has been using her to calm and fulfill the women in the church. Maxwell, listen to me well. God knows that I've been trying my best to be the best helpmeet for you. But if you like, scatter the church with your own hands. Destroy it with your own hands. I won't be blamed. Because I don't know what your problem is. For the past few days, you've been going on news. I ask you what is your problem, you don't answer me.
Why don't you just pick your phone, call the woman, and ask her what we discussed?
I don't need to call her. I overheard all your conversation. I was listening. You know what my advice is for you? Pick up your phone right now and call that woman. She hasn't gone too far. Call her and apologize.
Apologize?
Yes, tell her you're sorry.
Can you hear yourself talk?
Okay. God knows I am trying. God knows I'm being a virtuous woman. A virtuous woman that is supposed to build her own house with her own hands. So I'm doing my best. I am doing it. But somebody is not allowing me to do the through as well. Somebody is making my efforts. Peter, I'm trying. I'm trying my best. God knows. Everyone sees me. And they do help me. God knows I'm trying my best. God knows. Maxwell, what is wrong with you? What's eating you up? I've been here for some minutes and I've been calling your name and you're not responding. Did I offend you?
No. Not at all. I've been thinking, that's all.
Thinking? Thinking about what? You know it's the same thinking move that got you talking to Sister Veronica the other day. That way.
Actually, I've been thinking about us.
Us? What happened to us?
You see, it baffles me that within just a week of the new into this country, and ladies came in to preach for us. We're thinking that we're unbelievers. Can you imagine that? Unbelievers. The company simply came in to bring salvational mercy to us.
Oh, that? But it got me thinking too, but I've forgotten about it. I've forgotten about it.
No. It's not. Rather, it should be thought-provoking. It implies that there is something wrong with us. No, we are not just Christians. We are ministers of God.
Thank you. Maxwell, where is this conversation leading to?
This is where I'm headed to. Ever since we traveled to America, you've changed. You were not like this before, Lauren. My baby was not like this. We used to be humble. We used to dress moderately. But ever since we came back, everything changed. Your dressing changed. Your behavior changed. Everything about you changed. Even your complexion changed.
Hey! Please, hold it. Maxwell, I knew this was where this conversation was heading. Oh, because one man just walked in here and said whatever he felt like saying, that has destabilized you. And besides, this man came here to preach a message of salvation, not to talk about my dressing. And how has that become your problem?
Look, point of correction. That man was not an ordinary man. He is a man of God. And he has the Spirit of God in him. So for him to come here with his wife and minister salvation to us as unbelievers, we need to check ourselves. We need to check ourselves.
All right. Do the thinking by yourself. I have other things to attend to.
Lauren! Lauren!
Your phone is ready.
Where are you going? Are you leaving me to eat alone? Who did that one start with this time?
Since I became the sinner in this house, and you the saint, and I don't want to pollute the saints.
I'm not more. Even if you were wearing rags, you're still my wife.
What? Excuse me, what did you just say? That I'm wearing rags?
No, don't misunderstand me. I said even if you were wearing rags, you're still my wife.
You're still repeating the same thing. Am I wearing rags?
Okay, now let me just tell you the mind. Let me tell you the reason why I've been staying on my own for the past few weeks. Do you know that I find it difficult to correct many of the young girls in the church over the issue of their dressing, simply because I know that they are patterning their dressing after you. Remember what Sister Veronica said here the other day I was trying to correct her? Some time ago, an elderly woman came to meet me in the church during counseling hour, begging me to talk to me over this same issue. Why are you finding it difficult to change this life? You were not like this before I married you. All this began since we traveled to America.
Hey, please, Maxwell. This one has come over me. Wait, the Christians in America, are they serving another God? Oh, maybe they're even all going to hellfire. Oh, maybe they even have two heads. That is freedom, Maxwell. Freedom. Freedom to serve God and worship God the way you want to. And that is what I noticed about them. And I thought I should bring it back here. Have you checked their church attendance since we got back? The youth are trooping into the church. And you know why? Because they are attracted to my lifestyle.
Yes, I know. I know they are attracted to your lifestyle. I also know that their number has increased more than before.
Exactly. That's my point. And do you know what is attracting them? My way of dressing. If I don't dress this way, will they be attracted to the church? Now we hold 2 services on Sunday. Doesn't that count? Was it like that before? It's not freedom. Freedom, Maxwell. Jesus came to liberate us and not to put us in a cage. If it works for them in America, it can surely work for us here.
This is not America. This is Nigeria. This is Africa, where we place value upon our appearance. And besides, the Bible emphasizes modesty in the dressing of a woman.
Oh, please, Maxwell. God is spirit, and whatever we do with our body is left to us. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yes, I do. And that is why he needs our body to fulfill his operations here on earth. That's why the Bible says our body is a temple of God. If he doesn't care about our bodies, we will not come in human form for the deliverance and salvation of men.
I don't know what I've done. I mean, I don't know what I've done wrong. I don't know how I've offended God in this whole matter. And if you don't understand me, if you don't understand me, I know the God that I'm serving in truth and in spirit understands me. He does.
But must we dress as a harlot to bring people to church? Are we bringing them to ourselves or to Christ? Imagine when we are still passing through, when we are still facing in the church, where the choir leader raped the secretary. Remember what the grandmother of that lady told you that day. You can't just wave all these things. You can't pretend that you didn't hear me.
Pastor, hey, so what can we say to all these nonsense? In the house of God, this is an abomination, Pastor. I've never seen this before. During our own time, when we first received this faith, things were not like this.
Simon, what happened? I have come over you, raping your secretary. I think this guy was engaged. That means he must have been doing a thing with his fiancée. Because I don't understand this. No, sir. I've not done it before, sir.
It is not only God's forgiveness that you need. You also need your fiancé to forgive you. Wait, have you told us?
Please help me. I don't know what came over me.
What? You don't know what came over you? What are you saying? Were you blind when you were doing whatever you're doing with her? Or you were drunk? Or blindfolded? Wait, you want to bring the name of our church to disrepute in this society? Choir master? You're a dog. Dog? Nonsense. You know what you did? We're going to call the police on you. And you're going to get punished for what you have done. Bring a shame to our church. Total disgrace. Nonsense. I don't know what came over me. I don't know what came over you. Mama, please. We are very sorry for what has transpired between them. We seriously apologize. Mama, do you know that this has never happened in our church before? Oh, they have seen one now.
Simon, follow me outside. Mama, please excuse me. So, Simon, what exactly happened? I mean, what came over you? Those girls were kept under your care and the choir master for heaven's sake. Hey, and the rest of them said they weren't, huh? No, I'm sorry, sir. This is the devil. When she came to my house to come and give me the report of the night, why was that? I couldn't resist her. She came to your house? Yes, sir. The place you were wearing was so revealing and captivating. The moment I set my eyes on her, I understood because of me. All my defense mechanisms were broken down. She was explaining things. I go far. Big word of no. So she said she wanted to use your toilet? Yes, sir. You really know what came over me. Immediately as I was coming out of the toilet, I carried her into my room. Sir, what happened, sir? She raped her. Sir, it is the devil. It is the devil that used me. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But what, Simon? What? You will run quietly back. But why didn't you flee from her? The way Joseph fled from Potiphar's wife in the Bible. This man that you were already on God you lost. Where to? What happened in my house? I didn't know where to run, sir. Shut up the mouth. Shut up. Just hear yourself talk. Now, what do you want your fiancé to say when she gets in this? Tell me. I know I've sinned against you and God. Save me to ask for forgiveness from God. And also for my fiancé. Sir, sincerely I love her. I love my fiancé. I love her. And we have never done this before. So please go follow me. Mama, please, we are very sorry. Please forgive us. And I want to especially appreciate you for the wisdom and maturity with which you handled this issue. And we have not allowed you to grow out. Thank you. I want to assure you that this young man will be severely punished for what he has done.
Yes, Mama. This one, he will see you in jail. I promise you. Mama, take me by my word. As a pastor's wife here, I don't condone indiscipline. This one, it is for
Please sit down. Well, who was police in this case? Mama, please forgive us. Tito, please forgive us, okay? We will deal with him. We will deal with him.
by your master. Please excuse us. Pastor, yes, ma'am. Thank you. I take anything at me now. I'm bold enough to give my opinion. Why? That should not be the ministry. Please help us. Please help us. Several times I've warned this girl. You see where she is? So stop wearing this rag they call cloth. This rag. We cover her face. Where she be referring me from another ministry. Mama, please wait. These are the future. You are the one they copy. You don't have anything to tell them. They will refer us back to them. Please. Change your dress. Change your lifestyle. Pastor, help us know. I'm sorry to say this, but that is the situation. That is what is going on in our house. Thank you. Come on. What? Why even the spirit of the rest have a lifestyle in the church? When our ladies and women dress so seductively to the house of God. Or you can blame the men. You can say, why don't they look away? But remember that these men are still men. They are still flesh and blood. Many of them are still struggling, trying to stand firm in the Lord. Many more are battling with lust in their hearts.
And so when these provocatively dressed ladies walk around in the church, they fuel the lust and the immorality in the hearts of these men. Remember the other time, I had to tell you to remove a lady that was sitting in the front row, right in front of the altar, revealing everything that should be covered. I had to tell you to help me to remove her. You could say, Pastor, why didn't you look away? But remember, I'm still alive. Darling, I'm still alive. Now, if I as a pastor could feel that way, how much more will Daru church members?
Pastor, it can happen anywhere. There's no perfect church. And besides, our righteousness is in Christ Jesus.
I know. That I know. But not when the Holy Spirit keeps pointing our attention to this issue. We packed into this house and not up to a week. Our neighbors came here to preach salvation to us, thinking that we are unbelievers. Unbelievers, can you imagine? The Holy Spirit also told me in a dream that we should be careful of fruitless efforts, and so that our labors will not be in vain. I don't know why you find it so difficult to live this worldly lifestyle already. Look at the woman next door, for heaven's sake. Isn't she a Christian just like you? That's what the Bible calls immortality. Go back to your first love, woman. I'm praying for you.
So why are you talking to me like this?
Because the Lord may be coming to you. That we have heard and grieved His Spirit. We cease to be blessings the moment we neglected the fountain of living waters and tended toward our own ways. The Lord said we cannot get to the next level He has in mind for us except we deny ourselves and lay all upon the altar. We can do it.
Okay. Well, at least you eat your food, right?
I'm not eating. I'm fasting. I'm not ministering tonight. Let's pray before I go.
Jesus Christ. This lifestyle of yours is getting rid of you. You are becoming an idol worshiper. Since you don't even care about the soul and life committed into your hand.
It is written, giving no offense in anything, that the ministry not be played.
Are you not giving offenses?
Is the ministry not being played?
It's called liberation. We are liberating the youth, encouraging them to come to the Lord as they are. We need to draw them away from the world. They need to come to the church where they can be comfortable to serve the Lord just the way they are. They don't need to go to the world to catch anything. We want to make the church comfortable for them.
Yes. But Christ expected them to go as they walk with Christ. But people like you, hinder them from getting perfected by the Lord. Remember, it is written, everything is lawful, but not everything is beneficial. Everything is lawful, but not everything is edifying.
Sir, I know you are probably talking about my lifestyle, maybe the way I dress. But sir, honestly, I hate being changed. I love my freedom. I like wearing what I'm comfortable wearing. does not condemn me, so I'm fine.
Christianity is not about you alone, but about others. Christ did not come because of himself, but he came for people. Your life to reflect the glory of God. That is why it is written, whether you eat or drink, whatever you do all to the glory of God.
But I love the Lord with all of my heart. And I believe that many will come unto the Lord if only I can bring myself down to their level. This is how the name of the Lord can be glorified.
Can the glory of God manifest through sin? When you deliberately go into the sin of Jezebel,
Sin of Jezebel?
yes, with your fire of the hour, you drag on the floor the glory of God. You profane his Lord's sanctuary. You desecrate his altar.
I serve the living God. And I am his servant. Why are you talking to me like this?
Because God is not happy with you. And he's not happy seeing all these little ones being derailed and captured by the world through your careless living. Do you want to wait for a judgment to come before you do the right thing? Open your Bible to the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 6.
But whoso shall offend one of these little ones, which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea.
That is the judgment. That is the verdict. The God is a merciful God. That is why he's calling you to come back to your first love before it is too late. Because God is not happy with you. And he's not happy seeing all these little ones being derailed and captured by the world through your careless living. Do you want to wait for a judgment to come before you do the right thing? Are you not giving offense? Is the ministry not being praised? The God is a merciful God. That is why he's calling you to come back to your first love before it is too late. Oh, forgive me. Let me just ask you to find. God forgive me. Whoso shall offend one of these little ones, which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he was drowned in the depth of the sea. Ah! Ah! God! Have mercy on me! Ah! Stop injuring people! Yeah! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, Lord! I'm sorry! Ah! So you need to sacrifice your life for others. Ah! God, I'm sorry. I didn't know. God, Just forget it. It's nothing serious. Tell me now. Tell me now. See you tomorrow. Okay. Alright. See you tomorrow. Bye. Good night. Thank you. Welcome. How are you? I'm fine. How was your administration? Oh, pretty good. Was awesome. So looking fresh. Looking fresh. Oh, please, my manners. Let me get your food. No, come. I'm not eating yet. What? I'm not taking anything now. Oh, okay. At least you go upstairs and take a shower. And you come back and we discuss. I'll do that. But first, something important, something urgent. Sit down. Okay. Tell me now. When you went speak to you during the revelation you had, the encounter now. Yes, please. I've told you, it's personal. Personal? Very serious. Look, I'm listening to this of you. You know you are one, you know? The Lord will speak to you, so come on, with it. Okay. But only on one condition. Huh? Oh, okay. What is it? Alright. I've taken my time to prepare a delicious meal for you. So, you just have to take your food, then I'll see if I can tell you. Okay, you're only on condition too. Okay, we're going to eat together. I'm fasting. Huh? Fasting? No. You can't fast now. You can't be fasting. When I've just arrived, no. But yesterday you were here. When you went on a fast without informing me. That was different. You know why? Why? You and I have a very different. Why? You and I have a powerful illustration in that bedroom right now. Okay, man of God, with all humility, I'm begging you. Please let me complete my fast. And tomorrow, please see how that powerful ministration will go. Okay. I'll do it. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Alright. What is going on here? Like what? You're dressing. Okay, is something wrong with my dressing? Wrong with it? No, everything is right with it. Now I get it. I get what you mean by the encounter. The encounter? Yes, I saw him. He spoke to me. Even though he was not happy with me, he still showed me mercy. My pastor, I'm very sorry for all my past errors, my past mistakes. Peter, boy. You see, my dear, we have all missed it at one time or the other. I too don't have this understanding until the Lord opened my eyes to it. I saw a difference in the atmosphere. The moment I walked through that door yesterday. Our mother in Israel. I thank God for her submission and sacrifice.
Submission.
out to save lives and to save the world. I thank God for his mercies.
Hallelujah. God is good. Stand up, let me look at you. Hey, wow. You look good. I love your appearance. And I know God is happy with it.
Well, it's all for God's glory. And you know, I am his minister. So I have to represent him well.
And because your pastor's right too.
Exactly. Oh, thank God. Church is calling. Don't let's waste time talking here. Let's go.
I'll be ready for you to come.
What?
Thank you for being the Lord. I appreciate you. I love you. Myanmar.
Myths from other parts of the world and those of African people reflect beliefs and values. But while the mythologies of many cultures are carefully preserved relics of ancient times, African myths and legends are still a meaningful part of their everyday life. Some African myths deal with the universal themes, such as the origin of the world and the fate of the individual after death. Yet, many spring from the continent's settings, conditions, and history. The people of Africa did not use written language until modern times. Instead, they possessed rich and complex oral traditions, passing myths, legends, and history from generation to generation in spoken form. In some cultures, professional storytellers called real preserved the oral tradition.
Or the storyteller at that time of pre-literate society was when one uncle or one auntie sat down at twilight or under the moonlight to entertain, educate, inform, or enlighten society, made up of the young, old, and even the children, as it were. But essentially, I think they had a way of making children come out at that time because of the impact it had on children, because they were mainly or the major target at that time. So like I said, it was storytelling that has not been affected by civilization, modernization, and then what they call technological invasion. So it was a time where things were handed over by word of mouth from generation to generation.
The written accounts of African mythology began to appear in the early 1800s, and present-day literary writings labor to record the continent's myths and legends to ensure the safety from cultural change. There are clear interactions between the deeply rooted oral tradition and the developing literary tradition of the 20th century. The interaction is revealed in the placing of literary works into the forms of the oral tradition. The impact of the epic on novels, poems, and drama continues to influence writers today.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and optimal.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Dennis Adigunloye. Let's begin with the headlines. President Bola Tinubu insists directive on withdrawal of policemen providing personal security to VIPs must be fully implemented. 16 days of activism to end violence ends with International Human Rights celebration. And Nigeria and other West African states on the right path towards eradicating transboundary animal diseases. Let's begin at the State House, where President Bola Tinubu has insisted that his recent directive on the withdrawal of policemen providing personal security to people designated as very important personalities, VIPs, must be fully implemented. The President addressed this issue at the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. State House correspondent Musbah Damwahab reports.
The Federal Executive Council welcomes a new member
as the new Defense Minister, General Christopher Musa, makes his first attendance. And then, the arrival of the President called the meeting to order, a moment that revealed what was on the President's mind on the developing issue around his earlier directive for the withdrawal of policemen attached to VIPs. President Tinubu insists that with the insecurity situation at hand in the country, the directive must be implemented.
I honestly believe in what I said. So if you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance. The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the civil defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that we don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and from the executive committee and review the structure. It should be effective.
This is another demonstration by President Bola Tinubu that he follows and listens to what Nigerians are saying, their reactions to his policies and programs. There is another apparent follow-up to the existing measures towards addressing a causative factor of the security challenges manifesting in farmer-herders clashes. The President directed Vice President Kashim Shettima to coordinate with state governors under the umbrella of National Economic Council, NEC, to identify villages or grazing reserves that can be developed as ranches and livestock settlements.
We must eliminate the possibility of conflict and turn the livestock reform into economically viable development. The opportunity is there. Let us stop this conflict and turn it into economic opportunity and prosperity.
On other matters, following a situation report by the Bureau of Public Procurement on the large number of contractors being owed by ministries, the President set up an 8-man ministerial committee to investigate the matter.
All of them are supposed to sit down, develop as a committee, meet as a committee, and then go to the President to tell him the solution they have found in allocating funds to pay contractors. The President expressed very, very grave displeasure about the fact that contractors are being owed money.
The Council also approved 5 memos for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments, including adoption of Nigeria's Industrial Policy 2025.
There's nothing more significant than having a guide, a framework that puts together all of these and that begins to guide. So even the investing public, even those who are interested in Nigeria's industrial growth, have a roadmap, have something, a policy document that they can depend on.
The President is very, very concerned about improving the navigational aids in Nigeria.
The Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development also got approval to enhance navigation infrastructural equipment at the Abuja and Lagos airports. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
The Senate has mandated its Committee on Police Affairs to investigate allegations that the presidential order directing the withdrawal of police personnel from VIPs is being flouted. The National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports on this and other happenings at plenary.
The directive to withdraw police personnel from some category of VIPs and be replaced by officials of the Civil Defense Corps was issued on November 23rd by President Tinubu and emphasized this Wednesday. The withdrawal is to boost police presence and secure communities, particularly in remote locations. Senator Abdul Lingi raised a point of order during plenary, alleging that the directive was being flouted.
I'm coming after their withdrawal only orderly. I saw 2 convoys of ministers, and they were carrying lots of security personnel, business concern, Chinese and other business concern. Yesterday, with the compliments of orderlies, Mr. President, I have also seen daughters and sons of political office holders having orderlies and having security covers. Mr. President, I have seen singers having orderlies.
The Senate therefore mandated the Police Affairs Committee to investigate.
The chairman of the Police Affairs Committee should check up this matter, conduct a proper investigation, and let us know why is the directive of Mr. President being flouted. Mr. President gave that order in order to strengthen our police force to deal with our internal security problems, and it was done in good faith.
Meanwhile, a bill that seeks the establishment of Chartered Institute of Planning scaled second reading.
It will unify planning methodologies across government institutions, build a skilled workforce of certified planners, and institutionalize planning as a central governance process.
Is to have an institute that will have the responsibility of training core professionals.
Like the Chartered Institute of Taxation, Institute of Bankers, Nigerian Institute of Bankers, and the rest. So a planning institute is needed to standardize who practiced in those areas.
So we are moving with technology. And if we talk about technology 20, 30 years ago, we'll never be the same today.
4 bills passed first reading. Among them is the Federal Character Commission Act Amendment Bill from the National Assembly. Ami Ali, NTA News.
Back to the State House, President Bola Tinubu has directed the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS, to champion an expanded mandate of a comprehensive diagnostic study towards addressing operational gaps and governance weaknesses in the security landscape. He gave the directive at a parley with senior officers, Executive Course 47 of the Institute in Abuja. State House correspondent Musbah Damaha reports that the members of the Course 47 just concluded a national assignment on how to develop the country's blue economy.
Nigeria's maritime domain, old as the country's existence, has been severally described as a huge potential, grossly under-harnessed. President Bola Tinubu's administration, right from the outset, took a step forward towards developing and tapping the national aquatic and marine assets with the establishment of a marine and blue economy. The senior officers executive Course 47 members got the national mandate to guide the sector's development. And after their research, they are here with a report on the blue economy and sustainable development in Nigeria, issues, challenges and opportunities.
We have seen the areas of overlaps, we have seen the areas of conflicts across various agencies, and we believe that unless we solve governance problem, a whole lot of investment that would have come into that sector will not happen. With what we have done, we have a step-by-step guide on what we need to do to ensure that the marine and blue economy contributes what it's supposed to do.
Another result of rigorous exercise in the series from the nation's policies think tank.
We deeply appreciate
President Bola Tinubu, through his lieutenant, commended the patriotic role of the Institute to the Nigerian state, providing policy direction over the years. He enumerated various intentional efforts of the administration towards accelerating development of the blue economy for national gain.
we have made significant progress. This administration has established the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to reform port management systems, strengthen maritime security operations,
and support private sector expansion in water transport and logistics. The insights provided by Set 47 will guide us as we refine our strategies and deepen national coordination. The President has directed all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to study these recommendations with immediate effect and prepare for timely implementation.
The realities of security challenges in the country also extend to the maritime domain, with illegal fishing, oil theft, smuggling, and other maritime crimes still lingering. And so, the President assigns a new mandate to the institutes.
NIPS is hereby tasked with conducting a comprehensive national security diagnostic study and developing actionable policy recommendations to guide this administration in addressing operational gaps and governance weaknesses across our security landscape.
There is no security problem that we have not examined at the National Institute. Now, with this renewed mandate, I want to assure you that even within a very short time, we will come out with proposals that will enable us to solve this problem.
With these 96 participants done with their bid of this form of national assignments, the incoming set has its job cut out towards finding solutions to the security challenges in the country. But the Director General of the Institute believes the task is achievable going by their earlier examinations on various security problems in the country. From the State House, Musbal and Wahab, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the federal government's 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration and approval. National Assembly correspondent Mutare Ikpen reports that the House at Wednesday's plenary summoned the Governor of the Central Bank, Olayemi Cardoso, to appear before its Committee on Public Accounts over alleged remitter charges that are yet to be remitted to government coffers.
There's a letter from Mr. President.
The President informed the House of Representatives that the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper approved by the Federal Executive Council will guide the preparation of the 2026 appropriation bill.
I seek the cooperation of the National Assembly for expeditious legislative action on the submission.
The resolution to invite the CBN governor followed a motion by Representative Bamidele Salam that the Apex Bank is evading explanation about non-remittance of more than 11 trillion naira accruing to government from charges in the remittance system.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has failed, refused or neglected to honor the invitations or effect the required remittances as directed by the committee.
Mr. President should pay attention to this revelation from a committee that is a creation of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
An attempt to amend the motion to refer the investigation to an ad hoc committee and not the Public Accounts Committee led to a rowdy session where the Speaker had to caution some lawmakers.
Honorable Mark has said, clearly stated in our rule book, and the Public Accounts Committee this is very unparliamentary. Honorable Mark has said, I'm on you. If you don't stop this behavior, believe me sincerely, and Honorable Kabir Mepalas will take you to ethics. This committee, as every other committees, if they have gone this far, I don't want us to frustrate them. In the light of this, I'm hereby withdrawing that amendment to refer this matter to the Standing Committee.
Adopting another motion, the House asked the Central Bank to grant waivers on all outstanding COVID-19 survival loans.
Continued automatic debits and aggressive recoveries are inflicting severe hardships on vulnerable Nigerians, risking the collapse of small businesses, worsening unemployment, and heightening social instability.
Meanwhile, the gale of defections continue as two lawmakers from Bayelsa State dumped the PDP for the APC.
5 bills were passed at Wednesday's plenary, including 3 seeking establishment of more specialist eye care centers in the country. From the National Assembly, Mutare Ikpen, NTA News.
Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to revamping the security architecture of the country and eliminating all forms of emerging threats. The minister stated this during a sympathy visit to the United States governments, the people and families of the abductees of the St. Mary's Catholic School, Papiri, to commiserate with them over the ugly incident. Husseina Musa reports.
The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, while commiserating with the governor and people of the state over the abduction of the school children, reassured that the federal government is working assiduously towards the rescue of the remaining school children still in captivity. He stressed that the incident calls for sober reflection, noting that the issue of insecurity should not be left to a care of the government, as it needs collective efforts to tackle.
But also, partnership with the national community, we can see the visit of the congressional leaders of the United States and the kind of positive comments are also there about the kind of effort that is being done. The president is committed to doing that, and that is why he's digging the architecture of the security forces and ensuring that it is better position for them to fight this insurgency, this criminality, this banditry once and for all, something out of us.
As a government and as a state, it's our prayer that democracy in Nigeria is sustained. We must love one another, irrespective of our divides.
The minister appealed to the populace to be supportive of the present administration as it continues to adopt measures that will enhance development in the country. In Mina, Hussein Musa, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu has met with all Progressives Congress leaders and governorship aspirants in Osun State. An appeal for unity and consensus building ahead of the party's primary on December 13th. The president met with the aspirants at the State House on Monday night. The Osun State governorship aspirants who attended the meeting with the president include former Deputy Governor Benedict Oluboyega Alabi, Dotun Babayemi Akin Ogunbiyi, Senator Babajide Omoworare, Kunle Adegoke SAN, Babatunde Harita Oralusi, Mulikat Abiola Jimo, and Muniridin Bola Oyebamiji. Also in attendance at the meeting were the national chairman of the APC, Professor Ntawe Iwada, Secretary to the Governments of the Federation, George Akume, Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, Hope Uzodinma, and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. President Tinubu, who praised all the aspirants for their contributions to the APC in Osun State, urged them to close ranks and support the consensus candidate the party will present for the governorship election in the state. He also advised them to avoid the internal bickering and disunity that caused the party to lose the last election in the state to the PDP. At the end of the meeting, a joint statement was issued in which the aspirants and leaders committed to supporting the candidate who emerges at the primary. This is the news on NTA International. We'll take a break. More reports in a moment. Stay with us.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope, and drives development.
welcome back. Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit in the Office of the Vice President has convened policymakers, farmers and economists to plan the 2025-2026 dry season farming under the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism. Musa Baba Ali reports that the initiative represents a critical pillar of President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, which prioritizes food security, economic stability and agricultural transformation.
The rainy season farming cycle has concluded. With harvest nearly complete, farmers are now shifting their focus to preparations for irrigation-supported dry season farming.
How do we take that?
This prompted a high-level consultative meeting between officials of the Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit, Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and commissioners of agriculture from other states.
So we work closely with existing MDAs at federal level, and we have made a big effort to understand the subnationals and how do we now better work with subnationals and drive this forward.
The meeting called for expanded irrigation support, timely delivery of affordable inputs to farmers, and the deployment of advanced technologies to enable real-time farm monitoring, early warning system, and accurate yield forecasting.
His Excellency is also giving out free interventions, free rice seeds, free maize seeds, cassava seeds, for our farmers to be more encouraged. In between this wet and dry season, we still have something that we need to produce so that we keep our state going.
Launched in May 2025, the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism, NAPM, is currently in its 18-month pilot phase, spanning 4 production seasons across 13 states.
The Presidential Food System Coordinating Unit, had this caravan, that came to be able to bring the NAPM, the concept of the NAPM, to get down to the farmer.
For the things we do is to share data with the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism Unit.
NAPM coordinates planning, data sharing, and implementation across federal, state, and local government levels. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
The ECOWAS Business Council is set to take off under the chairmanship of its pioneer chairman, Aliko Dangote. President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Aliu Umar Toure, disclosed this in Abuja at the 95th Ordinary Session of the Council of Ministers. Calvin Evonage reports.
The ECOWAS Business Council is one of the many initiatives undertaken in 2025 by the ECOWAS Commission to give impetus to this trade liberalization scheme and enhance regional integration. The choice of Aliko Dangote as pioneer chairman of the Business Council was informed by his vast experience in doing business across the sub-region. The issue of high FS in the sub-region was discussed, and new measures to be adopted from January 2026, including abolition of air ticket passes and reduction of security levy by 25%. The aim is to drastically reduce air ticket fares across the sub-region.
This appetite for intra-regional investment underscores the need to mobilize capital within our region in order to build our community rather than wait for precarious foreign investment.
Several proposals are to be presented to the Council of Ministers, who will deliberate on them and submit a report to the Summit of Heads of States and Government this week. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewonwaye, NTA.
Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has remained in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission after failing to meet his bail conditions. Malami, who is being investigated for 18 alleged offences, including money laundering, abuse of office and terrorism financing, has been held by the Anti-Graft Agency under remand order earlier secured by investigators. NTA News investigations revealed that Malami failed to meet his bail conditions at Wednesday evening, forcing him to spend a third consecutive night in custody. The former chief law officer of the Federation has been in the custody of the Anti-Graft Commission since Monday. Malami is expected to perfect the conditions for his administrative bail. Now, in its avowed determination to continue to fight financial crimes, the federal government has arraigned former Minister of Aviation, Stella Udwa, before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on alleged 5 billion naira corruption charges. Stella Udwa, as a defendant, was put on trial by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice on a 5-count charge bordering on alleged advance fee fraud and conspiracy. In one of the counts, she was alleged to have obtained by fraudulent pretenses 2.4 billion naira through Broadwater Resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation. She's equally being alleged to have fraudulently claimed that the money was cost of technical supervision. The alleged fraud was said to have been perpetrated in January of 2014. In another count, Ms. Udwa was alleged to have collected 1.6 billion naira through the same means, contrary to Section 8 of the Advance Fee Fraud Act. The former minister, who was docked alongside Gloria Odita, pleaded not guilty to the 5-count charge. Justice Hamza Mwazu admitted Stella Udwa to bail on self-recognizance, but ordered that she must deposit her travel documents with the court and must not travel out of the country without permission of the court. Nigeria and Thailand have agreed to take their bilateral relationship to a strategic level. The commitment was made during a high-level meeting in Bangkok between Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, and his Thai counterpart, Sikashak Hwanggetwekyo. In a statement, Yusuf Tuga proposed for Thailand to help bridge the regions by fostering collaboration between the African bloc, ECOWAS, and the Southeast Asian bloc, ASEAN, for foreseeing eventual ASEAN-ECOWAS summit in the long term. Both sides discussed building on Nigeria's crude oil exports and Thailand's rice and machinery exports, and extending to scholarship programs for Nigerian students. They agreed to diversify into new areas like agro-processing, renewable energy, manufacturing, and ICT. While on security, Tuga stressed on cooperation against transnational crimes like drug and human trafficking, proposing increased intelligence sharing and joint training. To solidify this enhanced partnership, the minister urged the speedy conclusion of pending bilateral agreements on trade, investments, and culture, with a view to establishing a high-level joint commission. The meeting concluded with Nigeria reaffirming Thailand as its strategic partner in Asia and extended an invitation for reciprocal high-level visits. Let's go to Uganda, where solar refrigerators are being adopted for the potency of vaccines owing to constant cuts.
In western Uganda's Nakivale refugee settlement, new mothers line the beds cradling their newborns. Health workers here deliver thousands of life-saving vaccines every month. But in a place with constant power cuts, keeping doses cold has always been a struggle. A solar refrigerator is now changing that. Uganda has received hundreds of solar fridges and digital temperature monitors supported by the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation. For health workers, it means fewer wasted vaccines and more children protected. But the challenge doesn't stop here. In eastern Uganda's mountainous regions, reaching families often means climbing high into the hills. A health worker packs vaccines into a portable kit, part of a cold chain designed for places without fridges. She begins her ascent, ladders, steep footpaths, long distances, all to reach one village.
It is very hard for them to come down for the service, especially the mothers who carry children every time to come for immunization. So we make sure at least we reach them so that they cannot also travel such a long distance with children on their backs when it has rained.
Uganda's Ministry of Health says this technology is improving coverage, reducing costs, and strengthening defenses against diseases from measles to COVID-19 and now the new malaria vaccine.
Mainly it is the issue of access and compliance, because these vaccines are given, are accessible almost daily, and also we are able to provide the vaccines at the recommended temperatures across the country, So this will ensure that we are able to prevent all diseases, whether recurring, so long as they are vaccine preventable diseases.
Uganda hopes to scale up solar and digital tools nationwide, a model other countries could follow as climate change threatens health systems.
Now, supporters of Benin Republic's ruling party have gathered after a failed coup, expressing solidarity with President Patrice Talon, as authorities released new details about the security response that's crushed the attempted takeover of power. Dalbi Obiechina has details.
At the party headquarters, activists chanted pro-democracy slogans, condemning the attempted takeover and declaring firm support for Talon. Entrepreneur Kuchika voiced the crowd's mood, saying Benin has never deserved a coup d'etat. Authorities say a small group of soldiers briefly seized state television early Sunday before being confronted by Beninese force. Republican Guard Commander Jodone Jimo later disclosed that French Special Force deployed from Abidjan assisted a final operation after local troops had engaged the attackers. French confirmed providing surveillance, observation and logistics support, while Nigerian airstrike also formed part of the regional response. As investigation continues, officials insist the failed coup will not derail Beninese stability, and ruling party members say democratic order must stand. Adobe Obiechina, NTA News.
This is news on NTA International. We'll take another break. Stay with us. Back in a moment. Residents in Hilla, central Iraq, spent the day clearing waterlogged homes and navigating flooded streets after heavy rainfall hit Babylon province, marking the start of a week of unstable weather across the country. Adaobi Obiechina has more.
The flood left several neighborhoods and residents pushing water out of their homes as vehicles struggle through submerged streets. Authorities, however, have sent reports of cloudy conditions nationwide, with moderate rainfall spreading gradually through most regions by nightfall. Thunderstorms may occur in isolated areas, though temperature should remain relatively stable. Heavier rainfall is expected the following day, alongside stronger winds and a noticeable temperature drop. Officials warn of possible flash flood in areas prone to downpours. Rain will continue to the next day and intensify midweek, with forecasts indicating very heavy showers and sharply reduced visibility as southeastern winds strengthen. Authorities urge residents to stay alert as unstable weather may persist through the midweek. Adobe Obiechina, NTA News.
As the world commemorates International Human Rights Day, attention of governments of member states of ECOWAS has been drawn to the need to eradicate poverty in the sub-region, as this is the surest way to protect the rights and dignity of community citizens. This was the thrust of submissions at the first edition of commemorating the day by ECOWAS, Courts of Justice in Abuja. Austin Anyebe reports.
It is 70 years of struggle and 70 years of conquest since the United Nations General Assembly said today, with the 2025 theme, Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials, it's a reminder that human rights are not abstract ideas, but a basic requirement for quality life. Hence, political leaders in West African states must pay critical attention to the welfare of citizens.
African countries, particularly in West Africa, we should do more than even developed economies because we are the ones having the highest percentage of our population living below poverty line. And that is unacceptable. And this is the basis, or if you like, the root causes of some of our conflicts.
The professor of law who presented a keynote address says people continue to struggle for access to justice and essentials of life, which invariably affect their participation in government. Therefore, appealing for provision of social safety net for the poor.
Corruption and abuse of power, they make nonsense of the progressive realization of socio-economic rights that are capital intensive. Because the money meant for investment in right education, right to health, right to housing, have been eaten completely away by corrupt practices. So where is the money left for investment in social and economic rights?
ECOWAS Court of Justice, which as part of its mandate adjudicates on cases of violations of human rights, says it has sat on more than 700 cases but laments on enforcement of its decisions by some member states.
Our community, a lot of people continue to struggle to access the basic needs of life, such as, for instance, food, clean water, security, healthcare, and education. The court formally decided to include the commemoration of this event in its annual program.
The takeaway from the event is that national bodies within ECOWAS must put in place mechanisms to protect the rights of the vulnerable through domesticating some treaties entered into. In Abuja, Austin Anyebe, NTA News.
December 10th, the world over, is celebrated as International Human Rights Day. Commemorating the day, the National Human Rights Commission took to the streets of Abuja to sensitize Nigerians on the importance of the day. Omenka Amarchukwu reports.
December 10th is significant day as it's observed as Human Rights Day, commemorating the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948. Recognizing its importance, the National Human Rights Commission is using the day as a reminder of equality, freedom, and dignity for individuals.
The spirit of today's gathering echoes the timeless messages encapsulated in the promotion, protection, and enforcement of human rights for all Nigerians. Our work is not rooted in protest, but in unity, not in anger, but with resolve to uphold human rights, not as spectators, but as active participants in shaping a Nigeria where every right is protected, every voice matters, and no one is left behind in the promotion and protection of human rights.
Together we have the power to confront these injustices by protecting the institutions that make human rights a life reality.
The day also featured reflections on progress made and challenges ahead in promoting human rights in Nigeria, highlighting the works of individuals and organizations advocating for human rights. In Abuja, Omenka Amarchukwu, NTA News.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO and the National Water Resources Institutes are making strides in ensuring sustainable and equitable water security in the Niger Basin. A two-day regional workshop on governance mechanism for cooperation and on conjunctive water resource management in the Niger Basin and the NB-ITAS region is underway in Abuja, highlighting the importance of collaborative governance and innovative approaches to address climate variability, population growth, and uncoordinated water use.
Follow-up workshop to ensure that all the resolutions, all the initiatives, all the innovations that I intend to roll over into the 2026 is now has opened the space for a workshop so that we will start a good beginning on all the reports received in Uzbekistan conference
and the shared aquifer
which is called ITAS, Ilumidin Taudeni Tasnahuf Aquifer System, which is irrigating 11 countries, almost 11 countries throughout the West Africa region, and which is an important source of water for more than 360 million inhabitants in this region. This shows the importance of creating a shared water governance mechanism.
Collaboration and coordination by all the participating countries in terms of coming up with a mechanism that will support improved management of the lake and to support the protection of the water resources of the lake. This could involve
The workshop also aims to promote integrated water resource management, ensure sustainable management of shared water resources, as well as address the shrinking Lake Chad and promote regional cooperation. The Road to the South-South 2.0 initiative aims to deepen impact, invest in agribusiness, renewable energy, education, and technology transfer in the South-South region. Gufan Shaji Ugwanyi reports that the initiative is to strengthen dialogue, promote inclusion, and build stronger partnerships between governments and communities.
A region becomes unstoppable the moment his people decides to rise together.
The South-South region has made significant progress under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, with landmark projects and policy interventions changing lives and redefining the economic future. At this meeting, convener of the Road to South-South initiative, Gift Jumbo, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement in the South-South, highlights that the South-South is not just the oil belt of Nigeria, but the innovation belt.
Road to South-South 2.0 is our answer. It's about deepening impacts, investing in agribusinesses, turning international investments into community wealth.
We must move beyond palliative cleanups to a comprehensive Niger Delta environmental restoration and sustainability acts.
The Niger Delta has one of the best environments for sustainable agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, our youth, you must prepare yourselves to be involved in agriculture.
The event is also a call to action for stakeholders to partner with the government in building a prosperous region, putting people at the center, empowering communities, and creating sustainable pathways for collective growth. In Abuja, Gufan Shaji Ugwanyi, NTA News.
Let's take our final break. We'll be back shortly. Demographic experts are urging national and subnational governments to scale up domestic funding for population management, particularly census activities, emphasizing the need for dedicated budget lines and stronger public-private partnerships. Their appeal comes as Nigeria's population continues to grow and is projected to exceed 400 million by 2050, at a time when international donors are scaling back key support programs. Olusheye Adeagbo reports that these concerns set center stage at the 2025 Annual Population Lecture Series held in Abuja.
A major demographic shift is on the way in Nigeria, driven largely by persistently high fertility rates. This trajectory is expected to position the country as the world's third most populous nation by 2050. Experts note that transforming this rapid growth into a demographic dividend is possible, but only with accurate vital statistics driven from a credible and verifiable census.
I want us to view this lecture not as a routine event, but as a renewed call to action. Nigeria cannot achieve a demographic dividend without sustained investment in health, education, and labor participation.
Together, we can develop resilient population and health system that inspire confidence in Nigeria's capacity to overcome current funding challenges.
The 2025 Annual Population Lecture Series, the 13th edition in the series, is themed Emerging Global Funding Realities, Impact on Population Activities, and the Need for Innovative Domestic Resource Mobilization.
I'm trying to propose whether we should have what we call population trust funds. Populations are supposed to take place maybe every 10 years. I want a institution where before 10 years, we have our money in that fund so that when the census come, we already have our money to conduct census.
The National Population Council, chaired by Mr. President, need to convene meeting to declare population as a national security agenda. The policy also recommended that there should be a budget line for population and development agenda in Nigeria.
Discussions centered on the need for renewed national commitment to domestic resource mobilization and deeper community engagement to support Nigeria's population and demographic programs. In Abuja, Olusheye Adiagbo, NTA News.
War against terrorism and banditry is one that everybody agrees must be won and that requires concerted efforts of all. This was also the view of distinguished personalities at the second tri-annual meeting of the Nigeria Inter-Religious Council in Abuja. Annie Daniels reports that to match words with action, the inter-religious body is collaborating with the government to promote peace, love, and unity in the country.
Since its establishment in 1999, the Nigeria Inter-Religious Council, NIREC, has remained active in dousing potentially volatile religious situations. Participants at the meeting revealed that the declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by President Donald Trump of the United States exposed thinking pattern of some Nigerians in religious and ethnicity issues.
So when we come out away from our comfort zone, away from self-security, we say also self-negative legally. Sometimes we wonder, are we all of that?
What is happening by the rhetorics is that the crack lines are further widened, either based on ethnicity or religious divides.
Every human life is precious to God, the Almighty Creator. This is why the religious leaders and the religious councils must work with government to ensure a final defeat in the battle with the terrorists and bandits.
To achieve a peaceful, united and prosperous Nigeria, the participants insist government needs to collaborate with both faith.
Partnerships and international support, but Nigerians must work out Nigerian solutions in line with their national interest. We welcome support from our allies in our diplomatic efforts at national and global. We will ensure that policies are intentionally designed to foster unity, enhance inter-religious harmony.
Distinguished personalities here insist that it is time to walk the talk. It is time to stand for what religion stands for, and that is love, to ensure we have a peaceful and united Nigeria. In Abuja, Annie Daniels, NTA News.
Federal government is tackling the security challenges facing the country headlong and prosecuting those who are involved in the acts of terrorism in line with the law. Attorney General of the Federation and Justice Minister Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, disclosed this while receiving the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, Riley Barnes, and U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, in Abuja. Judiciary correspondent Dele Atumpi reports.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Justice Minister, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, told the U.S. delegation on a fact-finding mission to the country that the federal government has secured the conviction of 860 terrorists in the last 8 years. Fagbemi, SAN, explained that those arrested for terrorism acts were tried and convicted by courts of competent jurisdiction. He pointed out that the convictions were secured in an open court in line with the due process of the law. Fagbemi, SAN, who noted that the visit afforded the federal government the opportunity to explain the security situation to its visiting U.S. delegation, expressed happiness that the U.S. delegation was able to see things for itself.
The one that concerns the Federal Ministry of Justice is about the prosecution of the people arrested in connection with this extremism and about extremism. So, and we're able to explain to them and tell them how far we have gone, what we are also doing. For instance, today, as we speak, terrorism trial is still going on. I have been there today. I have taken 1 or 2 of the cases, and I want to seize this opportunity to let you know that as at today, that is from 2017 and 2025, we have secured 860 convictions and 891 acquittals, that is discharges. What this speaks to, particularly the issue of discharges of the defendants, is that we don't just arrest people and clamp them into prison. We follow due process, their profiles, those who have nothing to do, left off the hook.
The chief law officer admitted that though the country faces security challenges, the federal government is equally tackling the issues which have no religious undertone. In Abuja, Dele Atumpi, NTA News.
Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has tasked the newly promoted Major and Brigadier Generals of the Nigerian Army to work jointly in addressing national and regional security challenges. The minister, who gave the charge at the investiture of 28 officers, emphasized the critical role of interagency synergy in tackling security challenges. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, stressed the need for scale-up efforts to tackle evolving security challenges within the country and political instability in the region.
I assure you of Mr. President's unwavering commitment to building a more operationally effective and well-resourced armed forces capable of safeguarding the sovereignty and responding decisively to emerging threats. Let me at this juncture also congratulate members of the armed forces for a job well done just on Sunday with the attempted coup in Benin. Our prompt response made sure that failed, and this is what the armed forces will always be there. We must be ready 24/7 to respond to any threats on us or on our allies.
Let me be clear that our expectations are high. We must continue to improve our operational effectiveness across all theaters of operation. Our troops on the front line will feel your leadership, while the citizens must feel our impact. Nigeria must see and trust the Army as a force of stability, unity, and national prosperity.
Nigeria and other West African states are on the right path towards eradicating transboundary animal diseases. This development comes as experts from across West Africa converged on Abuja for a 3-day regional training aimed at strengthening surveillance capacities and improving coordinated response mechanisms. The Suvjika reports.
Herpes dispetis ruminans PPR is a viral disease affecting sheep and goats. It is highly contagious and often fatal, posing a serious threat to to food security and livelihoods across West Africa. At a gathering of regional experts in Abuja, participants expressed renewed commitment to ending the scourge through shared knowledge and coordinated action. The focus is on shifting decisively from reactive, event-driven responses to predictive, risk-based and analytics-driven surveillance systems.
In recent years, our focus has been on strengthening the National Animal Disease Information System to improve reporting from across the Federation, enhance laboratory field collaboration under the One Health approach, and work closely with ECOWAS, RAC, AUIBA, FAO, and WOA to align national actions with continental strategies.
The convergence today is across the countries in the Sahel and then West African countries, and we're trying to see how together we can build capacities and knowledge of experts.
In another development, women have been encouraged to continue building livestock enterprises that empower them, strengthen households, and enhance Nigeria's food security. At an event organized by the African Women in Animal Resources, Farming and Agribusiness Network in collaboration with the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources, stakeholders emphasized that women remain vital to the ongoing transformation of the livestock industry. The workshop had as its theme creation of tangible and sustainable impact for women's economic empowerment. In Abuja, Yusuf Jiga, NTA News.
And next is the weather update. And that concludes the news on NTA International. Thanks for watching. I am Dennis Adigundoye.
Pekin's only worry was the absence of a male heir.
Drama met development, entertainment met empowerment. Today, the spirit of storytelling lives on with shows like Weekend Deal, Conversations, The Medley Show, Generation XYZ, NTA connects with Nigeria's youth, sharing ideas, culture, and conversation. We capture the voices of the vibrant generations and train the storytellers of the future, crafting the finest indigenous stories with a global outlook, united in the strength of our diversity.
Every other person is behind. See my camera now.
As we build bridges between generations and platforms for the transmission of Nigerian excellence. We are the storytellers, the memory keepers, the torch bearers.
This is the network service of the NTA.
proposes channeling part of existing revenue from sugar-sweetened beverages to fund infrastructure and initiatives in the preventive and primary health care.
A bill for an act to amend Section 21(3) of the Customs, Excise, Tariffs, etc. Consolidation Act 2025. Mr. President, distinguished senators, I rise today to lead the debate on a significant amendment to the Customs, Excise, Tariffs, etc. Consolidation Act, which passed its first reading on February 18, 2025. This amendment is not merely fiscal in nature. It is a public health investment strategy that aligns taxation policy with our national health priorities. It proposes a restructuring of existing excise duty on sugar-sweetened beverages, not to impose more burden on citizens, but to redirect part of the existing revenue to finance health-related programs and infrastructure that will improve the well-being of Nigerians. The rationale and objectives of the bill. The objectives of the bill are twofold: to strengthen public health financing by earmarking a portion of existing excise revenue on non-alcoholic, carbonated, and sweetened beverages for preventive health programs and primary healthcare infrastructure, and to sustain national efforts in addressing the growing burden of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, obesity, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases that are increasingly linked to unhealthy dietary habits and excessive sugar consumption. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the link between excessive sugar consumption and the rising prevalence of NCDs is well established. It is estimated that NCDs now contribute over 30% of annual deaths in Nigeria. These are likely preventable diseases that can be reduced through health education, lifestyle modification, and strengthened primary health care delivery. Unfortunately, public funding for health remains inadequate. It has been over 2 decades since the Abuja Declaration, where African Union member states pledged to allocate 15% of their annual budgets to health. Nigeria is yet to meet this target. With declining donor support and a mass exodus of healthcare professionals, there is an urgent need to innovate within existing fiscal frameworks to generate sustainable domestic financing for health. The gap and why this amendment is necessary. Current fiscal legislation provides several earmarked levies for national development. Tertiary Education Trust Fund, 50%. Nigerian Education Loan Fund, 15%. National Information Technology Development Fund, 8%. National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, 8%. National Board for Technological Incubation, 4%. Defense and Security Infrastructure Fund, 10%. And National Cyber Security Fund. However, public health is conspicuously missing from this structure, despite being a key pillar of sustainable development. This bill therefore seeks to integrate health as a beneficiary of existing excise revenue,
particularly from products known to contribute to health risk. Benefits and expected impact. By earmarking part of the excise collected from SSPs and similar products to a dedicated fund of health, this amendment will provide sustainable domestic funding for preventive health programs, strengthen primary healthcare systems, especially at community levels, support nutrition and wellness education across schools and workplaces, facilitate early screening and detection of NCDs, and improve the overall health security of the nation. Evidence from other countries, including South Africa, Mexico, and the United Kingdom, shows that linking excise revenue health outcomes not only improves fiscal efficiency, but also encourages industry innovation and healthier consumer behavior. This approach will make Nigeria's tax framework smarter, more purposeful, and people-centered, ensuring that every naira collected from health-based products directly contribute to protecting and improving public health. In conclusion, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill is not about introducing a new tax rate. Rather, it is about putting existing revenues to better use in a way that directly benefits the health and productivity of Nigerians. By earmarking excise proceeds for health, we can transform fiscal policy into a powerful tool for disease prevention, health promotion, and human capital development. I therefore urge my distinguished colleagues to support this bill for second reading and to allow it to be referred to the relevant committee for further legislative action. I would like to commend Senator Ipalibo Banibo for this very landmark legislation. What does this legislation want? This legislation wants the National Assembly to put health in a front banner, to put health, to equate health, just like they equate education, just like they equate information technology, just like they equate science engineering, just like they equate technological integration, defense and security infrastructure, and national cybersecurity. Mr. President, I took time to run down the legislative intervention to the federal government that are now alone. But it's unfortunate that over the years, health has not attracted our attention as a parliament, nor does it also attract the attention of the executive to propose this kind of amendment. So when you go through the bill, through the second, you see, there was this Abuja declaration in 2020 where African countries have agreed unanimously to upgrade up to 15% of the annual national budget to health sector. But unfortunately, from that declaration to date, which is about 5 years, the federal government has, I don't like to say refused, has not been able to meet this Abuja target declaration. But look at the funding gap that this National Assembly has provided, 50% tax tertiary education, that 15% Nigerian education loan, 8% National Information Technology, 8% again National Agency for Science and Engineering, 4% National Board for Technical Education, 10% defense. Mr. President, this public health is as important as tertiary education, if not more. Is as important as defense and security infrastructure well. So, Mr. President, to provide for a very
perhaps 1 second remaining.
Domestic funding, strengthen primary health care system. It is important that members of the National Assembly and, of course, this August chamber of the Senate, the Apex lawmaking body, to provide this initiative, and I thank you very much. And I call for cooperation and understanding, particularly on this amendment. Mr. President, I so second.
Now we want to sign a note of caution. It is known that we must ensure that this bill does not in any way attract any taxes or whatever to our people. The taxes for the people are so put together, well packaged as it is today. So as long as it does not in any way attract any tax or taxes for our people, duly in support of it, particularly considering the benefits and expected impact of this bill, restructuring the existing SI duty to provide for us is something that all of us are very positive about in this chamber, are very committed to. And as much as possible, whatever we improve the lot of our people, whatever we also provide an opportunity for our people to have the best of opportunity in terms of providing health facilities or opportunities for our people is what we are all seated, we all here recommend. And therefore, on this note, Mr. President, I want to say I support wholeheartedly this bill, provided it's not in any way going to attract any form of body in our. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. President, I am supporting the second reading of this bill against the background of the fact that, one, there is donor fatigue, especially with regard to funding our health care requirements. Again, with the advent of the presidency of Donald Trump, he has withdrawn most of the funding that we get from the United States Development Agency, that is USAID. So one of our major sources of funding in our healthcare delivery system has been withdrawn, one as a result of policy of the Donald Trump administration, and then as a result of donor fatigue. So against this backdrop, this bill is very, very germane and relevant to put excise duty on carbonated, non-alcoholic, and sweetened drinks, so that this excise duty can be deployed for our healthcare needs, in view of the fact that these drinks also come with their attendant healthcare requirements and challenges on the population. And again, up to now, we could not meet the 15% requirement by all African countries to make it part of their budget for the healthcare delivery system. We could not meet it. Maybe through that medium, we can be able to meet that target. So against this background, I support the second reading. Thank you.
Mr. President, I see a trade-off here. Okay, the products she's talking about are products that themselves create a lot of risks within the health sector. And what she's saying is that the excise duties, part of the excise duties, to be deployed into the health sector. So there's a trade-off here. What we are gaining from here, we are gaining from there. What we are gaining from the revenue we are getting from excise duties should be used to address these risk areas, okay? Risk areas, the risk products, okay? Like alcohol, sugar, those ones that contain sugar, those ones that contain a lot of alcohol, that they should. There's a trade-off. The trade-off is that whatever we are earning from here, we are deploying into this place. So there is a problem. But the issue is this: the percentage of the excise duty to be deployed to this area is an issue that I think calls for concern. And I want to believe that, yes, I support that it should go for the second reading. The bill should pass through second reading. Then when we go public hearing, okay, the representative of Ministry of Finance, the representative of Customs Services, the representative of Ministry of Health, they will all be there.
funds will be deployed to address issues that he's talking about.
This bill is not adding any additional burden on the ordinary citizen. It is only restructuring portion of the percentage of excise duty that we legislated the other time in the Revenue Amendment Act. And by doing it, we will have to find a way to restructure.
So inside the brain, I said, do you need a bill for this? Can't you?
Yeah.
Can't you? Actually, Federal has elected Minister of Finance to
redistribute.
No, you don't need a bill for this.
Yeah.
So you don't.
It's already written in.
No, I'm saying it. Well, you know, this is the highest assembly in this country. You know, the land you give to the Minister of Finance, you know, can adjust.
Yeah. Yeah.
That they can adjust. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When you go to second reading, that will be sorted out.
Yeah. Okay, that's the clarification I wanted to bring up. Impose the tax on it, punish people for producing at home. Whether it's soft drink, it is sweet drinks. The only area in which this might make some sense is, for example, things like tobacco, because it's very well established that tobacco causes cancer. Any law to prohibit the manufacture of tobacco or to impose high excise duty on it in order to discourage people from smoking, I can see the wisdom. But I drink beer, which contains, by some definition, may well contain some sugar. And now you put excise duty such that it might become cheaper to import than to produce at home. I think excise duty is not in this environment at a time when we are trying to ensure that we promote local manufacturing and support the local manufacturing base, which is already virtually disappearing. So I think to be looking at revenue. Let's not be like the man who said, I went in an epidemic, people died, he sell a lot of stuff, and so he makes a lot. I don't think government is also about making money. You must make money resources that are helpful and are consistent with clear-cut national objectives. I don't think we should support and I oppose anything that seeks to impose or tax or levy on anything manufactured, produced in Nigeria, including this one. Therefore, I suggest that it should be terminated at this point.
Because I think he has made, not even that, you can, adjust the rate. So you don't need a bill to adjust rate. So it's like the of those of finance to do that. So I think talking about bill in effect is not something. We need to see it through because some of us are experienced, we know this fact. And to support the content of the bill, as the bill is that those items that not enhance the health of Nigerians, like alcoholic drinks are all these sugary drinks that are just something you follow that may not be good for your health. That their profit should be taxed in a way that that money can be harvested and deployed to help, the health sector. It makes sense. It makes sense. But to now create a bill in respect of that, I think it's not proper. What we should have done is to come with a motion, to draw the attention of the executive arm of government to make these adjustments. But in any case, I'll put the question, whatever you want to bring, that we will do it. Right? Those in favor that this bill be read the second time, please say aye. Those against it, the ayes have it. That is democratic action. So by the time you go to the second reading, I think the committee, the National Committee should look at it. Let us not waste our resources in drafting an act
policy decisions of the government will do whatever is needed to return that kind of act, that kind of act. So let's not waste our time, on things that are not necessary, something that is not needed. So because we should please take note to look at that. Human Resource Legislation Act to provide a market of excise duty for non-alcoholic carbonated or sweetened beverages for initiative and infrastructure that include the health of Nigerians and for related matters 2025 N3713 second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Customs, Excise Tariff etc. Consolidation Act to provide for the earmarking of excise duty for non-alcoholic, carbonated or sweetened beverages. Do you say alcoholic or non-alcoholic? Well, the bill is even contradictory. Inside the second reading, but you say non-alcoholic. So the bill has a lot of problems. When you go there, you know how to handle it. Non-alcoholic, carbonated or sweetened beverages for initiatives and infrastructure that improve the health of Nigerians and for related matters 2025 SB 713 second reading taken. The bill is referred to the Committee on Finance, Committee on Customs, and Committee on Health Secondary and Tertiary to report back to Congress. Let me commend the sponsor of the bill for bringing the bill forward. The company shows their passion to help to fund the health sector of this country. Of course, it is said that health is wealth. And so any attempt or any drive to improve on what we have to fund our health sector should be applauded. So we applaud her, we commend her for bringing this forward. Whether it succeeds or not, she has shown her passion for our health sector. And I'm gladly informed that what this bill tries to do is already contained in our task force. It's within the ambit of our task force. So, but in any case, these relevant committees will look at what is necessary, what is done, and I'm sure it will be the best to make sure that whatever decision before the Senate will be in the best interest of our nation. Thank you very much.
ACR Act is in second reading. Senate voted past the second reading a bill to establish an orthopedic hospital in Dekina, Kogi State, sponsored by Senator Isa Jibrin.
Federal Orthopedic Hospitals in Kogi State and for related matters 2025 SB 706. I so move. You may proceed. As a seconder is not necessary here. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. First, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to lead the debate on this very important bill. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead the debate on this very important bill which seeks to establish the Federal Orthopedic Hospital, Kina, Kogi State, under the control of the Orthopedic Hospital Management Board Act to provide specialized orthopedic treatment and related medical services. The bill was read for the first time in this House chamber on 13th of February 2025. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Kogi is a senatorial district where the hospital is proposed to reside comprises 9 local government areas: Amba, Banda, Ikina, Ibadan, Ida, Jalananon, Oku, Olamaloro, and Omala, with a population of over 2 million. Kogi is senatorial district by others in the north-central geopolitical zone is primarily an agrarian economy. The nature of the occupation of the people entails orthopedic hazards, especially as it relates to farm food harvest, forestry, and similar activities. Research published in Nigerian Journal of Orthopedics and Trauma 2024 reported that between 2019 and 2024, not less than 10,000 farmers in Kogi State were involved in farm-related hazards, leading to an increasing incidence of most traffic accidents and gunshot wounds, with concomitant major vascular and bony damage in the state. Unfortunately, many of the victims do not have access to orthopedic hospitals and are forced to embrace the services of traditional bone healers or setters. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the need for the employment of federal authority hospitals in Nigeria is amplified by the challenges and complications associated with traditional bone setting. Traditional bone setters' lack of knowledge of anatomy, physiology, or radiography has brought about many and life-threatening complications. Known ST complications associated with traditional bone setting include acute compartment syndrome, tetanus, deformities, amputation, and death. Other complications include malunion and non-union of fractures, soft tissue infections, chronic unreduced joint dislocations, joint stiffness, and ankylosing, septic arthritis, pressure sores and blisters, and other injuries, leaving most affected patients who are young and in their productive years disabled at a very young age. I therefore urge Mr. President and our very respected colleagues to support the second reading of this bill to cater for the orthopedic hospital needs in Kogi East and Kogi State generally, as well as some of the neighboring states in Nigeria. I so submit.
Mr. President, with great respect, I rise to second this bill for second reading as proposed by distinguished Senator Isaac. Mr. President, it's just very simple. Matters of health should be taken very seriously. Health care. And from the objectives of this bill as read out, the people of this area, with the statistics already published here, over 10,000 people with orthopedic cases, maybe because of the occupational hazards in that area, we need to provide for them. We need to provide this facility they are asking for so that they can have access to orthopedic surgery that will help them recover as soon as they get accidents or get injured in their occupation and their family business. So I sincerely feel that this is a bill that should be supported by everybody. A place we go to see people limping, so many people limping, we need to set their legs, and what they are relying on is traditional bone setters. These traditional bone setters have led to a lot of people's legs cut off because the crude practices using wood to set leg and no medication at the same time. So they need modern medical support and facilities like the modern orthopedic hospital. So on this note, I believe that every one of us will see the need to provide for this hospital to be cited in
Thank you, Senate. Very highly commend the author of this bill. I, at the same time, would say that the content, the objective, the purpose, and the focus of this bill is very straightforward, and it should get our nod in approving this bill to go for the next reading. Let me say that orthopedic is central in the medical profession, and this bill becomes timely in the sense that there is scarcity of orthopedic hospitals in this country, and that's why the bone setters have taken advantage, and many people in the process have died. So it will be a thing of beauty if equally benefit from this bill.
Like Ebonyi State, since they are not far from you.
It's far, but we can still access it. We have one in Enugu. I could remember in the past, we only hear of orthopedic hospital in Enugu and that of Ibobi, I think Ogun State. So the scarcity of orthopedic hospital, and I urge the federal minister of health to attempt to establish similar hospitals in many parts of this country.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
The Clerk of the Senate, a bill for an act to amend the Orthopedic Hospital Management Board Act to provide for the establishment of Federal Orthopedic Hospital, Lekina, Kogi State, and for related matters 2025 NB 706. Second reading. Orthopedic Hospitals Management Board are to provide for establishment of the Federal Orthopedic Hospital, Lekina, Kogi State, and for related matters 2025. Second reading taken. The bill is referred to the Committee on Health Secondary and Tertiary, which cover within 4 weeks. Let me commend Senator Isa Jibril Churchill for bringing forward this bill. Senator Isa Jibril has a big chance for bringing bills that are directed in dealing with the problems of his people. Anytime he brings a bill here, make sure the bill is always targeted as at developing his area or dealing with issues affecting his people. This is very good. Please continue on this trend of making sure that you deliver goods to your people. Democracy is all about delivery of goods and developing people. You are presented very well, and please continue to do just that. And particularly for you to cooperate with Senator Karim all the time. Thank you very much.
The bill that seeks the establishment of an artificial intelligence and technology solution center in Ekiti State from Senator Yemi Adaramodu also passed second reading.
I want to move through my lead debate on the Artificial Intelligence Innovation and Communication Technologies Solution Center to be sited in Omo Ekiti, Ekiti State, Nigeria. Mr. President, sir, and distinguished colleagues, I rise to lead for the optim time. The debate on this very latest important bill seeking to establish the Artificial Intelligence Innovation and Communication Technology Solution Center in Omo Ekiti, Ekiti State. This bill was read for the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 27th May 2025. It is a manifest actuality that we know that the world today is being transformed by artificial intelligence, digital innovation, and emerging technologies that have become the backbone of modern governance, commerce, education, healthcare, and national security. Nations that fail to invest strategically in these technologies risk being left behind in the 21st century knowledge economy. Mr. President, my very and always distinguished colleagues, this bill, therefore, seeks to establish a specialized center in Omo Ekiti, my senatorial district in Ekiti State, that will serve as a national hub for research, development, and innovation in artificial intelligence and communication technology. Mr. President, sir, once again, the bill has clear and forward-looking objectives, which amongst others include promote research and innovation in artificial intelligence, robotics, data science, and related technologies. Secondly, encourage collaboration between government, industry, and academic institutions. Thirdly, build the capacity of young Nigerians to acquire digital and AI-based skills for employment and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, colleagues. The choice of Obo-Ekiti as the location of this center is very strategic. Ekiti State has long been recognized as the hub of education, knowledge, and intellectual capacity in Nigeria. Hence, we bear the subsequent fountain of knowledge. The establishment of this center in Obo-Ekiti will not only stimulate research and innovation, but also catalyze economic development in the southwest region and across the nation, and even in the sub-region of sub-Sahara area of Africa. Benefits. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, when established, the center will serve as a national platform for developing homegrown digital solutions to local challenges in agriculture, health, education, and public service delivery. Empower Nigerian youth to compete globally in the AI and tech ecosystem. Reduce dependence on imported technologies by fostering indigenous innovation. Mr. President, listen to me once again. Artificial intelligence is the new frontier of human progress. Every developed nation is investing in artificial intelligence infrastructure and innovation centers. Nigeria cannot afford to lag behind. This bill provides the necessary legal framework to build capacity, coordinate innovation, and ensure that AI serves as a tool for national development rather than displacement. The bill, once again, is not about creating bureaucracy. It is about creating a center of excellence that will serve as a catalyst for sustainable innovation and digital transformation in our country. In conclusion, Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, this bill represents an important step towards securing Nigeria's place in the global technological landscape. It aligns with our national goals of youth empowerment, job creation, and economic diversification. I, your colleague, Senator Adeyemi Adarabodu, therefore, humbly, without taking you into another voyage in legislative verbosity, humbly urge you to lend your support to the speedy passage of this bill. Mr. President, I so move.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, first and foremost, I want to move to second this bill, which is sponsored by my own friend, Senator Adeyemi Adarabodu. Mr. President, if you allow me, let me make my comments. Mr. President, first and foremost, I want to commend my colleague, Mr. Adarabodu, for bringing up this bill, and for his timeliness. Distinguished colleagues and Mr. President, you will be aware that currently in the world, AI is what is driving almost everything. And for us to now fold our hands and pretend the place of importance of AI in our daily activities, we just be denying the fact. I want to say that this bill has a lot to do for our country, especially in terms of managing, developing AI in our daily lives, in our upcoming generation. I therefore want to suggest and appeal to my distinguished colleagues that this bill needs no much further debate, because it is what we need to do to make sure that we get the best out of AI. And the location itself, like my colleague had just said, is the heart of knowledge. Ekiti State is heart of knowledge. If I had the opportunity, I would have moved this, sponsored this bill on my own to move it to my own state. But now that I have moved it, I so support and I crave indulgence from my colleagues for quick passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Joel said there is no more debate that we should be. Are you saying no, Mr. Dickeplan?
If you look at AI at the moment, an irreversible project that desires to uplift the nation. And there's no way any nation can be out of it. Now, for the fact that we're entering it, you can't bring a project without also having a lab or a workshop. So there's a need for us to have a center that will guide and bring efficiency, stability, and even knowledge. So the creation of these centers is to guide, ensure that we maximally benefit it. And I believe that by the time we have this in the southwest, it will lead for us having it in each of the geopolitical zones. So, sir, I am here to submit myself and my opinion and my support that this bill for this creation is apt and should be supported. Thank you so much.
It was an artificial intelligence system that was making the very beautiful, powerful speech. Having said that, this time yesterday, the Committee on ICT and Cyber Security was holding a public hearing on National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill, which report I hope to lay anytime soon. Part of that bill, which resonates with me, is the fact that artificial intelligence is on all of us here. Every time you use Google Maps, you are using artificial intelligence. Every time you try to search for something and suggestions are being made to you as to those things that are relevant to you, it is artificial intelligence that is at work. When you pick your phone and you look at it and it tells you the temperature around your area, it is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is not something that is in the future, it is already here with us. And as a country with over 200 million people, 70% of whom are youth, with an average age of 16.9 year, almost 17 years, we stand at the cusp of revolution to take full advantage of our youthful population. When other continents are aging, in Europe and America, our own population is at its very, very, very youthful. Indeed, those for whom artificial intelligence will mean a lot to, they are not here. They are somewhere in a rural Umwikiti, where my friend comes from, and some other part of the world. The only way we can take them into civilization and make them part of the global village is to provide the capacity for them in artificial intelligence. I therefore rise to endorse, to fully support, and recommend as well that for all of us as well, the best way to empower our constituents is not just by giving them some material things, but by providing them with capacity building in this new emerging technology. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I fully support enveloped in time or about time. The world has moved to, based on development in technology, and for us to really be at the space of the world, we must conform, especially that greater
committed to developing our society, we must live and conform to time. For that, I support the passage of this bill and call on all of us in our various senatorial districts to bring all your friends the youth, bring them much closer to us. I am, of course, I've gone beyond the age of the youth. I was a youth, and I'm still a youth at heart. Yes, I am youth at heart. We bring them closer to us, get them much more enlightened, guide them, navigate them towards the order of the day, so that we will not be excluded in the family of the world. Thank you, Senator Wadada. Contribution. Those in favor that the bill be read second time, please say aye. Those against it, nay. Artificial Intelligence Innovation and Communication Technology Solution Center, Omono, Ekiti State, to promote research, development, and application of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies for national development and for related matters 2025 LB 763, second reading. A bill for that to establish the Artificial Intelligence Innovation and Communication Technology Solution Center, Omo Ekiti State, to promote research development and application of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies for national development and for related matters 2025, second reading taken and second reading taken. The bill is referred to the Commission on ICT and Cybersecurity and to report back within 4 weeks. Thank you, comments, Senator Adeyemi Raphael Aderamodu, for bringing forward this bill. Everybody knows that artificial intelligence is what is in vogue all over the world. Any country, any city, any community that does not try to factor artificial intelligence into its affairs on how you run your life, will be doing so at its own pain. Therefore, necessary that we create this center to help to train our youth and everyone, not only youth, even ourselves, in the use of artificial intelligence. It's because of this my foundation sponsored several students to go and do their masters overseas in artificial intelligence and robotics. Some years back, a year or so back, people didn't know why I was doing that, because I'm always futuristic in my thinking and very, very innovative. They will soon finish. Some of them have even graduated, preparing to come back home to impart the knowledge we acquired for the development of our nation. You could see experts in artificial intelligence being paid $200 million a year, $200 million a year. So it's what is in vogue right now. It's what is driving the economies of nations, driving all spheres of human endeavor. So I thank you for bringing forward this very important bill. This is very, very innovative and something that will help our nation.
Senate has, in the meantime, confirmed the appointment of Obeyemi Olukayode as chairman and 4 commissioners for the National Pensions Commission.
Report of the Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters on the screening and confirmation by the Senate of the presidential nominees for appointment as chairman and commissioners of National Pension Commission, PENCOM. Introduction. The Senate at its plenary sitting of Tuesday, 7th October 2025, announced the appointment by Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the confirmation of the nomination of chairman and commissioners of the National Pension Commission, and referred the same to this committee for further legislative action. Mr. President, request in this regard was made pursuant to the provision of Section 19, Sub 1, Sub 2, Sub 3, and Sub 4 of the Pension Reform Act 2014 as amended, which requires Mr. President to nominate distinguished Nigerians with requisite corporate experience and impeccable character for appointment to the positions mentioned above. The nominees screened are Mr. Agbaje Opeyemi Olukaode, Chairman from Southwest. Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu Ibrahim, Commissioner Technical Northwest. Samuel Chigozie Uwandu, Commissioner Inspectorate Southeast. Charles Efi Sylvester Emokuwadu, Commissioner Finance South. Bello Abubakar Malabu, Commissioner Administration Northeast. Omolola Bridget Oloworaran, she had been screened earlier. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in order not to waste the time of this out chamber, may I just go straight to the recommendation. Based on the foregoing findings, the Committee on Establishment and Public Service hereby recommends that the following nominees be confirmed as chairman and commissioners of the National Pension Commission, having been duly found satisfactory in their credentials, experience, qualifications, and overall performance. The committee recommends that the Senate do confirm the nominations of the underlisted persons as chairman and commissioners of the National Pension Commission. 1. Agbade Opeyemi Olukaode, Chairman, Southwest. 2. Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu Ibrahim, Commissioner, Technical Northwest. Samuel Chigozie Uwandu, Commissioner, Inspectorate Southeast. 4. Charles Efe Sylvester Emokuwake, Commissioner, Finance South. Bello Abubakar Malabu, Commissioner, Administration Northeast. Furthermore, the committee observed that Mrs. Omolola Bridget Oloworaran from North Central, the nominee for the position of Director General of the National Pension Commission, was earlier screened in 2024 and subsequently confirmed by the Senate on 21st November 2024. Hence, a nomination requires no further confirmation. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the committee, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Senate for the privilege and opportunity to serve. Thank you for your trust and confidence in our work. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I think the report is very clear, direct to the point. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Agbade Opeyemi Olukaode, representing Southwest, for appointment as chairman of the National Pension Commission? PENCOM. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu Ibrahim, representing Northwest, for appointment as Commissioner Technical, the National Pension Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Samuel, to the Senate, approve the nomination of Samuel Chigozie Uwandu, CPA, representing Southeast, for appointment as Commissioner of the National Pension Commission. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Charles Efe Sylvester Emokuwake, representing South House, for appointment as Commissioner, Finance of the National Pension Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Bello Abubakar Malabu, representing Northeast, for appointments as Commissioner, Administration, National Pension Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, sitting as chairman, distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate refers to plenary to enable the chairman of the Congress.
The Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, consider the report of the Committee on Establishment and Public Service on screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as chairman and commissioners of the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, and approve the nominations of one, Agbaje Opeyemi Olukayode, Chairman, Southwest. Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu, Ibrahim OAN, FMI, NMI, Commissioner Technical Northwest. Samuel Chikodi, Owando CPA, Commissioner Inspectorate Southwest. Charles Ebe Sylvester, Commissioner South South. Bello Abubakar Malabu, Commissioner Administration Northeast. As Chairman and Commissioner of the National Pension Commission PENCO. It is a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Leader. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Agbaje Opeyemi Olukayode, President Southwest, for appointment as Chairman of the National Pension Commission, PENCO? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The nomination of Agbaje Opeyemi Olukayode, President Southwest, is hereby confirmed as Chairman of the National Pension Commission. Will the Senate confirm our former colleague who was in the House of Representatives, Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu Ibrahim, CON-NMI, representing Northwest, for appointment as Commissioner, Technical of the National Pension Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Nomination of Honorable Hafiz Mohammed Kawu Ibrahim, CON-NMI, representing Northwest, is hereby confirmed as Commissioner Technical of the National Pension Commission, PENCOM. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Samuel Chigozie Owando, CPA, representing Southeast, for appointment as Commissioner Inspection of the National Pension Commission, PENCOM? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. So let me put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You know, I can hear your voice now. Society is not marginalized. So the nomination of Samuel Chigozie Owando, CPE, representing Southeast, is hereby confirmed as Commissioner Inspection of the National Pension Commission, PENCO. Will the Senate confirm Charles F.A. Sylvester Omu Kouati, representing South South, for appointment as Commissioner Finance, the National Pension Commission, PENCO? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The nomination of Charles F.A. Sylvester Omu Kouati, representing South South, is hereby confirmed as Commissioner Finance for the National Pension Commission, PENCO. The last but not the least, will the Senate confirm Bello Abubakar Malabu, representing Northeast, for appointment as Commissioner, Administration of the National Pension Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Bello Abubakar Malabu, representing Northeast, is hereby confirmed as Commissioner Administration of the National Pension Commission. Let me commend Mr. President for nominating these outstanding Nigerians to occupy these offices. Particularly Senator Hafiz Mohammed Kawu, whom I know very well, CON and NMI. I know him very well, very sound person with wonderful pedigree. He represented the constituency I once represented. I was the first member of our representative that represented where he represented. So I know him very well. He's an astounding person, just as others that I will just confirm. They are outstanding Nigerians, and we are confident that they will add value to this wonderful agency. They will do their best to serve this country. So I congratulate them on behalf of the state, and I hope that they will continue to do the good work they are known for the development of our nation. Once again, congratulations to all of them. Leader of the Senate, important bills from the House of Representatives for the concurrence of the Senate. The bills are as listed on the order paper, and copies of the bill have also been circulated to members. The first is the National Examination Council Act Amendment Bill 2025, HB 421. This bill seeks to repeal the National Examinations Council Establishment Act Cap N37, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Examinations Council Establishment 2025 to, among other things, be responsible for the general control and conduct of the National Common Entrance Examinations for admission into federal government colleges and allied institutions. 2. The National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies Establishment Bill 2025, HB 1469. This bill seeks to establish the National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies and empower the board to conduct examinations in Arabic and Islamic schools and other related matters. 3. The Nigeria Weights and Measure Regulatory Agency Establishment Bill 2025, HB 614. This bill seeks to repeal the Weights and Measures Act, Cap W3, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and establish the Nigerian Weights and Measures Regulatory Agency for the development and enforcement of varying scopes of legal metrology standards for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety, and the environment. 4. The Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, HB 1550. This bill seeks to establish the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria, charged with the responsibility for the regulation of the training and development practices, including individuals and corporate entities engaged in provision of capacity development services in Nigeria. I therefore urge you all to support the second reading of this bill as we refer them to the Committee of the Whole for clause by clause consideration. I thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished colleagues.
1. The National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies, what this bill seeks to achieve is to give the power to the board to conduct examinations as it concerns colleges that teach Arabic and Islamic studies. Then the bill for the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria is a bill that seeks to regulate the conduct of the institute to stamp out part regulation of the practice of training and development. So these bills are very straightforward. They don't need much at all, and I urge my colleagues to support it in the spirit of that. Thank you.
I think we should move forward so that we can get this passed as soon as possible. When we come to clause by clause consideration, if there's anything that one thinks that should be corrected, it should be corrected. In the last Senate, it was even so difficult. Before, it was, we were not even touching what they did. But now, since we've decided that we need to be more thorough, we can raise concern where there are mistakes during the clause by clause consideration. But going through debating that again, I think it's not necessary. So, so those in favor that this bill be now read a second time, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Clerk of the Senate.
Establishment Act, Cap N37, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the National Examination Council NECO Establishment 2025 to provide for National Common Entrance Examination NCEE, the Basic Education Certificate Examination BECE, and then the Senior Secondary Certificate Examination Internal SSCE 1, compulsory for every Nigerian child, and to design the and for related matters 2025 HB 421, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies to have responsibilities for the conduct and regulations of examinations and its due administration and for related matters 2025 HB 1469, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Ways and Measures Act Cap W3 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the Nigerian Ways and Measures Regulatory Agency Establishment 2025 for the development and enforcement of wide scope of legal methodology activities for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety and the environment, and for related matters 2025 HB 614, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria to set standards and skills to be attained by individuals or corporate entities seeking to engage in provision of capacity development service in Nigeria to ensure effective practice and for related matters 2025 HB 1550, second reading.
A bill for act to repeal the National Examination Council NECO Establishment Act Cap N37 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the National Examination Council NECO Establishment Bill 2025 to provide for National Common Entrance Examination NCEE, the Basic Education Certificate Examination BECE, and the Senior Secondary Certificate Examination Internal SSCE, compulsory for every Nigerian child, and to design the scope of the powers and functions of the governing board of the council, and for related matters 2025 HB 421. Second reading. Taken. Bill for an act to provide for the establishment of National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies to have responsibilities for the conduct and regulations of examination and its due administration, and for related matters 2025 HB 1469, second reading taken. A bill for an act to repeal the Ways and Measures Act Cap W3 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the Nigerian Ways and Measures Regulatory Agency Establishment 2025 for the development and enforcement of varying scopes of legal metrology, activities for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety and environment, and for related matters 2025 HB 614, second reading taken. A bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria to set standards and skills to be obtained by individuals or corporate entities seeking to engage in provision of capacity development services in Nigeria to ensure effective practice and for the matters 2025 HB 1550, second reading taken. 25 HB 421. Those in favor, that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 stand part of the bill, say aye. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor, that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All the 31 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor, the memorandum on page 15 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that not type on page 1 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that is not type the short title on page 31 and 13 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies Establishment Bill 2025. Those in favor, that clauses 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, to 31, sorry, to 30, all stand, passed of the PCI. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the short title, the Spanish memorandum on page 12, and the long title on page 1, and the schedules on page 11, short title plus 30, page 11, interpretation plus 29, page 10, all stand passed of the PCI. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Nigeria Weights and Measure Regulatory Agency Establishment Bill 2025. Those in favor that it clauses 1, 2, 3, 4 to 20 stand pass of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, up to 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, up to 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, to 50, 51, to 60, 61, to 70, 71, 72, 73. That all should stand answer the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that the interpretation clause 72, short title clause 73, schedule 1 to 7, explanatory memorandum page 49, long title page 1, all stand answer the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria, Establishment Bill 2025, HB 1550.
I am troubled by the way we are rushing without things. And tomorrow it will be said that argument between Senator Dume and our president. You were there, I was not there. You were there, I was not there. If we rush it like this tomorrow and say I don't know about the law, you will say I was in the Senate. I do not see the merit of rushing. I do not see why I should be giving 4 bills to Robert Stamp. If that was the case, we need unique camera, not by camera. And now on this issue, what is the meaning of Nigeria training and Nigeria development?
Order.
We have established several institutions. Every organization has a training department.
The civil senators will do their
So we have all of this. So when we create law for everything for training and Nigeria development, it does not make sense to me. And I don't have the privilege now to go through it and understand why it should merit the time we are spending on it. Sir, laws are laws, they are not motions. And they are supposed to be interpreted by courts of law. So I'm very, very troubled.
Thank you very much. Your observation is noted. Chairman, rules and business. Give every senator these bills at least 2 days before they are considered. 2 days. So, Senator Adam Oshomole, thank you very much. And the reason why we try to treat bills from House of Representatives in this manner is because we believe that those bills have gone through all the processes, public hearings, and what have you, expert scrutiny, and so on and so on. But what you say is right. Even at that, well, if by cabinet legislature, we need also to put our eyes on whatever goes on. You are right, and you're entitled to that. So at least 2 days, we should give this bill, because I was even surprised that you didn't raise any order, please. Because I know you are always very, very careful. You always check and raise concerns when you feel there are problems. Thank you for your diligence and for showing your passion to do your job. This is very good. I like the way you are doing it. Honestly, more grace to your elbows. So, Chairman, please provide at least the bills 2 days before we look at them. Those in favor that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 20 all stand parts of the BCI. Those against the ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28, all stand parts of the BCI. Those against the ayes have it. Those in favor that the interpretation, short title, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and long title, all stand parts of the BCI. Those against the ayes have it. The leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that these bills be now read third time. I so move. A bill for an act to repeal the National Examination Council NECO Establishment Act Cap N37 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the National Examination Council NECO Establishment 2025 to provide for National Common Entrance Examination NCEE, the Basic Education Certificate Examination BECE, and then the Senior Secondary School Examination Internal SSCE1, compulsory for every Nigerian child to design the scope of the power and functions of the governing board of the council and for related matters 2025 HB 421, third reading. Mr. President, dismissed leaders a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies to have responsibilities for the conduct and the regulation of examinations and its due administration and for related matters 2025 HB 1469, third reading. Mr. President, dismissed leaders a bill for an act to repeal the Ways and Measures Act Cap W3 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and enact the Nigerian Ways and Measures Regulatory Agency Establishment 2025 for the development and enforcement of wide scopes of legal methodology activities for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety and environment, and for related matters 2025 HB 614, third reading. Mr. President, dismissed leaders a bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria to set standards and skills to be attained by individuals or corporation entities seeking to engage in provision of capacity development services in Nigeria to ensure effective practice and for related matters 2025 N3 HB 1550, third reading.
Establishment Bill Act Cap N37, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and now the National Examination Council NECO Establishment Bill 2025 to provide for National Common Entrance Examination NCEE, the Basic Education Certificate Examination BECE, and the Senior Secondary Certificate Examination Internal SSCE1, compulsory for every Nigerian child, and to design the scope of the powers and functions of the governing board of the council, and for related matters 2025 before 21, third reading taken and passed. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies to have responsibilities for the conduct and regulations of examinations and its due administration and for related matters 2025 HB 1469, third reading taken and passed. A bill for an act to repeal the Ways and Measures Act Cap Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 now the Nigerian Waste and Measures Regulatory Agency Establishment 2025 for the development and enforcement of varying scopes of legal metrology, activities for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety and the environment, and for related matters 2025, HBC 140, third reading taken and passed. A bill for an act to establish the Chartered Institute for Training and Development of Nigeria to set standards and skills to be attained by individuals or corporate entities seeking to engage in provision of capacity development services in Nigeria to ensure effective practice and for related matters 2025, HB 1550, third reading taken and passed. Let me commend the leader and the membership of this August Senate passing these bills in line with our gesture of reciprocity, particularly on the bills submitted to us for concurrence by the House of Representatives. We hope that they will do the same for the bills that are submitted to them by this August Senate.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road markings shown on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization, or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. The ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Cashew is a tropical evergreen tree native to South America in the type of flowering plant that produces the cashew seed and the cashew apple ancestry fruits. The tree grown as tall as 14 meters, but the shorter one proves more profitable with earlier maturity and greater yield. Cashew is a native to Brazil. It is also grown in parts of Asia and Africa. Nowadays, the cashew tree is grown around the world, especially in India, Nigeria, Indonesia, Philippines, and Benin. Cashew has approximately 22 species worldwide, and they all have commercial utilization. The real fruits from cashew tree is the nut, a brown kidney shape composed of the shell. For cultivations of cashew nut, pour sandy or flatorite soil with the adequate level of hydrogen. Daily direct sunlight for 6 hours is helpful for proper growth of the plant. Cashew tree needs a temperature below 10 degrees Celsius, which is required for cultivation. Professor Olabisi Fatima Adekola sheds light on the cultivation and plantation of cashew. Cultivation normally is done through use of seeds. However, there are other vegetative means of cultivating cashew, which I will discuss in the course of this discussion. When we want to use seeds, it is very advisable that we collect seeds at the point of fresh harvest. That gives us easy germination rather than using stored nuts of past years. Normally, we collect from other trees that are of known quality. That is, we do not just collect seeds for cultivation from any tree. We must identify the good type of trees that have been fruiting well, that has the required nut size, that has the required taste of the pulp, before we actually pick the mother trees as our source of seed collection for cultivation. Also, there are hybrid varieties, just like I said, that is the Brazilian types, which could be obtained at CRIM, that is the Harcourt Research Institute of Nigeria, which cashew is one of their mandates for. And when we are looking for hybrid, highly productive cashew varieties, they are the custodian of such type of varieties. So if that's the case, that means we can also procure seeds from known sources like CRIM for our propagation. Also, we can, if we have orchards, cashew orchards, that is cashew that has already established as a orchard. The difference between the orchard and plantation is just in terms of the site, in terms of acreage of the land. So when you want to collect your cashew nuts from already established orchard, the earlier explanation suffice, because you have many trees within the orchard, and you are now faced with the choice of going for which of the tree as the mother tree. That means you have to get information from the manager of the orchard on the behavior of most of the trees before you finally settle for those particular ones to be used for cultivation. We are doing this because we believe that your source of seed is very important on the outcome of what your seedlings will turn to. When you pick from a diseased tree, you are likely going to have a poorly grown seedling, and that will also impact on the productivity of such tree.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas exports account for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
The cashew apple has colors which range from yellow to red. Both parts are edible, but the nut needs to be removed from the shell because it contains corrosive liquid called cashew nut shell liquid. The cashew farm, owned by the University of Ilorin, Kwara State, I interacted with the farm manager, Mr. Enebu Salmon. He speaks on how the cashew farm is being taken care of and how the nuts have been serving as means of financial augmentation to the institution.
They are grown up now. We have less work to do about them. You see underneath now because they shed the leaves. Those leaves cover most of the surfaces, so we are not weeding them anymore. But when they were younger, we have to keep the surroundings clean and weed off the grasses underneath. This cashew nut is useful for so many things. One, Inside that cashew nut, there is something like a granite or that people eat, very delicious. Apart from the fact that it is also medicinal. After that, there are some oily material coming out of the bark that is burnt. That is also used in the chemical industry.
Cashew tree has a long lifespan. It can survive for decades unless it is destroyed by fire or cut down. The cashew farm attendant who spoke in Yoruba has this to say.
A máa ń mójútó kókó sáà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn àmọ̀ràn máa ń dà wá láàmú tí wọ́n á ṣàkájú wa tó a máa ń sọ wọn ni ẹ bá tiẹ̀ wọ ẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ́hìn sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà jáde lẹ́bàá àwọn ajá wọlé nìsín àwọn jàkadì ló mi àgbo méjì alẹ́ ẹ̀ wà nù.
We protect the plantation from encroachers and bush burning, and we have been experiencing great yields as a result.
Ìbára ẹ̀dùn nígbẹ̀rún á sàn àyíká ìdòrí iná.
The cashew fruit, which contains the seed or nut hands at the end of what is referred to as the cashew apple, which is the edible swollen fruit stem.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas exports account for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
The fruit is kidney-shaped, about the size of a large bean, and has a two-layered shell, which contains a caustic oil that can be used for cleaning in factories, industries, and even home use because of its acidic nature. Engineer Olushola Adetola Ogunejiri of National Center for Agricultural Mechanization, INCAN, in Ilorin, Kwara State, explains the process of oil extraction.
When it comes to cashew, the one that concerns us in the center here is the processing. And the one we want to discuss today is the processing aspect of the cashew. Because cashew has its cultivation requirement, agronomic requirement, that has mechanization input. But today, I'm discussing the processing aspect. Once cashew is harvested and put in a certain area, you have to do what is called grading. After grading, you do sun drying. After sun drying, you do steaming and cooling. Then that's when you come to cracking. We now have mechanical cracker. Those days we have manual cracking machine. Today, people have been using mechanical cracker. Then after cracking, you do what is called color sorting, because if you don't sort, you might have some cashew nuts that are darker than the other and it will affect the product. It will not be homogeneous. You can either package it for sale in the supermarket, or you go ahead to process it into oil, and where you use oil expeller. So we process the cashew nut into oil. And what we are talking about when we are talking about oil, that is, you want to express, you want to remove the oil from the seed so that it can be used for other products. Now, when you want to process into oil, you have to toast. After toasting, you do the oil expression using oil expelling machine. And having done that, you won't just go ahead to bottle it. You use filter press to sieve pets that may have come in during the oil expression. And once that is done, this oil can either be exported to be used in pharmaceutical industry, confectionery industry. The cake that comes out from the expression of oil can be used in animal feed or poultry feed industry.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas export accounts for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
Cashew nuts contain 50% fat. It is a good source of vitamin E and minerals. Cashew also contains vitamin C and B. Roland Ojo, a professor in the Department of Food Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ilorin, Kwara State, speaks on the nutritional value of both the cashew fruit and the nut.
Start with the juice. The juice is the liquid portion that is obtained when the pulp or the apple is compressed or blended and then filtered. That liquid portion is the juice. The juice has large amount of vitamin C. It has large amount. It's rich in vitamin C. And let me start by telling us that juice, the vitamin C component of juice from cashew is 5 times that of orange, and it is 10 times that of pineapple. So it is highly rich in vitamin C. But the consumption of the juice is often very difficult for a lot of people because of the astringent taste. Cashew has a particular phytochemical that we call tannin, and the composition of tannin happen in the juice, in the apple, is about 0.3%. This is what gives cashew juice that astringent taste, and you can treat this, or you can deal with this by addition of other juice like orange juice and mango juice before you drink, and it further enrich the juice where you mix the juice together to form a composite mix. Then it enrich the juice by adding nutrients from different sources of fruits. The juice has a lot of phosphorus. It also contains calcium. Calcium builds the bone. It helps the teeth also to be strong. It contributes to building of the development of bones in the body of humans. Now it has other nutrients like the B complex, and I want to mention certain category of vitamin that cashew has that you can detect from cashew juice. Typical example is riboflavin, thiamine, this niacin, and vitamin K. These 4 vitamins are present both in the nut and in the juice extract of cashew. Contain a lot of nutrients. I want to mention typical example. It has protein. And the protein composition of the nut is about 24%. 24%. It has carbohydrate. The nut also has carbohydrate. The carbohydrate composition is about 40%. But it contains a lot of fat, up to 64% fat. Although one major advantage or one major component of the fat is that it contains some unsaturated fatty acids. Unsaturated fatty acids. Because it is unsaturated, it is also an advantage to the consumers because it contributes to reduction of cardiovascular diseases. Because in some foods that has a lot of saturated fatty acid, that can contribute to our exposure to cardiovascular diseases. But because this one has a lot of oleic acid and linoleic acid, which are unsaturated in nature, they help reduce our exposure to cardiovascular.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas export accounts for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
Cashew nuts have a lot of economic benefits. The executive director, Belvic Limited in Lorin Kwara State, Abdulwahab Adeniyi Adebayo, speak on the buying and selling process of cashew nuts.
We have a value chain. In the value chain, a farmer at the bottom of the chain. The farmer produces, then the agents, they go directly to the farmer to get the cashew nuts. Then the agents, they supply to the LBAs. The LBA, they are the licensed buying agents. So the LBAs, they bring to us, like my company, merchants. So it is the merchants now that now go through the process of adding value to the nuts, dry, do some selection and all that to see that the quality is okay for the export. Then before we now take to the exporter, it is the exporter that now take the nuts out of the country to the off-takers. The nuts is a very, very, very good area to look at in terms of finance, in terms of money making, in terms of solving the problem that we are facing mostly in this country today.
Some women speak in Yoruba also corroborate Mr. Abdulwahab Adebayo.
We source for cashew nuts from different farms across the state, then bring them here for sale. It is a very decent and profitable business. I have been into buying and selling of cashew nuts for over 15 years. From the proceeds, I have achieved a lot. I have been supportive to my husband.
The executive director of Belvic Limited, Mr. Adebayo, speaks further on some of challenges with the cashew nut business and gives some recommendations on how government at all levels can take a cue on the improvement of cashew processing industry.
Government can create awareness to the farmers. Creating awareness, they will kind of gather the farmers for a meeting where they can advise them, They can give them training on how to go about the planting of the cashew tree, then the distribution of the seedlings. They can do that one, maybe giving seedlings out to the farmers. Seedling of high quality that has been researched on, not the old ones the farmer are used to now. Seedlings that they yield higher quantity and the quality too is being improved.
In conclusion, if most of the recommendations on cashew production and processing are taken into consideration, more employment opportunities will be created. There will also be increase in the internal revenue generation of the country.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
It's very, very important that people should acquire those basic life-saving skills because it can be of benefit to you or your loved ones or your friends and even to strangers. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we don't have this rapid response rescuing team. Like if you go to the good countries, just if there is anything, just a press of button or just a call, 911, then they'll be able to make up work or golden hour. But in Nigeria here, most people don't meet up with golden hour. Golden hour is the fourth hour after an incident has happened or injury. So the person or the victim must access definite treatment within the first 60 minutes. Like if somebody just slumps now, most people will just be shouting, praying, and the most funny thing is that there will be a kind of competition. Some people will say, okay, let's go to Babalawo, let's go to Pastor. So, but if you have those life-saving skills, you can save the day, and that will make you to become a hero. Just imagine in workplaces or something like schools, somebody can just decide to kind of swim, and the person will just drown there. So if nobody goes in there to help the person, what happens? The person will just go. If somebody that doesn't acquire those skills decide to dive in, we have to 2 or 3 bodies. So it's very important that you just do everything humanly possible, acquire them, like that of CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, whereby the heart fails or maybe the person is not breathing very well. What you just need to do is to start manual pumping of the heart, making the heart to manually pump blood and giving the person what we call the breath of life. to make sure oxygen circulation still continues in the system. There are different kinds of first aid that will be required, like if you're talking about somebody slumping now,
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Dennis Zadigunloye. The headlines. President Bola Tinubu insists directive on withdrawal of policemen providing personal security to VIPs must be fully implemented. 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence ends with International Human Rights celebration. Nigeria and other West African states on the right path towards eradicating transboundary animal diseases. President Bola Tinubu has insisted that his recent directive on the withdrawal of policemen providing personal security to people designated as very important personalities, VIPs, must be fully implemented. The President addressed this issue at the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. State House correspondent Musbah Damuhab reports.
The Federal Executive Council welcomes a new member as the new Defense Minister, General Christopher Musa, makes his first attendance. And then, the arrival of the President called the meeting to order, a moment that revealed what was on the President's mind on the developing issue around his earlier directive for the withdrawal of policemen attached to VIPs. President Tinubu insists that with the prevailing security situation at hand in the country, the directive must be implemented.
I honestly believe in what I said. So if you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance. The Minister for Interior to liaise with IGP and the civil defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and from the Constitutional Committee and review the structure. It should be effective.
This is another demonstration by President Bola Tinubu that he follows and listens to what Nigerians are saying, their reactions to his policies and programs. There is another apparent follow-up to the existing measures towards addressing a causative factor of the security challenges manifesting in farmer-herders clashes. The President directed Vice President Kashim Shettima to coordinate with state governors under the umbrella of National Economic Council, NEC, to identify villages or grazing reserves that can be developed as ranches and livestock settlements.
We must eliminate the possibility of conflict and turn the livestock reform into economically viable development. The opportunity is there. Let us stop this conflict and turn it into economic opportunity and prosperity.
On other matters, following a situation report by the Bureau of Public Procurement on the large number of contractors being owed by ministries, the President set up an 8-man ministerial committee to investigate the matter.
Also sit down, develop as a committee, meet as a committee, and then go to the President to tell him the solution they have found in allocating funds to pay contractors. The President expressed very, very grave displeasure about the fact that contractors are being owed money.
The Council also approved 5 memos for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, including adoption of Nigeria's Industrial Policy 2025.
There's nothing more significant than having a guide, a framework that puts together all of these and that begins to guide, so even the investing public, even those who are interested in Nigeria's industrial good, have a roadmap, have something, a policy document that they can depend on.
The President is very, very concerned about improving the navigational aids in Nigeria.
The Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development also got approval to enhance navigation infrastructural equipment at the Abuja and Lagos airports. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
The Senate has mandated its Committee on Police Affairs to investigate allegations that the presidential order directing the withdrawal of police personnel from VIPs is being flouted. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports on this and other happenings at plenary.
The directive to withdraw police personnel from some category of VIPs and be replaced by officials of the Civil Defense Corps was issued on November 23rd by President Tinubu and emphasized this Wednesday. The withdrawal is to boost police presence and secure communities, particularly in remote locations. Senator Abdul-Mungi raised a point of order during plenary, alleging that the directive was being flouted.
I'm coming after they have withdrawn my only orderly. I saw 2 convoys of ministers, and they were carrying lots of security personnel, business concern, Chinese and other business concern. Yesterday, with the compliments of orderlies, Mr. President, I have also seen daughters and sons of political office holders having orderlies and having security covers. Mr. President, I have seen singers having orderlies.
The Senate therefore mandated the Police Affairs Committee to investigate.
The chairman of the Police Affairs Committee should check up this matter, conduct a proper investigation, and let us know why is the directive of Mr. President being flouted. Mr. President made give that order in order to strengthen our police force to deal with our internal security problems, and it was done in good faith.
Meanwhile, a bill that seeks the establishment of Chartered Institute of Planning scaled its second reading.
It will unify planning methodologies across government institutions, build a skilled workforce of certified planners, and institutionalize planning as a central governance process.
Is to have an institute that will have the responsibility of training core professionals
like the Chartered Institute of Taxation, Institute of Bankers, Nigerian Institute of Bankers, and the rest. So a planning institute is needed to standardize who practice in those areas.
We are moving with technology. And if we talk about technology 20, 30 years ago, we'll never be the same today.
4 bills passed first reading. Among them is the Federal Character Commission Act Amendments Bill from the National Assembly. Ami Ali, NTA.
President Bola Tinubu has directed the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS, to champion and expand the mandates of a comprehensive diagnostic study towards addressing operational gaps and governance weaknesses in the security landscape. He gave the directive at a parley with senior officers of Executive Course 47 of the Institute in Abuja. State House correspondent Mr. Damhab reports that the members of Course 47 just concluded a national assignment on how to develop the country's blue economy.
Nigeria's maritime domain, old as the country's existence, has been severally described as a huge potential, grossly underharnessed. President Bola Tinubu's administration, right from the outset, took a step forward towards developing and tapping the national aquatic and marine assets for the establishment of a marine and blue economy. The senior officers executive Course 47 members got the national mandate to guide the sector's development. And after their research, they are here to report on the blue economy and sustainable development in Nigeria, issues, challenges, and opportunities.
We have seen the areas of overlaps, we have seen the areas of conflicts across various agencies, and we believe that unless we solve governance problem, a whole lot of investment that would have come into that sector will not happen. With what we have done, we have a step-by-step guide on what we need to do to ensure that the marine and blue economy contributes what it's supposed to do.
Another result of rigorous exercise in the series from the nation's policies think tank.
We deeply appreciate
President Bola Tinubu, through his lieutenant, commended the patriotic role of the Institute to the Nigerian state, providing policy direction over the years. He enumerated various intentional efforts of the administration towards accelerating development of a blue economy for national gain.
we have made significant progress. This administration has established the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to reform port management systems, strengthen maritime security operations, and support private sector expansion in water transport and logistics. The insights provided by SEC 47 will guide us as we refine our strategies and deepen national coordination. The President has directed all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to study these recommendations with immediate effect and prepare for timely implementation.
The realities of security challenges in the country also extend to the maritime domain, with illegal fishing, oil theft, smuggling, and other maritime crimes still lingering. And so, the President assigns a new mandate to the Institute.
NIPS is hereby tasked with conducting a comprehensive national security diagnostic study and developing actionable policy recommendations to guide this administration in addressing operational gaps and governance weaknesses across our security landscape.
There is no security problem that we have not examined at the National Institute. Now, with this renewed mandate, I want to assure you that even within a very short time, we will come out with proposals that will enable us to solve this problem.
With these 96 participants done with their bid or base form of national assignments, the incoming set has its job cut out towards finding solutions to the security challenges in the country. But the Director General of the Institute believes the task is achievable going by their earlier examinations on various security problems in the country. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the federal government's 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration and approval. National Assembly correspondent Mutare Ikman reports that the House, at Wednesday's plenary, summoned the Governor of the Central Bank, Olayemi Cardoso, to appear before his Committee on Public Accounts over alleged remitted charges that are yet to be remitted to government coffers.
There's a letter from Mr. President.
The President informed the House of Representatives that the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework fiscal strategy paper approved by the Federal Executive Council will guide the preparation of the 2026 appropriation bill.
I seek the cooperation of the National Assembly for expeditious legislative action on the submission.
The resolution to invite the CBN governor followed a motion by Representative Bamidele Salam that the Apex Bank is evading explanation about non-remittance of more than 11 trillion naira accruing to government from charges in the remittance system.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has failed, refused, or neglected to honor the invitations or effect the required remittances as directed by the committee.
Mr. President should pay attention to this revelation from a committee that is a creation of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
An attempt to amend the motion to refer the investigation to an ad hoc committee and not the Public Accounts Committee led to a rowdy session where the Speaker had cautioned some lawmakers.
Honorable Mark said, clearly stated in our rule book, the Public Accounts Committee has seen a... This is very unparliamentary. Honorable Mark said, I'm on you. If you don't stop this behavior, believe me sincerely, and Honorable Kabir Mepalas will take you to ethics. This committee, as every other committees, if they have gone this far, I don't want us to frustrate them. In the light of this, I'm hereby withdrawing that amendment to refer this matter to the standing committee.
Adopting another motion, the House asked the Central Bank to grant waivers on all outstanding COVID-19 survival loans.
Continued automatic debits and aggressive recoveries are inflicting severe hardships on vulnerable Nigerians, risking the collapse of small businesses, worsening unemployment, and heightening social instability.
Meanwhile, the gale of defections continues. Two lawmakers from Bayelsa State dumped the PDP for the APC.
5 bills were passed at Wednesday's plenary, including 3 seeking establishment of more specialist eye care centers in the country. From the National Assembly, Mutare Ikman, NTA News.
Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to revamping the security architecture of the country and eliminating all forms of emerging threats. The minister stated this during a sympathy visit to the United States government, the people and families of the abductees of the St. Mary's Catholic School, Papiri, to commiserate with them over the ugly incident. Husseina Musa reports.
The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, while commiserating with the governor and people of the state over the abduction of the school children, reassured that the federal government is working assiduously towards the rescue of the remaining school children still in captivity. He stressed that the incident calls for sober reflection, noting that the issue of insecurity should not be left to a care of the government, as it needs collective efforts to tackle it.
We can see very recently the visit of the conventional and the kind of positive comments that also there about the kind of support that the state does. The president is committed to doing that, and that is why at the beginning structure of the security forces, ensuring better provision for them to fight this insurgency, this criminality, this banditry once and for all, and it out of action.
As a government and as a state, it's our prayer that democracy in Nigeria is sustained. We must love one another, irrespective of our divides.
The minister appealed to the populace to be supportive of the present administration as it continues to adopt measures that will enhance development in the country. In Mina, Hussein Musa, NTA News.
President Bola Tinubu was met with All Progressives Congress leaders and governorship aspirants in Osun State and appealed for unity and consensus building ahead of the party's primary on December 13th. The president met with the aspirants at the State House. Osun State governorship aspirants who attended the meeting with the president include former Deputy Governor Benedict Olugboyega Alabi, Dotun Babayemi Akin Ubumbi, Senator Babajide Omoworari, Kunle Adegoke SAN, Babatunde Harita Owalusi, Mulikat Abiola Jimo, and Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji. Also in attendance at the meeting were the national chairman of the APC, Professor Nintawe Iwada, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, Hope Uzodimma, and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola. President Tinubu, who praised all the aspirants for their contributions to the APC in Osun State, urged them to close ranks and support the consensus candidates the party will present for the governorship election in the state. He also advised them to avoid the internal bickering and disunity that caused the party to lose the last election in the state to the People's Democratic Party. At the end of the meeting, a joint statement was issued in which the aspirants and leaders committed to supporting the candidate who emerges at the primary. This is the news on NTA International. We'll take a short break. More reports when we return. Stay with us.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Welcome back. The Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit in the Office of the Vice President has convened policymakers, farmers, and economists to plan the 2025-2026 dry season farming under the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism. Musa Baba Ali reports that the initiative represents a critical pillar of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which prioritizes food security, economic stability, and agricultural transformation.
The rainy season farming cycle has concluded, with harvest nearly complete. Farmers are now shifting their focus to preparations for irrigation-supported dry season farming.
How do we take that?
This prompted a high-level consultative meeting between officials of the Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit, Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and Commissioners of Agriculture from other states.
So we work closely with existing MDAs at federal level, and we have made a big effort to understand the subnationals and how do we now better work with subnationals and drive this forward.
The meeting called for expanded irrigation support, timely delivery of affordable inputs to farmers, and the deployment of advanced technologies to enable real-time farm monitoring, early warning system, and accurate yield forecasting.
His Excellency is also giving out free interventions, free rice seeds, free maize seeds, cassava seeds, for our farmers to be more encouraged. In between this wet and dry season, we still have something that we need to produce so that we keep our state going.
Launched in May 2025, the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism, NAPM, is currently in its 18-month pilot phase, spanning 4 production seasons across 13 states.
The Presidential Food System Coordinating Unit, had this caravan, that came to be able to bring the NAPM, the concepts of the NAPM, to get down to the farmer.
All the things we do is to share data with the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism Unit.
NAPM coordinates planning, data sharing, and implementation across federal, state, and local government levels. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
The ECOWAS Business Council is set to take off under the chairmanship of its pioneer chairman, Aliko Dangote. President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Aliu Umar Toure, disclosed this in Abuja at the 95th Ordinary Session of the Council of Ministers, covering a one-year report.
The ECOWAS Business Council is one of the many initiatives undertaken in 2025 ECOWAS Commission to give impetus to its trade liberalization scheme and enhance regional integration. The choice of Aliko Dangote as pioneer chairman of the Business Council was informed by his vast experience in business for the sub-region. The issue of FS in the sub-region was discussed, and new measures to be adopted from July 2026, including abolition of air ticket passes, reduction of security levy by 25%. The aim is to drastically reduce air ticket fares across the sub-region.
This appetite for intra-regional investment underscores the need to mobilize capital within our region in order to build our community rather than wait for precarious foreign investment.
Several proposals are to be presented to the Council of Ministers, who will deliberate on them and submit a report to the Summit of Heads of States and Government this week. In Abuja, Kelvin Erunwaye, NTA.
Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has remained in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission after failing to meet his bail conditions. Malami, who is being investigated for 18 alleged offences, including money laundering, abuse of office, and terrorism financing, has been held by the Anti-Graft Agency under a remand order earlier secured by investigators. NTA News investigation revealed that Malami failed to meet his bail conditions on Wednesday evening, forcing him to spend a third consecutive night in EFCC custody. The former chief law officer of the Federation has been in the custody of the Anti-Graft Commission since Monday. Malami is expected to perfect the conditions for his administrative bail. And in its avowed determination to continue to fight financial crimes, the federal government has arraigned former Minister of Aviation Stella Udwa before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on alleged 5 billion naira corruption charges. Stella Udwa as defendant, was put on trial by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice on a 5-count charge bordering on alleged advance fee fraud and conspiracy. In one of the counts, she was alleged to have obtained by fraudulent pretense 2.4 billion naira through broad water resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation. She's equally being alleged to have fraudulently claimed that the money was cost of technical supervision. The alleged fraud was said to have been perpetrated in January 2014. Another count, Udwa was alleged to have collected 1.6 billion naira through the same means, contrary to Section 8 of the Advance Fee Fraud Act. The former minister, who was docked alongside Gloria Odita, pleaded not guilty to the 5-count charge. Justice Hamza Mwazu admitted Stella Udwa to bail on self-recognizance but ordered that she must deposit her travel documents with the courts and must not travel out of the country without the permission of the court. Nigeria and Thailand have agreed to take their bilateral relationship to a strategic level. The commitment was made during a high-level meeting in Bangkok between Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, and his Thai counterpart, Tihashak Kwanget-kyo. In a statement, Yusuf Tuga proposed for Thailand to help bridge the regions by fostering collaboration between the African bloc, ECOWAS, and the Southeast Asian bloc, ASEAN, foreseeing eventual Asian-ECOWAS summit in the long term. Both sides discussed building on Nigeria's crude oil exports and Thailand's rice and machinery exports, as well as extending to scholarship programs for Nigerian students. They agreed to diversify into new areas like agro-processing, renewable energy, manufacturing, and ICT. While on security, Yusuf Tuga stressed on cooperation against transnational crimes like drug and human trafficking, proposing increased intelligence sharing and joint training. To solidify this enhanced partnership, the minister urged speedy conclusion of pending bilateral agreements on trade, investment, and culture, with a view to establishing a high-level joint commission. The meeting concluded with Nigeria reaffirming Thailand as its strategic partner in Asia and extended an invitation for reciprocal high-level visits. To Uganda now, where solar refrigerators are being adopted to preserve the potency of vaccines owing to constant power cuts.
In western Uganda's Nakivale refugee settlement, new mothers line the beds cradling their newborns. Health workers here deliver thousands of life-saving vaccines every month. But in a place with constant power cuts, keeping doses cold has always been a struggle. A solar refrigerator is now changing that. Uganda has received hundreds of solar fridges and digital temperature monitors supported by the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. For health workers, it means fewer wasted vaccines and more children protected. But the challenge doesn't stop here. In eastern Uganda's mountainous regions, reaching families often means climbing high into the hills. A health worker packs vaccines into a portable kit, part of a cold chain, designed for places without fridges. She begins her ascent, ladders, steep footpaths, long distances, all to reach one village.
It is very hard for them to come down for the service, especially the mothers who carry children every time to come for immunization. So we make sure at least we reach them so that they cannot also travel such a long distance with children on their backs when it has rained.
Uganda's Ministry of Health says this technology is improving coverage, reducing costs, and strengthening defenses against diseases from measles to COVID-19 and now the new malaria vaccine.
Mainly it is the issue of access and compliance, because these vaccines are given are accessible almost daily, and also we are able to provide the vaccines at the recommended temperatures across the country. So this will ensure that we are able to prevent all diseases, whether recurring, so long as they are vaccine-preventable diseases.
Uganda hopes to scale up solar and digital tools nationwide, a model other countries could follow as climate change threatens health systems.
Supporters of Benin Republic's ruling party have gathered after a failed coup, expressing solidarity with President Patrice Talon as authorities release new details about the security response that crushed the attempted takeover of power. Adelbi Ubiechina has details.
At the party headquarters, activists chanted pro-democracy slogans, condemning the attempted takeover and declaring firm support for Talon. Entrepreneur Kutika voiced the crowd's mood, saying Benin has never deserved a coup d'etat. Authorities say a small group of soldiers briefly seized state television station early Sunday before being confronted by the release force. Republican Guard Commander Joe Dennis Jr. later disclosed that French Special Force deployed from Abidjan assisted a final operation after local troops had engaged the attackers. French confirmed providing surveillance, observation and logistics support, while Nigerian airstrikes also form part of the regional response. As investigation continues, officials insist the failed coup will not derail the enemy's stability, and ruling party members say democratic order must stand. Adobe Okugejina, NTA News.
This is still the news on NTA International. Take another break. Stay with us. Residents in Hilla, central Iraq, have spent the day clearing waterlogged homes and navigating flooded streets after heavy rainfall hit Babylon province, marking the start of a week of unstable weather across the country. And that will be Obiechina reports.
The flood left several neighborhoods and residents pushing water out of their homes as vehicles struggle through submerged streets. Authorities, however, have sent reports of cloudy conditions nationwide, with moderate rainfall spreading gradually through most regions by nightfall. Thunderstorms may occur in isolated areas, though temperature should remain relatively stable. Heavier rainfall is expected the following day, alongside stronger winds and noticeable temperature drop. Officials warn of possible flash floods in areas prone to downpours. Rain will continue to the next day and intensify midweek, with forecasts indicating very heavy showers and sharply reduced visibility as southeastern winds strengthens. Authorities urge residents to stay alert as unstable weather may persist through the midweek. Adobe Obiechina, NTA News.
As the world commemorates International Human Rights Day, attention of governments of member states of ECOWAS has been drawn to the need to eradicate poverty in the sub-region, as that is the surest way to protect the rights of and dignity of community citizens. This was the thrust of submissions at the first edition of commemorating the day by the ECOWAS Court of Justice in Abuja. Austin Anyabe reports.
It is 70 years of struggle and 70 years of conquest since the United Nations General Assembly said today, with the 2025 theme, Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials, it's a reminder that human rights are not abstract ideas, but a basic requirement for quality life. Hence, political leaders in West African states must pay critical attention to the welfare of citizens.
African countries, particularly in West Africa, we should do more than even developed economies because they are the ones having the highest percentage of our population living below poverty line. And that is unacceptable. And this is the basis, or if you like, the root causes of some of our conflicts.
The professor of law who presented the keynote address says people continue to struggle for access to justice and essentials of life, which invariably affect their participation in government. Therefore, appealing for provision of social safety nets for the poor.
Corruption and abuse of power, they make nonsense of the progressive realization of socio-economic rights that are capital intensive. Because the money meant for investment in right education, right to health, right to housing, have been eaten completely away by corrupt practices. So where is the money left for investment in social economic rights?
ECOWAS Court of Justice, which as part of its mandate adjudicates on cases of violations of human rights, says it has sat on more than 700 cases for laments on enforcement of its decisions by some member states.
Our community, a lot of people continue to struggle to access the basic needs of life, such as, for instance, food, clean water, security, healthcare, and education. The court formally decided to include the commemoration of this event in its annual program.
The takeaway from the event is that national bodies within ECOWAS must put in place mechanisms to protect the rights of the vulnerable through domesticating sound treaties entered into in Abuja, Austin, and Ife. NTA News.
And in commemorating International Human Rights Day, the National Human Rights Commission took to the streets of Abuja to sensitize Nigerians on the importance of the day. Omenka Amarachuku reports.
December 10th is Sinikan Day as it's observed as Human Rights Day, commemorating the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948. Recognizing its importance, the National Human Rights Commission is using the day as a reminder of equality, freedom, and dignity for individuals.
The spirit of today's gathering echoes the timeless messages encapsulated in the promotion, protection, and enforcement of human rights for all Nigerians. Our work is not rooted in protest, but in unity, not in anger, but with resolve to uphold human rights, not as spectators, but as active participants in shaping a Nigeria where every right is protected, every voice matters, and no one is left behind in the promotion and promotion of human rights.
Together we have the power to confront peace and justice by protecting the institutions that make human rights a life reality.
The day also featured reflections on progress made and challenges ahead in promoting human rights in Nigeria, highlighting the works of individuals and organizations advocating for human rights. In Abuja, Omenka Amarachuku, NTA News.
United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO and the National Water Resources Institutes are making strides in ensuring sustainable and equitable water security in the Niger Basin. A two-day regional workshop on governance mechanism for cooperation on conjunctive water resource management in the Niger Basin and the NB-ITAS region is underway in Abuja, highlighting the importance of collaborative governance and innovative approaches to address climate variability, population growth, and uncoordinated water use.
Workshop to ensure that all the resolutions, all the initiatives, all the innovations that I intend to roll over into the 2026 is now has opened the space for a workshop so that we will start a good beginning on all the reports received in Uzbekistan conference
and the shared aquifer, which is called ITAS, Illuminating Taudeni Tasnaruf aquifer system, which is irrigating 11 countries, almost 11 countries throughout the West Africa region, and which is an important source of water for more than 360 million inhabitants in this region. This shows the importance of creating a shared water governance mechanism.
Collaboration and coordination by all the participating countries in terms of coming up with a mechanism that will support improved management of the lake and to support the protection of the water resources of the lake. This could involve
The workshop also aims to promote integrated water resource management, ensure sustainable management of shared water resources, as well as address the shrinking Lake Chad and promote regional cooperation. The Road to the South-South 2.0 initiative aims to deepen impact, invest in agribusiness, renewable energy, education and technology transfer in the South-South region. Bufan Shaji Uwanyi reports that the initiative is also to strengthen dialogue, promote inclusion, and build stronger partnerships between government and communities.
A region becomes unstoppable the moment his people decides to rise together.
The South-South region has made significant progress under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, with landmark projects and policy interventions changing lives and redefining the economic future. At this meeting, convener of the Road to South-South initiative, Gift Jumbo, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement in the South-South, highlights that the South-South is not just the oil belt of Nigeria, but the innovation belt.
Road to South-South 2.0 is our answer. It's about deepening impact, investing in agribusinesses, turning international investment into community wealth.
We must move beyond palliative cleanups to a comprehensive Niger Delta environmental restoration and sustainability acts.
The Niger Delta has one of the best environments for sustainable agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, our youth, you must prepare yourselves to be involved in agriculture.
The event is also a call to action for stakeholders to partner with the government in building a prosperous region, putting people at the center, empowering communities, and creating sustainable pathways for collective growth. In Abuja, Bufan Shaji Ugwaini, NTA News.
Demographic experts are urging national and subnational governments to scale up domestic funding for population management, particularly census activities, emphasizing the need for dedicated budget lines and stronger public-private partnerships. Their appeal comes as Nigeria's population continues to grow and is projected to exceed 400 million by 2050, at a time when international donors are scaling back key support programs. Lucia Adiagbo reports that these concerns took center stage at the 2025 Annual Population Lecture Series in Abuja.
A major demographic shift is on the way in Nigeria, driven largely by persistently high fertility rates. This trajectory is expected to position the country as the world's third most populous nation by 2050. Experts note that transforming this rapid growth into a demographic dividend is possible, but only with accurate vital statistics driven from a credible and verifiable census.
I wanted to do this lecture not as a routine event, but as a new call to action. Nigeria cannot achieve a demographic dividend without sustained investment in health, education, and equal participation.
Together, we can develop resilient population and health system that inspire confidence in Nigeria's capacity to overcome current funding challenges.
The 2025 Annual Population Lecture Series, the 13th edition in the series, is themed Emerging Global Funding Realities, Impact on Population Activities, and the Need for Innovative Domestic Resource Mobilization.
I'm trying to propose whether we should have what we call population trust funds. Populations are supposed to take place maybe every 10 years. I want a institution where before 10 years we have our money in that fund, so that when the census comes, we already have our money to conduct census.
The National Population Council, chaired by Mr. President, need to convene meeting to declare population as a national security agenda. The policy also recommended that there should be a budget line for population and development agenda in Nigeria.
Discussions centered on the need for renewed national commitment to domestic resource mobilization and deeper community engagement to support Nigeria's population and demographic programs. In Abuja, Olusheye Adiagbo, NTA News.
Let's take our final break. We'll be back in a moment. and banditry is one that everybody agrees must be won, and that requires the concerted efforts of all. This was also the view of distinguished personalities at the second triennial meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council in Abuja. Annie Daniels reports that to match words with action, the interreligious body is collaborating with the government to promote peace, love, and unity in the country.
Since its establishment in 1999, the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC, has remained active in dousing potentially volatile religious situations. Participants at the meeting revealed that the declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by President Donald Trump of the United States exposed the thinking pattern of some Nigerians in religious and ethnicity issues.
When we come out away from our comfort zone, away from what we do, we get all sorts of negative slogans. Sometimes we wonder, are we really honest with ourselves?
What is happening by the rhetoric is that the crack lines are further widened, either based on ethnicity or religious divides.
Every human life is precious to God, the Almighty Creator. This is why the religious leaders and the religious councils must work with government to ensure a final defeat in the battle with the terrorists and bandits.
To achieve a peaceful, united, and prosperous Nigeria, the participants insist government needs to collaborate with both faiths.
Partnerships and international support, but Nigerians must work out Nigerian solutions in line with international interests. We welcome support from our allies in our diplomatic efforts at national and the north.
We will ensure that policies are intentionally designed to foster unity, enhance inter-religious harmony.
Distinguished personalities here insist that it is time to walk the talk. It is time to stand for what religion stands for, and that is love, to ensure we have a peaceful and united Nigeria. In Abuja, Annie Daniels, NTA News.
The federal government is tackling the security challenges facing the country headlong and prosecuting those who are involved in acts of terrorism in line with the law. Attorney General of the Federation and Justice Minister Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, disclosed this while receiving the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, Riley Barnes, and U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, in Abuja. Judiciary correspondent Dele Atumbi reports.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Justice Minister, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, told the U.S. delegation on a fact-finding mission to the country that the federal government has secured the conviction of 860 terrorists in the last 8 years. Fagbemi, SAN, explained that those arrested for terrorism acts were tried and convicted by courts of competent jurisdiction. He pointed out that the convictions were secured in an open court in line with the due process of the law. Fagbemi, SAN, who noted that the visit afforded the federal government the opportunity to explain the security situation to its visiting U.S. delegation, expressed happiness that the U.S. delegation was able to see things for itself.
One that concerns the Federal Ministry of Justice is about the prosecution of the people arrested in connection with these extremism and about extremism. So, and we were able to explain to them and tell them how far we have come, what we are also doing. For instance, today, as we speak, terrorism trial is still going on. I have been there today. I've taken one or two of the cases, and I want to seize this opportunity to let you know that as at today, that is from 2017 and 2025, we have secured 860 convictions and 821 acquittals, that is discharges. What this speaks to, particularly the issue of discharges of the defendants, is that we don't just arrest people and then clamp them into prison. We follow due process, their profiles, those who have nothing to do. We left off the book,
The chief law officer admitted that though the country faces security challenges, the federal government is equally tackling the issues which have no religious undertone. In Abuja, Daily Atu, NTA News.
Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has tasked newly promoted Major and Brigadier Generals of the Nigerian Army to work jointly in addressing national and regional security challenges. The minister, who gave the charge at the investiture of 28 officers, emphasized the critical role of interagency synergy in tackling security challenges. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, stressed the need to scale up efforts to tackle evolving security challenges within the country and political instability in the region.
I assure you of Mr. President's unwavering commitment to building a more operationally effective and well-resourced armed forces capable of safeguarding the sovereignty and responding decisively to emerging threats. Let me at this juncture also congratulate members of the armed forces for a job well done just on Sunday with the attempted coup in Benin. Our prompt response made sure that that coup failed, and this is what the armed forces will always be there. We must be ready 247 to respond to any threats on us or on our allies.
Let me be clear that our expectations are high. We must continue to improve our operational effectiveness across all theaters of operation. Our troops on the front line will feel your leadership, while the citizens must feel our impact. Nigeria must see and trust the army as a force of stability, unity, and national prosperity.
Nigeria and other West African states are on the right path towards eradicating transboundary animal diseases. This development comes as experts from across West Africa converged on Abuja for a 3-day regional training aimed at strengthening surveillance capacities and improving coordinated response mechanisms. Yusuf Jika reports.
Pestis ruminans PPR is a viral disease affecting sheep and goats. It is highly contagious and often fatal, posing a serious threat to food security and livelihoods across West Africa. At a gathering of regional experts in Abuja, participants expressed renewed commitment to ending the scourge through shared knowledge and coordinated action. The focus is on shifting decisively from reactive, event-driven responses to predictive, risk-based and analytics-driven surveillance systems.
In recent years, our focus has been on strengthening the National Animal Disease Information System to improve reporting from across the Federation, enhance laboratory field collaboration under the One Health approach, and work closely with ECOWAS, RAC, AUIBA, FAO, and WOA to align national actions with continental strategies.
The convergence today is across the countries in the Sahel and the West African countries, and we're trying to see how together we can build capacities and knowledge of experts.
In another development, women have been encouraged to continue building livestock enterprises that empower them, strengthen households, and enhance Nigeria's food security. At an event organized by the African Women in Animal Resources, Farming and Agribusiness Network in collaboration with the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources, stakeholders emphasized that women remain vital to the ongoing transformation of the livestock industry. The workshop had as its theme creation of tangible and sustainable impact for women's economic empowerment. In Abuja, Yusuf Jiga, NTA News.
And up next is the weather update. concludes the news on NTA International. Thanks for watching. I am Dennis Adigunloye.
NTA was their stage and their launchpad into history. Language, morals, and a sense of national cohesion were the driving force of our stories.
Pekin's only worry was the absence of a male heir.
Drama met development, entertainment met empowerment. Today, the spirit of storytelling lives on, with shows like Weekend Deal, Conversations, The Medley Show, Generation XYZ, NTA connects with Nigeria's youth, sharing ideas, culture, and conversation. We capture the voices of the vibrant generations and train the storytellers of the future, crafting the finest indigenous stories with a global outlook, united in the strength of our diversity.
Every other person is behind. See my camera now.
As we build bridges between generations and platforms for the transmission of Nigerian excellence. We are the storytellers, the memory keepers, the torch bearers.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Across Nigerian markets are modern trading centers. They are living ecosystems where movement, safety, infrastructure, and daily survival intersect. But as population increases and commercial activity expands, many of these markets now face growing pressures that affect not only traders and shoppers, but entire cities. Today on Deadline 360, we will take a closer look at the realities shaping market experiences across different states, from traffic gridlock that slows businesses in Ibadan to block access routes that threaten emergency response in Kano. We explore the parking challenges confronting shoppers in Yenagoa and examine the unfamiliar concept of market entry fees in Onitsha. Then we turn our focus to Abuja, where overstretched car parks are raising concerns amongst residents. These stories reveal a common thread: the urgent need for better planning, safer access, and more efficient management in some of the country's busiest commercial environments. Our correspondents will be bringing these issues to light, capturing the voices of those who live, who trade, and navigate this market every day. Hello, I'm glad you joined us, and I am your host, Monsieur Damien Betty. Marketplaces are often called the heartbeat of a city, spaces where commerce hums, people converge, and daily life unfolds in vibrant colors. But in Abuja, many shoppers say the heartbeat is faltering, strained by overstretched car parks that leave them paying for convenience that rarely meets their expectations. Mariam George Dutubu takes a closer look at these rising concerns, comparing market rates and exploring smarter, more efficient ways for market authorities to restore order amid a system growing increasingly.
Abuja, the nation's capital, continues to expand as daily migration drives up the number of people and vehicles moving across the city. This surge is most visible in the markets, where commercial activity is increasingly strained by inadequate parking facilities. Across major markets in the Federal Capital Territory, traders and shoppers lament the growing pressure from Garki Modern Market to Wuse Market. The story is the same. Parking spaces originally designed to ease congestion have become grossly insufficient for the volume of vehicles entering each day. As a result, motorists spill onto access roads, causing heavy traffic, obstructing emergency routes, and triggering frequent disagreements among traders, customers, and park attendants.
Actually, it's a problem you're facing every day here. Once they collect their money from the gate, they will tell you like, just go to this side, there's space there, but you just find out turning yourself round, wasting fuel.
On Garki market, just here the parking space is too hard, no parking space.
Our market is designed to be a place anybody can come and shop for comfort, and the ambience encourages business here. Any kind of person can do business in this market. But at this moment, the market is filled up. We're having the challenge of parking. At a particular time of the day, you find it difficult to park, find a place to park in this market. And we are calling on the government, the authorities concerned, to build us multi-level parking that will address this need.
At Garki International Market, however, the situation is noticeably different. The parking arrangement there appears more organized, with far less congestion compared to Wuse and Garki Modern Markets. Concerns have also been raised about discrepancies in gate fees, charges that vary depending on the type of vehicle entering the market, and the absence of a standardized entry fee system. Representative of the Managing Director, Abuja Market Management Limited, Farouk Bakfa, addresses these concerns.
This toll gate, toll whatever, has been in place since 2009. We've been collecting 100 naira since 2009. It was just 2023 when the subsidy was removed, and then we now decide to increase it by 100%, from 100 to 200 for cars. So understand? And then when the new minimum wage come into effect, so understand, we had to review it by 50%, and that's how it arrived at, that's why we are now at 300. And that's just to cater for the salaries of the toll collectors, the car park operators. So understand, it's not that we're just making money and stacking it in bank, exploiting people. No, we are going with the realities.
Make them try their best, make them find how, when people enter market like this, they will now get parking space.
Market leaders say the FCT administration and the market management teams are making efforts to improve parking infrastructure. However, they admit that more still needs to be done to match the pace of the city's rapid growth and the rising demand for space.
There's a population surge into Abuja. That's why you see this pressure in the markets in terms of parking. For instance, in Wuse Market where we are, the minister has graciously approved a multi-deck car park, 7-layer multi-deck car park that will take 7,000 vehicles under construction. And it's ongoing, and in the shortest possible time, we are going to have this problem of parking in Wuse Market resolved. The minister has also directed that all other markets should look inwards and find spaces where there will be multi-deck car parks. These are global standards. So we have multi-deck car parks in all the markets, and then absorb this inflow of customers and traffic, and then make the markets free.
If you are going into Garki Model Market, on your left-hand side, you will see that pillars coming up. Those pillars are for a small mall and a multi-level car park.
For many shoppers, the biggest concern is not just the rising cost. It is the mismatch. Entry tickets continue to be sold, yet parking spaces are limited. Urban planners say a ticket without available space is like a key to a house with no door, essential but ultimately useless. Mariam George, Jutubo, for Deadline 360.
Thanks for that, Maria. In the bustling market of Anambra, while it is well known that vehicle owners pay for parking in public or private motor parks, the fees remain generally pocket-friendly. Uchenna Uweku takes us through the eyes of these markets.
Anambra State is host to large markets that attract customers from different parts of the country and beyond. These markets spread across the major cities of the state are big sources of revenue for the state government. However, access to the market is free. Customers with vehicles do not pay any money to enter the market.
I visited Abuedo Market in Nnewi. I visited a solution market in Ekulobia. I visited Otuosha Market in Anambra East. You don't pay any amount at all. You don't pay any money. The only thing is that security personnel, security people in the markets will give you a tally. Then you park your vehicle. When you are coming back, you give the tally back to them. Then you collect your vehicle and go.
I'm very, very versatile with the Onitsha main market, the Ojanja market. Then they release market visas from the areas I visit regularly. I drive into the market. There is a space specially marked for car park. You only pay for your car park and then they will give you a teller. At least you identify that you park the car here. Then at the end, as you finish your marketing, you come back and collect your car with the issuance of your teller back to them. That's what I've experienced here so far.
The market is free for every person to access any point in time during market hours. Market hours is a period between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. If you come to the market later or earlier than probably 7 a.m. or when the market has not opened, we call those periods security hour. By that, it means that the market is not open as at that time. So anything can really come up. The only body available within the vehicles in the market are these heavy duty trucks where the state government collect IGR. Not on every of them. There are specified ones where the government collect IGR.
The markets in Onitsha and surrounding areas are planned in such a way that vehicles are parked in designated motor parks.
Where there are inadequate parking spaces made available by government, the private ones are complementing the efforts of the government to ensure that traders that will be trooping into the markets in Onitsha have where they will park their vehicles and move freely in and out of the markets.
These motor parks collect token to keep the vehicles while traders and customers do their businesses. Interventions of the state government in building good access road to the markets make it seamless accessing the market and in response to emergency situations such as fire outbreak.
We've had challenges in the past, but in recent times, the Chukwumachas Soludo administration, via the office of the Special Assistant on Trade and Commerce, asked the market leaders to be proactive towards firefighting. Our market was the first to respond to such a request. We went to our lines, we engaged in re-roofing the market entrances. Re-roofing in the sense that you go through our major entrances now, you will see that we have raised our roofs, entrance roofs, even to a point of 18 feet. So, which is to say that firefighting trucks will access any part of the market easily.
Market leaders on their own set up task force that ensure prompt decongestion of traffic, especially during festive season, when the markets witness influx of customers. Though the state government prioritizes issues that concern development in the markets, the traders are seeking more assistance in the area of policing to ensure that customers and traders alike do their businesses without fear of loss to criminal elements. In Onitsha, Uchenna Nweko for Deadline 360.
Across Nigeria, market infrastructure shapes not just trade, but the flow of movement and the overall experience of shoppers. In Bayelsa State, several markets across Yenagoa, including Okolo, Pantia, and Chombia, struggle under the weight of disorganized or non-existent parking spaces, forcing shoppers to improvise and navigate through layers of self-made congestion.
market, the scene shifts dramatically, offering a more structured and orderly environment. In this special report, Ifoma Iroji digs into the realities of market entry fees and parking systems in Yenagua, capturing the voices of both traders and customers.
Yenagoa's major markets, Opolo, Bansha, Tombia, and others, one common challenge stands out: the absence of designated parking lots. For many shoppers, navigating these markets means finding any available space, often along busy roads, contributing to traffic congestion and raising safety concerns. But at the Swale ultra-modern market, the story takes a slightly different turn. Swale Market remains one of the commercial centers in Yenagoa, the capital city of Bayelsa State, with a properly designated parking space for shoppers. With controlled entry and coordinated traffic, the market is relatively more orderly than other centers in the state capital. Here, two parking areas operate every day. The inside park, meant exclusively for heavy-duty vehicles, bringing goods in and out, struggles with a recurring problem: private cars straying into their space and obstructing operations.
So we are appealing to them, let them not bring their private car to this place to park for easy offloading and loading.
Outside, the second park designated for shoppers offers a more organized system. Unlike many markets in the state, visitors here say they can shop without fear, knowing their vehicles are secure and well managed.
They direct you in a way that you will not block other people. When you come, you can easily go. The other person too can easily go. In fact, they are attending to us very well.
I just parked my car and I'm going to the market. I know for sure that I'll spend some time there, and then I'll feel very safe knowing that my car is secure.
Contrary to common complaints in other markets across the country about exorbitant fees and inadequate facilities, many Swale customers tell NTA that the charges here are modest.
When you come in and you are going, you will use your mind and say, oh, take this for your pure water, take this for your cold mineral, you understand? But I did not see price tag on it.
Market workers also insist they are doing their best with the limited resources available to them.
I work here in this car park just to make sure the people motor, our customers to save. And because of we now, no bad boss can come here and stop customers.
I'm trying my best as a government representative in the market to fix it by bringing Harcourt to work to that level so that shoppers can have a comfortable place to park.
Despite their efforts, both park officers and customers agree that more can be done. They are calling on the government to upgrade the park, expand it, modernize it, and make it more conducive for the growing number of market users.
If government can come and talk, at least it will be better.
Beyond convenience, adequate parking in markets like Swale has broader implications, reducing traffic spillover, improving safety, boosting business activities, and enhancing accessibility. The need for designated parking area for shoppers in markets becomes a huge concern. While Swale ultra-modern market offers a working model, there is need to upgrade the facility and ensure that it is convenient for users. The former IOJ for Deadline 360.
And in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, the ever-bustling Bodiji market, famous for its wholesale and retail supply of foodstuff and other consumables, sits strategically at a crossroads that connects multiple parts of the metropolis, including the University of Ibadan. But beneath its vibrant commercial rhythm lies a daily struggle: relentless traffic congestion. From dawn's first light to the evening rush, gridlock grips the area, slowing transporters, delaying the movement of goods, and creating security and safety risks for all who pass through. Wasi Rao reports that despite several interventions by the Oyo State government to curb the lingering menace, traffic congestion continues to cast its long shadow over Bodija market.
This is Bodija market in Ibadan, and it's near one of the city's busiest commercial hubs, where traffic congestion has become a daily reality, with the mix of commercial vehicles, private cars, motorcycles, and thousands of pedestrians trying to maneuver the limited space, creates constant struggle for movement.
Improperly organized car parks split onto the major access roads, while street trading further narrows the already limited lanes. This persistent situation poses a serious safety threat as drivers are forced to navigate extremely tight spaces, putting pedestrians at risk and creating conditions that can easily lead to vehicle, motorcycle, or other forms of accidents.
The impact of the traffic is affecting everybody. Sometimes I had an incident that a woman nearly pushed me into the car, and it was by God's grace. It's so choked up.
The congestion has economic consequences like late arrival of goods, perishable goods spoiled in transit, commuters and customers frustrated in the hand.
Yeah, sometimes in traffic I spend not less than 40 minutes to 1 hour, and I don't know, the road is okay, but we have the market people, they obstruct the road, don't make it on very difficult for motors and what's it called, that stuff to pass easily.
It is believed that strict enforcement of traffic laws, proper road markings, functional traffic lights, and sustained public safety education, better organized public transport, designated drop-off zones are key to restoring order.
A possible solution should be pedestrian bridge for the masses, and if possible, if overhead bridge can as well be constructed. I think those are the things that can control the traffic in the marketplace. Government should do a lot so as to make the place spacious.
If authorities, traders, and drivers collaborate, Ibadan's major markets can become safer. Wasil Road for Gateway 360.
Kano's tightly packed markets, fire outbreaks do more than consume property. They expose a troubling weakness: poor access for emergency response. Even with functional equipment at their disposal, fire trucks and ambulances often arrive late, trapped behind blocked roads, street-side trading, and unending congestion. Aminu Umar reports that as the state grapples with recurring fire incidents, most recently at Single Market, experts insist that redesigning market layouts, enforcing access routes, and stepping up public awareness are essential steps to avert future tragedies.
Over the years, Kano State has witnessed several devastating fire outbreaks in major markets, from Kurmi to Sabangari and Singa, leaving behind trails of destruction and losses worth millions of naira. Beyond faulty electrical wiring or flammable materials, one factor continues to hinder timely response: traffic congestion.
This is the Galadima axis of Mahamadu Abubakar Limi Market. It is one of the places in Kano that are known for parking anyhow, because the vehicles and trucks and trailers sometimes that used to bring palm oil and all sorts of oil, instead of maybe finding a particular place to park, they park here for offloading.
We are not even happy to see this thing because government no provide a space for us where we upload and load. We don't have the place. That's why we are doing like that.
Chairman Galadima Market Development Association, Mustafa Shuaibu, says, although compelling, they still believe the issue can be remedied when considering further development, especially while constructing new markets. And for this petty trader, blocking access roads in the name of trading is counterproductive.
If the security won't pass there, that will make go slow inside the market. So that is no good. So they have to do what is right.
This is why fire trucks and ambulances often arrive late, not due to distance, but because of narrow access roads, street traders blocking passages, and indiscriminate parking. Emergency responders say navigating the congested areas becomes a nightmare, costing valuable time when every second matters.
Agencies like Kahoota, Police, West City, and other road
Although the State Fire Service has enough engines, the men of the service need additional modern tools and regular training on crowd control and fire suppression techniques suited for dense and high-risk areas like markets. Equally important is public awareness on safety protocols and first response, as experience has shown that people are not well informed on how to stay safe during emergencies.
I can remember what happened here in Ghana. There was a time that people, when there's fire outbreak in one of our filling stations here, people around the area start looking for that fire and sniping the victims. So when that fire is escalated to that area, so the thing affected more than 64 people or 68 people.
However, until congestion is reduced and market infrastructure improved, response time will remain slow and the damage is often irreversible. For Kano, to prevent further tragedies, markets must evolve from chaotic clusters to structured spaces where safety is a priority. As during emergencies, access can be the difference between loss and rescue, between despair and hope. In Kano, Amin Umar for Deadline 360.
Well, this conversation reminds us that Nigerian markets are not just places of commerce, but vital community arteries whose health reflects the well-being of the cities around them. So, these calls for smarter planning, safer spaces, and better managed infrastructure, which becomes impossible to ignore. And that's a wrap up on this conversation. Till next week, when we come back with another interesting issue. Bye for now. There's no other animal as courageous and majestic as the lion. But with only 50 lions left in Nigeria, there may soon just be a memory. Where snares are used for bushmen, we rob the lions of their food and risk naming them prey. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat and help protect the lions. Keep them well and keep us safe.
Your son-in-law is a criminal, and my job is to take such up the state of Nigeria.
Nigeria's movie industry is becoming a force to reckon with, growing its fan base from 20 million in 2002 to over 100 million.
Africa has stories, Nigeria has stories, because you always hear, but the filmmaker makes you see and feel. It's better for you to tell a Nigerian story today and let the world see than trying to do a film like an American film.
The creativity in the storytelling is attributed to how Nigerians embrace diverse skills. In an accessible way, they utilize English, Pidgin, and other Nigerian dialects.
Oh baby. Okay. My name is Jerry Ombajo, alias Ready Smith. I sit down there, I see you fine, so I come with do friendship. So
You think of, don't you recognize your class when you see one?
The storylines have shown that we are possibly in need of each other.
The creative industry in Nigeria is acknowledged and recognized throughout Africa. In spite of this, some say the movie-making industry in particular is not providing enough opportunities for highly specialized talents and skill sets.
It's a very
or is not happy, he doesn't need to tell me in his language that he's not happy. If he said he's not happy in his language, I need somebody who understands his language to tell me what he's going through. But especially by camera position, by lighting mode and environment production design, I can tell that this person is depressed or is not happy. If I pick that image and go take it to anywhere in the world, they will know that this person is not happy.
Question now is, can the Nigerian movie industry compare favorably internationally, perhaps with more originality, more reality, better scripting, and more training locally and internationally? The Nigerian movie industry can move higher still.
Gabriel, us.
What are you looking for?
Find my measurement book.
Come here. Can we be friends?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, welcome to the program Nigeria Movie Today, coming to you on the network service of the NTA. The Nigerian Film Industry Company acknowledges releases hundreds of movies annually. On the edition of the program, we'll be engaging a key stakeholder who is saddled with the responsibility of regulating this movie to meet best movie practices. My name is Nicole Odile. Please stay tuned. Let's start the program with a movie of the week.
Our movie of the week is Ashrabi Times. The movie, produced by Laide Daramola and Taiwo Adebayo, was directed by Gordon Stephen. The movie is a heartwarming tale that follows three friends navigating the Nigerian party scene, exploring the complexities of the Ashrabi culture, and facing love, friendship, and family drama.
You just press whenever you feel like. I'm done.
Listen, I built a man from unlike you, living like a sports child.
With a star-studded cast of Shafi Bello, Nancy Simi, Kunle Remi, Chizzy Alichi, Kiki, Daniel Etin Effium, Daniel Lloyd, Kalu Ikialu, Fadekemi Olumide Aluko, among others. Ashrabi Diaries, a comedy, drama, and romance, promises a memorable experience filled with humor.
Welcome back from the movie of the week. On our exclusive guest segment, we'll be engaging a key professional whose job is to regulate and ensure we have wholesome content for our
Our exclusive guest this week is Dr. Shaibu Hussein. Born 1st December 1970 and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. Dr. Shaibu Hussein, the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the National Film and Video Censors Board, is a Nigerian journalist, performing artist, cultural administrator, PR and media expert, film critic, and film curator. Dr. Shaibu Hussaini holds a first-class BSc degree in mass communication from the Lagos State University School of Communication and MSc degree in mass communication with distinct from University of Lagos. He later pursued a PhD thesis on the structure of film production companies in Nollywood. Dr. Shaibu Hussaini is an alumnus of the United States International Visitors Leadership Program and the AIG Imokudo Foundation's AIG Public Leaders Program of the Blackstone School of Government of the University of Oxford. He has served as one-term secretary of the governing board of the National Theatre National Troupe of Nigeria, 2011 to 2015. And until his appointment, Director of Dance of Music and Head of Strategic Communication Unit of the National Troupe of Nigeria, Dr. Shaibu is reputed as one of the most consistent documentarists of Nigeria's vibrant film and movie industry, Nollywood. He is an astute commentator on arts, theatre, and film development in Nigeria and the continent of Africa. His most recent role was as the editor-at-large for the Guardian newspaper, and his career as a film and culture journalist with the Guardian has spanned over 3 decades. Dr. Shaibu Hussaini has several affiliations to his credits. The chairman, Selected Committee of Africa's Premier Film Award with African Movie Academy Award for 16 years. Member, prestigious honor jury. He has served on the board and on the jury of a number of festivals, awards, and committees, including the board of the Mainframe Film Institute by the legendary Tunde Kinani, board of Inshot International Film Festival, board of Bank of Industry, Nollywood Fund, amongst others. Dr. Shaibu Hussaini is an author of graph on the pioneers of the Nigerian film and video industry titled Moviedom, the Nollywood Narratives. Dr. Shaibu is a senior teaching and research fellow at the Mass Communication Department of the University of Lagos, and he was a former member of the Nigeria Official Selection Committee charged with the responsibility of deciding Nigeria's entry for the Best International Film category of the Oscars. Dr. Shaibu is a current voting member of the International Golden Globes Award, consultant Berlin International Film Festival, a pioneer artist of the National Troupe of Nigeria who rose to become personal special assistant to the Director General of the National Theatre National Troupe of Nigeria. Dr. Shaibu Hussaini has considerable theoretical, practical, and field experience in the area of theatre, cultural administration, as well as in public relations, advertising, journalism, and broadcasting. He has equally served as a resource person trainer in the field of theatre, culture, and mass communication. Help welcome the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of National Film and Video Censors Board, Dr. Shaibu Hussaini, to the set of Nigerian Movie Studio on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
On our exclusive guest segment today, we have a seasoned professional, a key stakeholder in the motion picture industry that is responsible for regulating wholesome content with you at home. Ambassador Dr. Shuaib Singh, welcome sir to this today's studio.
Thank you so much for having me. Pleasure. I mean, this is very important. I've been a regular on this program.
Yeah, so how do you feel being on the other side?